Welcome in those on YouTube. Definitely subscribe and let me know in the comments what you think. Just getting started. Welcome in, welcome in. We want to go ahead and get the taps up as I'm just getting the show started. If you've never been to my show before, my show is about standing on business. So if you're ready to stand on business, definitely come on in. Again, this show is about standing on business. As you come in, you get a message, and that message is true. It says controversial topics, real people, real answers. If you can handle real, raw conversations, come on in. Again, if you can handle real, raw conversations, come on in. First topic. Women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. Once again, first topic. Women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. So as you're coming in, if you can tap the screen, we'll get the show started the fastest we can tap the screen. And on my live, I'd like to have 8 panelists up. Welcome in. Actually, I haven't seen you in a while. I like to have 8 panelists up where we can discuss the topic and have a conversation. Debates are welcomed also, but I usually don't like debate one-on-one. Thank you for the daily heart me's. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do go ahead and send a daily heart me so we can get started right away. Thanks for the gifts. Appreciate it. Again, first topic. Women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. Love to hear your thoughts on that. Second topic. Men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. Once again, men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. And of course, I'm talking about straight men. Thanks for all the gifts. Appreciate the love and support. Definitely share, repost the live. But as we're getting up to 5K, we'll be getting started the sooner we can get the likes up. Women, stop believing the fairy tale. Men are getting worse. Y'all like my little backgrounds, like a little fairy tale, the ones you watch growing up about the princess that finds her knight in shining armor. And a lot of women could relate that this is what we were socialized to believe and think. But as you grow older and you see how the world really works, you realize these men are not thinking about no fairy tale marriage. The majority of the time that the women are I want to say they're never thinking about that. I almost want to say all men aren't thinking about that. But let's continue to tap. We're at 8:53, not bad. Thanks all those who are tapping. Welcome in my mods. We're just getting started. First topic, women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. Every time I have a topic about anything going on in the world, anything going on in the community, I continue to hear men talk about how if these women will close their legs, if they will stop getting pregnant, if they will stop having ABs, if they'll stop having these children and raising these sons that they can't raise without a man and all these different things. Wouldn't all that go away if women would just stop saying yes to the eggplant? Again, women should say no to the eggplant and the world would be a better place. Thank y'all. See, Ann said good prompt. Miss Dangerous said good prompt. He. Thank y'all. I just want people to stand on business today. We already know that the birth rates are declining. And with that being said, women are finding other alternatives instead of the eggplant. And the more this increases, I could just imagine how women can no longer be the blame of the way things are going. And don't be scared. It could be you. Yes, you. You could be the first one to come stand on business. If we can get it to 5K, if everyone can tap. Second topic. Men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. Men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. I believe that starts a lot of drama and confusion because a man will be dating these women, having sex with them, lying to them, leading them on. And the whole time, they know they're never going to marry them. And it causes a lot of disdain within the community. So, again, men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. Last topic, women stop believing the fairy tale, men are getting worse. I see a couple people requesting up. If you can share the live, tap the screen so I can know you're a real person and you actually want to come up. But let's continue to tap. Thank you, actually, for tapping. Thank you, Ann, for tapping. If y'all haven't sent a daily heart me, please do go ahead and send a daily heart me. This will help push the live into the FYP. Let me know what you think in the comments. Women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. Soulful said, yep. But yeah, let's just continue to tap. And you guys, don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube if you're not subscribed so you can watch these lives later. Thank you, Jessica, for the daily heart me. Cookie said, I won't. You won't what? The Mega said, nope, mine wouldn't. Yours wouldn't. Like, what are you referring to? Thank you, Ann, for tapping. We're almost to 5K. I've been saying so much, honey. I don't know which one you're referring to, but it's okay. You said the question you asked, girl. I've been saying so much. Let's continue to tap. DeMarcus, you're in here trolling me. DeMarcus, you the main one. You would come to my comments on my profile and troll me. Like, your trolling never stops. You have a different type of trolling. You've been coming to my live since I first started going live. It seemed like you would start supporting and stop trolling by now. All right, you guys, we're at 3.5K. Not bad. Thank you, Poise. Thank you, Miss Dangerous, for tapping. Go ahead and send a daily heart me if you haven't sent a daily heart me. DeMarcus, you said I do give your panel. Go ahead and send a daily heart me. And subscribe, DeMarcus. I haven't seen you in a while, matter of fact. We're at 3.8, not bad, you guys, but let's get it to 5K. Let me see how many minutes it's been. It's been 9 minutes. Not bad. And it could be you. Here comes Art. Art, I haven't seen you in forever. Like, I don't even know if you're still a mod. What's going on? I remove you from the chat. I'm like, what the heck? How you gonna be a mod and you never on TikTok? I ain't seen you in like a month and a half. And then when you are here, you be too busy caking on other girls' lives. You don't even like modding. You just like going to single women's lives to cake. Oops, did I put you on blast? I'm sorry. Thanks for the heart me. We're at 4.5K, you guys. Thank you. Let's continue tapping. And it could be you. Yes, you. You could be the first one to come up and stand on business. You're definitely a baker. So again, women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. Love to hear y'all thoughts concerning that. And the reason why, I made this a topic is because I continue to hear men say that these 304s, these women are the problem. These women giving up smecks too soon, that's the issue. I continue to hear that over and over again. Welcome up.
Hi, host. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. Can I get your age, race, and pronouns?
My age is 47. My race, I'm African American, and she, her.
Okay, awesome. We could go through the prompt if you don't mind reading it out, and then you can
Sure.
answer it one at a time after you read just one out at a time.
The first one is women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. Agree. Yes. And I agree because even if they didn't say no to eggplant, they should stop getting pregnant. If they got a moment of desperation and they had to go there, just make sure you don't get pregnant. That would be great. And if you do get pregnant, make sure you're able to turn it into a girl child and not a male. The second one, men should not
Wait.
date
Let's
women
stay
who.
there for a minute. So you said make
Oh,
sure you're able to have a child and not a male. Could you expound on
hmm
that?
yeah, genetic manipulation. There is, and I don't know the exact terminology, but the gist of it is it's genetic manipulation. Doctors have the ability, science has the ability right now to create male or female. To the gender of your child can be determined. It can be manipulated. So if they
At what stage in
do,
the pregnancy do you know? Like what stage in the
no,
pregnancy can you do that?
honestly, I don't know. And I'm
Okay.
not going to make something up. I don't know, but I know it can be done. But I don't know at what
Wow,
stage it
that's
can be done.
interesting. I think I heard something like that similar, but I never looked into
Hmm
it. But yeah, these women need to at least make sure it's a girl child. I think I heard Cynthia G say something like that. I've well, let me not lie. I never listened to Cynthia G. I've heard from other
hmm
people that that's what she said, something similar.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, the less males and cock carriers we have on the planet, and this is an evidence based statement, the better the planet would be, in my opinion. So if they do have to partake because that urge comes up, just don't get pregnant. Would be my stance on that.
Wow,
Um,
that's groundbreaking, child free. And I would like for you to expound, but let me get Demarcus in here.
sure.
Demarcus, if you could read out the first one. Well, let me get your age, race, and pronouns. I know you've been here before, but more so for the audience. And if you could read out the first one and answer it, and then let me know what you think about what child free said.
Okay, okay. Um, age, black, race, black. I mean, 450 black race, age. So, um, is that my echo?
I don't hear an echo.
Okay. Women should say no to eggplant, and the world will be a better place. Yeah, they should have more. They should have some more discipline. I agree to a degree. It should be more discipline who they lay with. It should. It's the most definitely should be that. So yeah, I
Okay.
kind of agree. Yeah, it should be more disciplined with who they. Because here's the thing, when and I hypothetically say if a woman is laying with like anybody, any guy, right? Let's type this any guy. You never make a guy question himself too much. You want a guy to question himself when you hold out. Am I good enough? Uh, am I do I present myself well enough? What's going on? Why I'm not getting it? You know what I'm saying? But when you don't make a man ask some type of question about himself and you just lay with him, you'll get any other thing. Easy. That's an easy given.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as far as like, let's say the community or even the world, do you feel like the world would be better if women had sex less or just stop having sex with men?
Probably, I mean, less like I say, women should really vet who they get their virginity to. You should really vet that a little bit better, because you don't want to just give some. That's almost like the closest thing to God for a woman. It's a
Well, hold
virginity.
on, Demarcus.
Go ahead.
I find it interesting that when I have topics similar to this, that a lot of times, and no offense to you, a lot of times men start talking about something that relates to like a child or a very young adult. But most of these men are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Like, why are we? What about the women who've already lost their V card that's in their late 20s or 30s? Why we can't talk to like the people that are like here, like the audience, like even the people in your demographic or your counterparts? Why we always have to like, address people who are like either very young or, not saying that people older can't be the V card. It's just more of a rarity. So can we talk to the adults that probably already have sex before maybe? What would be your advice to them?
My advice to them would be, hold yourself till you really want to marry. I understand that you probably got a past and you done some things. You probably got a kid or two out there. I get that. But once you understand a little bit better, then yeah, you shouldn't even really date a whole hell of a lot unless you know marriage is on your mind. Because if you just out here randomly dating and you get into a relationship here and there and you waste another 2 to 3 years of your life dating, it doesn't go anywhere. You got to start asking yourself some questions. Should you just hold tight until you know you want to get married? Because you don't want to be a professional dater. You don't want to be that
But
neither.
but dating doesn't
Um,
mean you have to be intimate, right?
It doesn't. No, you're right.
well,
But
Because
tell
that's the
free.
purpose of
go
dating. I'm
go
sorry.
go
Um,
I'm
ahead.
sorry,
you,
host. I'm sorry.
no,
No, go
you're
ahead.
good. I was going to ask if you could turn your volume up a little bit because you're kind of faint. But I want to get you in, child free, to respond to him. But you guys read this little memo at the bottom. Also, the mods will start dropping mod announcements. So please pay attention to the mod announcements, you guys, as we're just getting started. If you're new here, I want things that I want to keep the entertainment part and the learning part, the education part, and especially I want people to stand on business. With all that being said, we do have certain things that are in place to support the platform. So Cash App for Questions is a thing to support the platform. Anonymous drops, all will be sent to the Cash App right at the bottom. Plus the mods are dropping it also. But yeah, Demarcus, I was gonna ask you, what did you feel about what Child Free said, and then I want Child Free to chime in on what you said, and then we'll go to Poise. So what's your thoughts on, if a woman was to slip up and she just had to get some eggplant, at a weak moment, and she ends up prego, if she at least gets the genetic modifications, I think it's called, to make sure that is a girl child, the world will still be a better place. What's your thoughts on that, Demarcus?
Does that really mean that um, if she has children, she wants the same thing? She may want boys. It doesn't really necessarily guarantee anything. It just means you had that at that particular child right there. You had an option. You had to say so. That doesn't mean it's going to go generation like that on a higher level. So you're not really doing anything by saying, "Hey, I want this particular case. I want a girl. But your girl may want boys. She may want that in her life. She may want grandkids. She may want all that. So I don't know if that's necessarily going to change the outcome or anything or make the world a better place.
Okay.
I don't think.
Child
Yeah.
free, go ahead and chime in on anything you would like to say about what you heard, if you could respond, and then we'll go to poise.
Thank you, host. Can you hear me now? Am I clearer?
Yeah, I could
Is it a little
always
bit
hear
better?
you, but you're a little low, but go ahead.
Okay. Demarcus, I think your name was. He said something earlier about the V card, and he referenced it to girls. I agree with that, but I also agree with men. It should be something that the men should be just as equally responsible for and concerned with whom they choose to give their V card to, just as women should be, if that's something that is going to impact their life. And as far
That's
as
wait. That point was phenomenal because he only mentioned the girls.
yes,
But go
ma'am.
ahead, child free. I don't want you to forget what you were saying.
No, just the other thing I was going to chime in on was when I made the statement about having the genetic modification. So if the woman does become pregnant, in order to make the world a better place, all of them, not just the woman who couldn't resist the eggplant and became pregnant, but if she became pregnant and had a daughter, the daughter should also if the world is to be a better place, the elimination of males is what's going to make the world. That's the best place to start in terms of making the world a better place. So
Hey,
not
can I
just
say something?
not just hold on. I'm going to land 1 second. Not just genetic modification for that one person, that one woman, but throughout. That was my point. I'll land.
Can I say something real quick? One
Well,
quick.
let me just say this.
Okay, go ahead.
Child free. My life is about standing on business. So I will say this. What you just said right there, now that was groundbreaking. Demarcus, go ahead. What's your response to her before I go to poise?
Okay, when I said the reason I didn't, but you know, the reason I did not say men, I agree with men should hold their V card too. I do, but remember we was talking about the prompt was talking about women, so that's and we never really said anything about a male. We was talking about all women, so that's why I said women. But I do agree, yes, men should hold themselves too. It makes them more focused and disciplined, and they can create more in the world and command more.
Got you.
Yeah, so
And
yeah,
and I'm gonna go to poise, and then we're gonna all have an open panel so we can have a discussion with all of us. And if you're ready to stand on business, don't hesitate. Don't be apprehensive. Go ahead and press that request button and come up and stand on business. But I want to say this before we go to poise. If women were to do that, if women were to do what Child Free is talking about, to make sure they only have girl child, this reminds me of something that happened because a lot of times people like to bring up the Bible. In the Bible, didn't they have a time that they were like unaliving every child that came unless it was a boy child? Okay, I could be wrong. Anyways, but my point is this: if women were to agree that hey, we're only going to have girl child, and then they pass that on to their daughters, these sperm banks and things, we could probably like just milk these guys and freeze it up, right? And have that last for generations and continue to like just milk them and freeze it. So,
Absolutely.
yes. Child free says absolutely. And the only this is just to make the world a better place, right?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, child free, really quick. And
And
then
the,
remember, it's going to be open panel. I would love to hear more.
and the reason I say that, host, that is one of the ways to make the world a better place. When you look at the major problems of the world, historically speaking, they haven't been caused by women. We've been the ones who have borne the brunt of what's been done, but we didn't start the fire. That's all been caused by men, because they're the ones who have set up the system. They're the ones who've stolen the
Well,
authority
I
from
want you to
women.
give more context because I already kind of knew that's where you were going, but some people probably don't realize it. But I knew that's where you were going because the system of patriarchy, the system of violence,
Yep.
colonizing, rape, all these different things were by men. But yeah, I want you to respond, child free, but I want to get other people in before they get impatient. It looked like Poise got impatient, so Poise, if you want to come back up, you can. But just remember, we're sharing the mic, so we kind of gotta go in the flow. Nate, welcome up. Can I get your age, race, and pronouns? Nate, you can unmute your mic and give your age, race, and pronouns. Otherwise, we'll just continue until you're ready. We're at 13K, you guys. Let's get into 20K.
What's up, man? My name's Nate, 40, and I'm a man. Um, it's interesting to me
Can
to
I get
hear
your
women
race?
say what?
Race?
I'm a black man.
Okay. If you could read out the first one and answer it, and then you can respond to anything you heard.
Yeah, I'm just responding to how is the world going to be better with all women? I
Wait,
don't
could you
understand
please
that logic.
answer? Do you mind? We have a certain, flow. If you can answer the prompt, and then I would love to hear about what you disagree with. So just the first one is all. If you're able to. Or I can read it for you if you're having a problem seeing it. I just want to continue.
It says women should say no to eggplant and the world would be a better place. Okay, they should have better concernment. Yes, I agree. Men should not date women.
Just on the first one. I have mentioned that a couple of times. Just the first one.
Oh, okay. Sure, I agree.
Okay. And now go ahead and expound. You could add anything else you would like.
No, what I really was trying to get to was how is the world going to be better with all women? I mean, that doesn't make any logical sense to me. So could you
Okay.
elaborate on that?
Well, we can, but I do have certain rules on the live. Could you expound on, what's your thoughts when you heard that? Mods, if you could drop
I
mod
want
and
to ask the question. That's why I want to get better insight. I don't want to just judge somebody off what they say. I want to know how is that really going to make the world better having all women. If we look at history, yes, men have been in control, but it's been a certain type of man in control that puts all of these systems in place. So it's not just all men, and I know women probably see it that way because of how they look at things. But if we're looking at things realistically, the black man has been absent out of the home for a while now. So what the product of what we're seeing out here are a lot of single mother home products. So if we're gonna do that, what I'm saying is that in the last 30, 40 years, we haven't done a good job of just women trying to run things because it's not getting a good production of things. We're getting worse as a black community. I mean, the other communities are still thriving and growing. So this issue here is really only hindering the black community.
The black woman being against the black man.
hold on,
Exactly.
Armid. Armid, I'm gonna get you in. Believe me, you can say whatever you want to say,
Yeah, I'm waiting.
cause I don't police my panel, but please just
I
wait your
thought it
turn.
was open, my bad.
Nate, go ahead and land your plane, and we'll come
Yeah, I'll
back.
land right there. I'll land right there. That's
Okay,
fine.
Nate, I would
That's
like
good.
to hear more on open panel on your thoughts concerning this topic. Amid, can I get your age, race, and pronouns?
Indigenous and 38.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can see the first question. If not, I can say it for you. But if you could read out, answer it, and then we'll.
Women should say no to D, and the world would be a better place.
That's it. What's your thoughts on that?
I think they should say no to the bad choices of bad D. I think it depends on the D that you're dealing with. And I think when you're used to opening up your legs to so much D, you have bad choice I believe. Just bad taste. But yeah, that's
Okay,
my.
so you don't believe that there's slim pickings for bad D? Like, let's say there's like a famine in the land, and like the farm has like tomatoes, and you're trying to pick tomatoes, but either they're not growing, or they're like premature, or they're rotten. You don't see that women are going through trying to find a decent healthy tomato, and they're
Right.
finding a lot of rotten tomatoes. There's a slim picking.
Right. This is why marriage is the key. This is why you shouldn't be out here. You should have more manners, more morals and standards than to search for D. You should search to be a wife, because that D can probably guide you to a place where you need to be, or you'll end up in a place you don't want to be.
Okay, so it's really just women need to pick better D and to choose
And
marriage.
realize what marriage is, because a lot of
Okay,
women
and
want to
that
be
will make
married but not a wife.
okay, and that will make the world a better place. I'm just paraphrasing. Demarcus, do you agree with him?
Um, yeah, to a degree. I'm so sorry I didn't catch everything you said, but to a degree, what I heard, yeah.
Okay,
But
what did
can
you
I say
hear
something about?
that you agree? Go ahead.
So, and the thing about, can I address child free first before I say anything?
Sure. And then new guest,
Oh,
I'm gonna come to you in a moment.
so child free. If I were to take what you said, right, about birthing only women, you still would not, you still wouldn't cut out violence in the world, because it would be left on women, because women can be violent. This is why we have jail systems, reform systems for women, because there still is violence there between women. So if you were
Demarcus, you're
just
correct.
yeah, if you were just to take that, that's my door. I'm waiting for somebody to come. If you were just to take that, then women will
Hmm.
wipe themselves out. They will eventually do it, because you're not, if you're unaliving somebody, you have nothing to replace that person with. Not to make life sound
Dem-
cheap, but hold on.
uh-huh. Let me respond really quick to what Demarcus just said. He's
Go ahead.
because I partially agree. I partially agree with him. You're always
I
going to
know. I'm
have a
going.
segment of you're always going to have a segment of society, male or female, that are violent. But statistically speaking and historically speaking, women do not have the range and the amount of violence and the tendencies towards violence and the propensity that the male population tends to have. So while yes, you're going to have some knuckleheads no matter what, but the question is, we're looking at the overall collective, and statistically speaking and collectively speaking, women do not commit most of the violent, and I'm speaking just of America right now. I'm assuming, host, that's where you are as well. In America, women aren't committing these violent crimes. Women aren't going around mugging people and SAing people on the subway or dragging them in alleyways. That's being done by cock carriers, not women. So while again, I agree, you are going to have some folks who are going to be just garbage, because it is what it is. But I maintain you wouldn't have it at the levels and the numbers that you see with the male population. I'll land, host. Thank you.
Okay. Very interesting
I would.
point.
I would. I would. I
Demarcus,
would.
I'm gonna let you
I would.
respond to her, but give me a moment. New Wolf, New Wolves, if you can give your age, race, and pronouns, and then read out the first one and answer it.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm Black, 27.
Okay. You can read it out and answer it. Are you there, or do I need to come back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
go
read
ahead.
it. Can I answer it?
Yes.
Um, hmm. Yeah, this wouldn't fix anything on a geopolitical scale. It just wouldn't. It's just kind of a blanketed statement. I mean, it's fun. It's satire. It's fun to say, but I mean, realistically, it wouldn't help anyone.
How wouldn't it help anyone? Could you read?
I mean, just look at it. Like, first of all, take what's happening in the Tora Bora province right now. Like, that has nothing to do with mating or anything like that. They're literally dealing with um uh an infectious disease that the CDC can't even catch the rate to. That had a higher progenitor rate than COVID. So it's like, this doesn't it's fun to say, but it wouldn't really help humans. You get what I'm saying? And maybe you're not grasping that, but it wouldn't help humans. Like if they just decided to stop, like, okay, we won't have sex with men, then it's like, all right, we still have this deadly disease that's wiping us out.
Well, you gotta say unalive.
Yeah, yeah,
Watch your
yeah,
language.
yeah, yeah. On a life, but yeah, I'll land with that. It's just
So you're saying because there may be different sicknesses in the world that, socially we can't make a difference of what's going on?
yeah, that's not gonna stop the vast majority of palimpsests in the world. That's not going to stop it. The vast majority of palimpsests in the world. It's not. It's just. It's insane to say. Even to
Well,
even think about it. To take serious.
well, let me respond to that because if women stop giving birth to male children, eventually women, of course, will be ruling the world, right? And then women will be making different inventions and different cures to actually heal the world. Because a lot of times these diseases and the things that are unaliving people are due to greedy men making the medicine and the cures not even available so that they can get money. So
You think
hold on,
progenitor viruses were created by?
New Wolves. I'm gonna finish, and then I will let you respond briefly, and then I'll go to the new guest. But allow me to finish. I don't want to be interrupted. So, therefore, because we know the big farm companies, they literally have been exposed for holding certain cures from the population due to greed. With women in rulership, that probably would decrease that also. But you can respond briefly, and then I want to hear what Childfree thinks about your thoughts. Not Childfree, a men. Let's get a men in there, and then I'll go to the new guest. Go ahead.
Who are you waiting for?
You said
Me?
you wanted to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
What infrastructure currently?
New Wolves, you're away from the phone now.
Can you hear me?
Respond. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me? What infrastructure do women currently and in the past create, like with brawn, with their own hands? What have they
Well,
created?
the thing is, the men have been in rulership.
And you know why, ma'am? You know why? Because they don't have the bronze to defeat men. That's why men rule, because they can.
Well, you said women don't have the brains to defeat men.
The bronze. They don't have the bronze to defeat men. They don't have the physicality to defeat men. They don't.
Okay.
Like if all men tomorrow.
But
Go
Amin,
ahead.
what's your thoughts on? I keep wanting to go to Child Free, but I want to pass the mic so get other responses from people before we go to open panel. But you guys, let's get the likes up to 30K. That's where we should be by now. We've been 38 minutes streaming. We should be at least at 30K. So Amin, what's your thoughts on what he said?
You said Ahmed or Amen?
Well, man,
I
women
thought
only
that
gonna
was
do
your
what they see
name.
men do.
Ahmed.
Ahmed, yeah.
Ahmed, go ahead.
Thoughts on what
Were
happened?
you listening to New Wolf's thoughts?
I didn't get the last part. I just got back to my phone.
Okay, no problem. Did anybody want to respond to what he said?
Yeah, if
I totally agree with what he said.
Malice, you just came up. Give me 1 second. I was talking about people that were already up here. Anybody wanted to? Oh, Nate, you said you agree with what he said. What part did you agree with?
The bronze part, the physicality part of a man. That's why we need it, and that's why we're both here. That's why we have a male and a female. So taking out one
Childfree,
gender
you're
isn't
welcome
gonna
to stand on
Hello?
business, but 1 second. Childfree, you're welcome to stay up and stand on business if you want, but if you have to go, I understand. But go ahead, Nate.
First of all, women can only do what they see men do. So what you have is women seeing what men have done and them feeling like they can do it better. And so now they feel like they can just eliminate the man, but that's ludicrous because We don't get to where we're at without each other, and we're not going to go any further without each other. So we just have to come together, and we have to understand we both have roles to play. Like, we have to understand we think differently as man and female. So when a male is put under pressure, his logical thinking is going to drive him to do something differently to provide for his family than what a woman would do when she's put under pressure. She's going to go a different route, and both routes are needed. And it goes back to what the first guy was saying about having the emphasis on the marriage. If you have more discernment on the type of man you pick, then we'll have a better world. You can't just say just because he's a male, he's no good, or he's only good for the pecker, because then we're not making the world better. We're making it worse. Because if you have a woman saying, "Oh, what he did, I can do better," and then she has a child and she's not taking the time to teach her son to be better, or what she's teaching is her daughter that she can be better than a boy, then you still gonna have a generation coming up that's gonna be degenerate.
Okay, so you're saying the men and women, in a nutshell, need to come together more. I would like to hear more open panel. Child Free, I see you came back. I would like for you to participate in open panel, which we'll get to. We have three new guests to introduce, and then we're going to just do an open panel free discussion. But let's continue to tap, you guys, and definitely share the live out, repost the live. Lawrence, if you can give me your age, race, and pronouns, you can mute your mic.
Yeah, I'm 29, black, he, him.
Okay. You can read out the first one and answer it, and then respond to anything you heard.
Right. Women should say no to D, and the world will be a better place. Just to ask a clarifying question, are we saying that women should just stop dating men in general, or are we saying that they should stop laying with men without, without any sort of prerequisites or requirements?
It's free for interpretation at this point.
Okay, so I would say you're talking about in terms of you should have a lot more prerequisites before letting a dude in between your legs. I 100% agree with that. You definitely should have a very strict, rigorous vetting process before letting somebody in between your legs, because that could mess up your whole life. And I fully agree with that. To kind of speak on what everybody's kind of talking about in terms of women being in charge versus men being in charge, I don't believe that either gender being in charge of anything would be quote unquote better for society. Like, I don't believe that just because you are a woman, you are guaranteed to be successful at being in leadership. And I don't think because you are a man, you are guaranteed to be successful at leadership. I think majority over time, because men have been in charge, been in leadership roles over time, they've had more opportunity to mess up than women have had to mess up. But I do not believe that if it was reversed, if women were in charge, they would not have messed up just as much as men have messed up.
Wait, that last part, the women have messed up just as much as the men has messed up? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Let me say it again. I'll say it again. If women were naturally the leaders of this world, I do not believe they would have done better than the men. I'm not saying that they would
Okay, I
have.
got it. I got that point.
Yeah.
Let's hold that point so more people can respond to it in open panel. If women weren't the lead, if women were the leaders, you don't believe they would have done better than the men. Okay. Remember, you guys, on my panel, save your spot and stand on business. I don't police my panel, so you're open to your own interpretation. All I ask is that you support the platform. So if you want to do questionnaires on the panel, support the platform. It's only $5 to do your questions. Other than that, you can just make your statements, rebuts, etc. But I love when you guys support, of course. And also, anonymous drops will be sent to the Cash App. Anonymous roasting will be sent to the Cash App. The mods are dropping it, and it's also at the bottom in fine print. Malik, you can read out the first one and answer it, and then Mr. No Good, and then it's open panel. Those requesting up, give us a moment to open panel. I'll bring somebody else up.
Women should say no to the eggplant and the world would be a better place. So I believe that women should be more selective when it comes to the person they're mating with and who they're choosing as a partner. I don't believe every man is deserving to be in a relationship, to be honest. Many of these guys need to work on themselves, and people in general need to work on themselves before entering a relationship, because they're just simply not ready to be in relationships, despite how they feel. They're just not willing to be alone, in my opinion. So they enter relationships, and it just becomes a complete chaotic mess. But yeah, I do believe there's many men out there that women should steer very, very clear from. And they should be more careful when it comes to who they're choosing.
Do you think women are able to give up the D as a collective?
You said, do I believe women can give up the D? Unfortunately, realistically, I don't think many will be willing to do that, because not everyone's responsible. Even if you try to advise them not to, they'll probably still just choose to do what they do. But of course, you could advise them. Of course, you could tell them not to, and some will, do what they do, just like men do, unfortunately. But from an idealistic standpoint, I would prefer that.
Would it be better for women to do a political stance and go on strike as a collective for a certain amount of time, for men to make changes even in politics, for men to make changes in the system, to get to protect women more, just men's behavior in general, just like they boycott Disney now, what's his name, the white tea guy, you guys can help me in the comments. They
Jimmy
boycott
Kimmel.
Disney, and then now yeah, Jimmy. So now, after they boycotted because they cut him off, now he's back on. So why, I guess I'm gonna pose this question: why haven't women just done a political stance to go on strike when it comes in, unless you're married, of course? But every other woman should be going on strike and boycott the D. Boycott the D. Wouldn't that be maybe more realistic for a certain amount of time, maybe a few years? Women should boycott the D, or a year, or a few months, something to make a change.
We should promote that. I feel like it would be encouraging, but still,
That was in a movie before.
hold on. I think it would be a good idea to promote that. It would be encouraging, right? I think many people will be in on it, but at the same time, there's people that we know who probably would still decide to do what they do at the end of the day, so.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Now,
that
I agree.
promoted. Demarcus, hold on. I haven't seen that promoted. I haven't seen that at all. Like, women should just start boycotting the D for them to change systems. And it should be a certain legislation that we're going for, so that we know that it's actually effective. So, yeah, women, listen up. Let's come up with something. But let's go to the new guest.
We definitely should. I agree.
Thank you. Mr. No Good, go ahead and, you have an echo. Go ahead and give me your age, race, and pronouns. Let me mute you because you sound horrible when we're talking at the same time. If you can fix that. But yeah, age, race, and pronouns. Read out the prompt and answer it. You can mute your mic now.
Age 30, race black, pronoun he, him. Women should say no to the D and the world would be a better place. I was going to agree with a caveat, but now that I actually honed in on the conversation, I don't think so. I think that'll be like sweeping dirt up under the rug, because it's bigger things that play a factor in what goes on in society. I think that would just only cause men to be more strategic and advance themselves to get the cat out of women.
Okay. We're gonna go into open panel now. I would ask. I don't police my panel, so I would just ask that you guys allow each other to land. It would be best to say land your plane when you're done, so everyone will know you're done. Cash out for questions because I know some more people. Even though I say this 3 times, well, more than 3 times, somebody will still ask a question, which I don't mind. Let's just platform your question. So support the platform, and we're going to make sure your questions get answered. But yeah, money pow pow to drop anyone. So if you feel like anyone needs to take a break from the panel, you send a money pow pow. They take a break from the panel. Other than that, TikTok friendly language. Let's start open panel with child free.
Thank you, host. I just want to say a couple of things and I will land as quickly as I can because I know everybody else wants to speak and respond. You said something interesting about boycotting the D, and, we're going to call it the, what is that? The little avocado or whatever that is there. Eggplant. Eggplant. Thank you. And you're correct. There are going to be some women who are never going to do that. And so I'm not even speaking to that sect, that group of women. I get that. But I think instead of boycotting it, I think vetting, and I mean heavily vetting, spending as much time as that woman needs until she feels comfortable to take it to the next level. I think that's going to be a very realistic thing to do if women who are serious are willing to do it. I want to just say that. And then I've heard a lot of the guys on the panel talk about dating and marriage. And I just want to say 2 things about that. When it comes to dating, the guys who are saying the women should not open their legs and should be a little more discreet and discerning when it comes to their partners, I agree with that. But I think a lot of times guys will come on the panel, and I'm not saying anyone here is doing this. If a woman was to say, listen, I want to talk to you for 30 days before we meet. I want to do this. I want to do this. And these are her standards. How many of those guys would be willing to do that? How many of the men who are on the panel saying, yeah, she should wait, she should take her time, she shouldn't do this, she shouldn't do that? Cool. But how many of the guys who are saying that are actually willing to say, yeah, I'm willing to get to know this woman for as long as it takes. I'm willing to spend that time dating her, getting to know her until we take it to the next level, if it comes to that. And the last thing about marriage, unless this guy, and I'm speaking on this point, I'm speaking just from a financial stance. Let me preface this. I do not believe that the only reason to marry is for financial gain. That's not what I'm saying here. But I'm coming from the angle just on the finances. So that's all I'm focusing on here. A woman shouldn't even consider marrying a male under a patriarchal system who is broke, because they're financially broke, because there's going to be too much that the woman is going to risk, because marriage does not benefit her, especially if she's a woman who does not want to have children under the confines or within the confines of marriage. So unless the guy is extremely wealthy and his wealth will give her options, she should not only not date that person, she sure as hell shouldn't marry him, because it will not benefit her as a woman, because marriage is an unrealistic institution and most women are not being taught that. I'll land. Thank you, host.
Can I go?
Groundbreaking. Panel's open.
I would love the rebuttal of that.
So let me
I see. I heard
The
Ahmed
longer she
first.
makes
He
him
said he
wait,
had a
the serious
rebuttal.
he is.
Hold on, you guys. If
Okay.
you all talk at once, I'll call on whoever I heard first. Ahmed, go ahead. You had a rebuttal. Go ahead.
I think that's the problem. And there goes the mother that teaches the daughter certain things that's not the truth, because this
What's
is
the
the
problem?
A lot of women want to be married but don't know what it is to be a wife. Marriage is under God. If you don't know God, and if you don't know the importance of a man and why you need to humble yourself, because when you get in front of God, you're going to wish you knew him. So you better hope if you find a man, that man brings you to your truth for your purpose and God's will for your life, or you're going to end up in hell. I land.
Are we using a religion scare? Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no,
You
let
gotta
me
cash
respond to
out your
that.
questions
It's
Yeah,
not
first.
a
don't
It's not. It's
religion.
not a
do
question.
It's
It's
not.
not.
Oh, don't get scared. No, don't get shaky now here. This ain't a religion.
Not a,
It's
it's
a
not.
relationship, and you don't have one if you're upset and you're mad at what I just said.
You're using religion to
This is
try to
not.
scare people,
This
sir.
once again. This is not religion. I
Yes, it
just made
is.
it clear.
You're
You
mentioning
don't have a
religion.
One
relationship.
You're
mic.
mentioning.
One
Okay, go
mic is
ahead.
what I'm trying to get to. So that's why I said, Malik, give a full rebuttal so you guys won't just give two worders and talk over each other. Give your full
Okay.
rebuttal and land your plane.
But yeah, it's the thing here is just not everyone's religious, right? So not every person's marriage, right, and relationship, is based off of solely religion itself, right? It's not how everyone structures their relationship. Not everyone follows by what you follow by simply because you happen to be a Christian. And you can be in a marriage without being a Christian or a religious person. So your beliefs and ideologies is not what everyone follows by realistically. And guess what? Their relationships are perfectly fine, if not doing better. So yeah, and don't use religion to try to install fear in people, because this is what turns people off from Christianity as a whole, and why people say that certain Christians are problematic, which I don't disagree with.
Okay, you land your plane, please.
So I can
Land your
respond to
plane.
that, right?
It's
Since she's talking
open.
about
It's
me.
open. Don't ask, you guys. I want the conversation to flow. Don't ask if you could respond. You were already talking. You could have just went.
Okay, yeah. And that's the problem with people who don't believe. You hate to hear the person that's warning you, and you want to make it and call it a fear mongering. You're actually in fear. That's why you're delusional. You're fighting the truth. And that's where Satan comes in, because this is a spiritual warfare. And you don't see the enemy on the other side gathering your cell in hell that you don't believe in. So it's not a religion, baby. This is what women don't understand. Your heart is your biggest deceiver. Your heart is lying to you. So you need to know the spirit, and you don't have that spirit of God. You have the spirit of Satan.
Once again, with the fear, because this is in fact fear mongering. You said it without me having to say, because you know for a fact that that's what you're currently doing right now on this panel, right? But if
My words cut like a sword.
you're
honey.
trying to preach this to women, and it's like as maybe as a form of manipulation or something, and it's just it doesn't work. Like I said, this is a
We
turn
can't
off
help what you don't believe in.
like she said, not two people can talk at once, right? So once again, this is not saying I'm against Christianity or anything like that. I believe there's a higher power, true enough, right? I just don't like people using religion to push certain narratives or to fearmonger people, right? That's just not, you get nowhere by doing that. And it's easy to see what you're doing.
And I would love to
What would be
respond
the
to
bigger
that.
picture if we don't have any more men? Are we
Okay.
pushing for less women?
Let me
Who said I
respond to
would?
that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Amin, let's share the mic a little bit too, even though it's open panel.
I do. This will
And
take
let's
2
make sure
seconds, I
we're.
promise you.
Hold on, you guys. Let's make sure we're cash apping for questions. It supports my platform. It's a win-win, and we'll make sure your question gets answered if it's a genuine question. So you would need to send the cash app if you're on the panel, and then let me know if you're in the comments. I will read out your questions. But let's let somebody else get in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lawrence, I see your mic is unmuted. Go ahead. The panel's open after him.
So I want to say I am Christian. I do agree with Ahmed, but I also want to allow the acknowledgement that there are successful marriages that aren't Christian based. But I do want to vocalize something about that. A lot of these marriages that are not Christian based, or maybe not religious based specifically, right? They tend to be at least morally. They're usually not based off of strictly financial gain or stability or a lot of these things. Some of these marriages are lasting off of at least some moral standing or moral ground, commitment in some way, shape, form, or fashion. So when you push a narrative, regardless of what narrative you are pushing, when it comes to relationship in general, a relationship with another person cannot be based off of financial gain, because that is a transactional relationship. If I have to
Lawrence, say you land your plane because you paused. Please land your plane properly.
I was going to say, because if I have to buy your comfort, if I have to buy your loyalty, if I have to buy your your ability to be with me, then there's going to be some things that I'm going to expect, and because I'm providing that financial gain, and that's not a healthy relationship to be with. That's how a bunch of men
Agree.
use women. So that's why you can't just base it off of financial relationships. You shouldn't just base it off of financial relationships. There should be something more of substance there, because those financials could come and go.
Yeah, I agree. It shouldn't be just be based off of financial.
And I'll land my plane. Sorry,
Yeah.
landing my plane.
Now I'm a Christian, and I do have to challenge some things about it when it comes to marriage. Because if you take the Christian church, and if you look at the divorces in the Christian church, it's extremely high in this generation and in the other generation. If I look at it and I say, if you look at the stats of it, both of them were believers. The man and the woman were believers. They matched each other financially. They both were educated, but for some reason, read out the same Bible, prayed to the same God. But for some reason, they still couldn't make it work. So my question now is, when it comes to religion and marriage, is it
Cash out
so
for your
much?
question.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not questioning. I'm not asking the question. I'm questioning myself. I'm saying, well, okay, let me rephrase it. I would say, do we look at it now as being the Christian is the holy grail to a successful marriage, or is it taking so much more that we're not really diving into?
Okay,
I
I'm
land my
gonna
plane.
chime in before we go back to open panel. You guys, if you're not talking, mute your mic because it makes the audio much better for those listening in. Just unmute as soon as you're about to talk when it's open panel. Welcome in, Loner. Welcome in everyone that is here. I see Chad is here. I love Chad's content. Shout out to Chad. Welcome in. If you can come up and grace the panel, that would be awesome. But if you're busy, that's fine. So I want to say right now, you guys, we should be at 50K. Let me see. We're 1 hour, so yeah, we actually should be like at 60K. So if everyone can tap, 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 you're welcome, Chad. Everyone can tap, tap, tap. And let's get the likes up. Chad, if you have a moment, definitely request up. I know you be listening at work sometimes. But yeah, thanks for the gifts. You guys, I appreciate that you're standing on business. The panel, you guys have been giving some very interesting takes. But I will say this, because I have to stand on business also. It seems like the direction of the conversation has gone to marriage and Christianity. And that is such a beautiful thing. The only thing about it is it sounds so deceitful, because usually when we're having these type of conversations, if it's not about the women not giving up smecks, we usually hear the men say they don't believe in marriage. And then I hear a lot of BOK men say they don't believe in the white T man's license. Also, some of them will use the Bible to, I would say, manipulate women's choices, but they don't live by the Bible themselves. So I see that a lot just from streaming. People give their different takes. 1 minute they'll be the guy that's promoting sleeping around, but then when a woman says anything about having their liberation with smecks, they would say, oh, you're going to go to hell, you're 304. So it's like, it's funny that now we have everyone acting on, well, let me not say acting. It comes off performative that all of a sudden everything's about marriage and family, but I don't usually hear that. But because the topic is not giving up smecks, for women to stop giving up smecks, now we having more unity within the conversation. So I find that very interesting. I'm gonna let somebody else up, so definitely send your request up. But we'll start open panel when the new guests come up. You guys, I will get them in. But let's start open panel with with Ahmed. Ahmed, you
Hey,
can chime in.
well, you see how it turned towards Christianity and I think certain things, because this is what life is about. If you don't know the truth, you'll never have a life. You may think you're living a life, you may think things are good, but when you stop breathing, you don't know where your soul is going to go. So God is designed to where It's designed to where God is the head.
It's like you're on a walkie-talkie. Are you like muting and unmuting?
Yes, I am. As you can hear, I'm a father over here.
Okay, you want me to come
Um,
back to you?
I'm good. I'm good. My son's about to go upstairs.
Okay, go ahead.
Fact of the matter is, people just don't know what life is about. Life is about Christ.
It
The
did
man's
punch.
supposed
It
to.
put the baby on the phone, man. It did punch. It put the baby on the phone.
Nah, he good. He good. But yeah. So it's about Christ. That's why everything was created through Christ and for Christ. That's why when this wrath get poured out, you're gonna wish you knew Christ. So when you don't believe in and you believe in what you want to believe in, this is why, God is God. If you don't know God, you can shape whatever God you want to shape, but God doesn't change. So I'm sorry, it's became a God panel. That's what God does. He shifts the room.
Hey, man, and you land first. Let me before I say
Yeah,
something.
I landed. Yeah.
Well, hold
All
on,
right, and
Demarcus. We're gonna get Chad in. Chad just came up. Chad, if you could read out the first one and answer it, and then you can start us on open panel. But before you do that, Nate, you're on Coffee Cup. You're gonna get dropped. You can't be on Coffee Cup more than a couple minutes. So if you're still in the conversation, please don't be on Coffee Cup. Chad, welcome up.
What's up? All right, so it says women should say no to men and the world will be a better place. Um, yes and no, because what will happen is the positives that come from that, yeah, women will, you know, because most of the time when a woman loses her life force for any reason or loses herself and all this other stuff is because she invited a man into her life. You know what I'm saying? That's just usually she went crazy over the wrong man. She trusted the wrong man, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And so many things can happen because of that. How many people are here because of two people who should have never been parents in the first place? You know, and they wonder why they have a dysfunctional life. So yeah, those are going to be. There are several positives that come from that, but the thing about that is it's just unrealistic and unreasonable. I mean, it's unrealistic because just like when people say, oh well, women should go create a women only society and women only neighborhood and blah blah. That's unrealistic because it does not matter what women do or where you go, the men will find you, and women will because men need women. They don't need that particular woman, but men need women, so they will find you, and no matter what you do, you can say no, but we know that a woman saying no doesn't stop the smacks from happening because there's a term for that. That's just what's going to go up because men need women. They don't need a particular. They don't need her, but they need women. So it's never. Women don't have especially in a patriarchal society, like women just do not have the ability to create change without men being able to undo it. Men have to change for the better because that's the only way that every tactic that a woman can create and come up with as far as trying to solve the social issues can be undone by a man, can be undone by men as a collective. Men lead government. Most of the federal judges in the country are men. Men are physically stronger than women, so they can overpower it. I tell people all the time, a woman cannot keep a man from nothing that he wants. A woman cannot even keep a man from her own body if he wants it bad enough. There's cases all over the country for that. So yes, positive things could come with it, but again, nothing that could not be destroyed by men in general. And then as far as like the religion stuff like that doesn't even need to be a part of the conversation because simply put, religion is just geography. You believe what you believe as strongly as you believe because you're black and you're born here. But if you was born in China, you'd be a Buddhist. If you was born in India, you'd be a Hindu. If you was born in Afghanistan, you'll be a flight attendant. You just do whatever you believe the story based on wherever your mama laid down and popped you out at. None of them are. It is not. The only fact is that you don't know. So to say that you know and all these things is just You cannot base something that is actual factual on just the story that you chose to believe, and that's when you lose credibility with your audience. And I'll land there.
And I
Wow.
want to
Chad,
counter that.
Hold on. I'm gonna
Chad
let
is correct.
hold on. I'm gonna let y'all respond. Give me 1 second. Chad, that was definitely groundbreaking. I want to say this, and then I'm gonna let Child Free go. We're gonna do a little bit open panel, and then Loner, it'll be on you. But I was thinking that in the back of my head, I didn't want to say it. I wanted people on the panel to have freedom of speech. So I wanted to say that if we were to even boycott D, do you think that the grape will go up and the coercion would go up? And Chat mentioned, the force would have start to happen. Child Free, it's on you. We're going to do a little bit of open panel. Loner, I'll be with you in a moment, but please don't stay on coffee cup too long. Go ahead, Child.
Chad is correct when he made the statement about even if women left and created their own society in, I don't know, the Blue Ridge Mountains somewhere. He's correct that men would come in and or attempt to come in and tear it down. But what he's missing is, and where we diverge is, he's right, men are stronger, but they're not stronger than a pew pew. They're not stronger than a collective of women who are willing, ready, and able to protect themselves. And I think there's been a massive underestimation of women's power when we come together collectively. When a woman has made the decision, you know what? Just as determined as that man may be to try and pull her down mentally, emotionally, and of course, physically, if she's made the determination, just as determined as he is, I'm going to make sure I'm going to protect myself and do whatever I have to do to take this man out and not lose a wink of sleep. And that really needs to be the attitude, especially with where we are right now in this country. That needs to be the attitude of the collective of women. That's the first thing. The second thing I'll say is this. We need more women to understand, if you're taking your dating advice or any sort of guidance on relationships or marriage from a male who was under a patriarchal system, which was designed by men and for men to benefit them and not us. If you're a woman who is taking the bulk, and I mean the sky god as well, because he's a cop carrier. That is a male. If you're operating under the delusion of a male god over you as a goddess, you are already in error as a woman and you've already lost the battle. I'll land. Thank you, host.
So
I was just gonna say on the pew pew
Let's
thing.
let Chad respond, and then Chad, Demarcus, just send a cash out because you keep wanting to do questions. But Chad, go ahead.
I was gonna say on the pew pew thing, yes, that is definitely going to help women, but we have to remember men can also have those same pew pews. So if we're to take a group of women with pew pews and men with pew pews, artillery the same, but they're still going to, women are still going to be at that disadvantage.
Okay, so let's introduce the new guest, and we'll expound more about this on open panel. Loner, welcome up. If you could read out the first one and answer it, and welcome to respond to anything after her is open panel.
Okay, thank you. Women should say no to the dingling and the world would be a better place. Unfortunately, I agree with Chad here. Men want control. So even when they do say no, there's things like coercion, SA, grape. They will stalk you. They will hunt you down, right? Because men are taught to pursue women at all costs. So, I'm not sure if the world would be a better place because men think that they are the leaders, even though we know inherently they are not the leaders. But they think they're the leaders, so they look for control. And if they don't have control over women, they deem themselves less fortunate, right? They deem themselves lames. They deem themselves as undesirable. Everything that men do revolves around women, and that's unfortunate too. I do want to speak to Chad's point, right? Because I think men, due to the patriarchy, due to misogyny, men underestimate women, and that's the problem. But I think that women can use that to their advantage, right? Because men think that we are the weaker vessel. Men think that they are stronger, they are bigger, they are larger, they are smarter, right? And that's all inherently a lie. You could be bigger, stronger, but that doesn't mean you're intellectually smarter. Women, if women would get into their power, like Child Free said, I think women would dominate men. If women were able to manipulate men and control men just by the punani, because we can, we literally can, right? Because everything men do surrounds a woman. If he goes to work, he wants to work to get money to obtain women, right? If he has children, he will parade those children around to get women. Whatever he does, even fathers teach their sons and raise their sons to provide and protect women, even though they're not necessarily providing or protecting, but they are taught to control women, whatever you have to do to get a woman. So I think if women understood how to manipulate and play the game just as well as men, because men have been playing women for centuries, for years, but also women, if we were to wake up and start manipulating men, right, and closing our legs and not giving out the box, right, and saying, you know what, we're going to take our power back, and you need to do X, Y, Z to even look at us. Right? I think women should start becoming selfish. Start using that man for his money. Start using men to gain or to benefit. If you're not benefiting from a man, you're losing. Respectfully, right? If you have a man in your household and he's not paying any bills, he's not cooking, cleaning, he's not doing anything, you are losing. And I'm sorry to say it, but a woman should be using a man, not the other way around. A man shouldn't even think of to be able to use you, right? You should be seeing what you can get from that man, what you can benefit from him without even opening your legs. And if you can benefit and gain whatever you can without even opening your legs, I think you're winning.
Panel's open. That was groundbreaking.
I just threw up
I
in my mouth.
I understand the point of everything that was said, and it makes sense. But see, this is the thing about things that make sense. Women are very methodical in their approach. That's why I say women are more logical and men are more emotional, because that makes total sense. But it's not, men are not going to follow these rules that make sense. At the end of the day, a man who feels certain, he's still going to use his strength to get power. The lowest man on the earth that has nothing will resort to physical strength to get his power. And trust me, you have never felt how hard a man can hit. A lot of women don't understand how strong a man really is. And the last thing you want to do is put women as a collective in a position to where they are being challenged with the man's lowest common denominator. Like, if all he has is his physical to gain dominance of the situation, that is a terrible place for a woman to be in. One hit from a man can unalive you with his bare hands, y'all. That's so all the things that make sense.
Say that again.
A man can unalive you.
Why
with just
are
his
you getting
bare.
so happy with that? And please wait, Lord Mercy.
It's not a scare tactic. It's literally the truth, and it's just a part of reality. The whole reason why patriarchy exists in the first place is because men had the power to enforce it. If men did not have the power to enforce it from the very beginning of time, it would not have existed. None of the systems that we live under would have existed if men didn't have the power to enforce these systems. So, I just don't want it to seem like women need to prepare for a physical battle and all. Women are smarter. I will tell you, women are smarter than men. But unfortunately, that man who is not smart, that man who feels whatever he feels, who feels low, he's always going to resort to his physical strength to regain dominance of any situation. That's just that.
Loner, one second. New guest, I'm gonna be with you in a moment. Maz, thank you for dropping mod announcements. Everyone on the panel, if you could share the live out, that'll be great. Loner, if you could mute your mic. You have an echo when I'm talking. I'm gonna let you go first. Um, but yeah, so this is what I wanted to say. It seems as though women would just need allies. It doesn't mean that women cannot boycott D. Maybe we would need men that agree with our cause to be allies. Whether
Absolutely.
but Loner, go ahead, and then I'm gonna go to the new guest.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? It seems like they idolize this, right? Oh, well, man can just punch you out in one hit, and that's the truth of it. He's stronger than a woman. Instead of saying men need to stop hitting women, instead of saying, you know what, if I see you hitting a woman, I'm going to beat on you. If I see you
That's
hitting
not
on your wife, hold
reality.
on. Can I please finish, sir? Because I'm not even speaking to you. I really, at this point, I see where you're going. So my point is, whatever is reality or not, right? If we raise our sons and say, no, you should not be hitting a woman, period, point blank, right? And if we do see you hit a woman, we're going to lay you down, period, point blank. Then trust and believe, brothers, uncles, men in general would be cautious and discerning on who to hit and who not to hit. But they don't care because we see that men are not stepping up to the plate and saying, you know what, you shouldn't be putting your hands on her. Instead, they're saying, well, you know what, you just need to be cautious. They're putting all the onus on the woman. Well, that woman needs to be cautious. Well, that woman, oh well, she said the wrong thing to that man, and that man just decided to go berserk and hit her. No, we're seeing every day that men are uncontrollable. We're seeing every day that men lack self-discipline, but they put the onus on the woman to have self-discipline. You know what I say? Women, strap up, get that strap, and forget these men. Forget what these men are talking about. As soon as you see him going to lay a hand on you, your mother, your sister, pew that man with no questions asked. You see the men are not doing it. You see the men are scared. They're tucking in their coattails. They're tucking in their boots. They're shivering, talking about, well, stop talking to that man like that. Well, you can't dominate a man. Well, you know, what can we do? The reality of it is that men are just going to be hitting on women. No, I trust and believe you gonna pick that woman to hit on, because the women, the real women, we're not with that. We are going to unalive you right where you stand, and there will be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We will be calling our fathers. We will be calling our uncles. We will be calling our brothers. A lot of you men are whack. Y'all are lames. Y'all are pussy. For real, for real. We jump you at the train station. For real, y'all are getting bent over by the next man. For real, let's be clear. A lot of y'all are DL. A lot of y'all are power bottom. For real, let's really clock that. Y'all ain't all about what y'all claim. Y'all ain't all gangster, because as soon as a man confront y'all waver. Y'all quick to drop on y'all knees. Y'all quick to bow down. But when it comes to a woman, y'all have so much smoke, so much animosity. Well, let me put this smoke and metal to your chest and see how much smoke you have then. Man, pipe down with all that bullshit. Some of us come from the ghetto. Some of us come from the hood. And we ain't about all that bullshit y'all talking about, oh, well, a man can hit you. Well, this man can be put down too. This man can be put to sleep too. You bleed the same too.
Wow. Interesting.
Okay, let me give a disclaimer. And then we're gonna go to the new guest. And I just want to throw this out there. And I'm just randomly throwing this out there because I don't want to offend any community. So the thing is, there's men in the rainbow. Well, rainbow might offend some. I just don't want to spark up certain algorithms. So it's like I'm not going to just say certain words. And sometimes TikTok captures that word and thinks that it's going against. So I'm just going to say rainbow. Um, so I want to keep in mind that some men from the rainbow community, they will probably be our allies. And just because you're part of that community don't make you weak, but I understand what Loner was saying. It's more so um, some of these men can't stand up to other men. That's more so where she was going. But there's a lot of men that are of that community that, some of these men couldn't even F with. So I just want to throw that disclaimer out there. Let me go to LWD. Go ahead and can I get your age, race, and pronouns?
31, black, he, him.
Okay, if you could read out the first one and answer it, and then you could respond to anyone on the panel.
Women should say no to that, and the world would be a better place.
I'm sorry, if you could read it out and answer it. Are you able to read it out and answer it?
I just read it. All right, women should say no to that. I don't know the right TikTok term.
You can say eggplant or D. Everyone knows.
Okay. Yeah. It keep getting updated. I'm trying to be safe.
Okay.
And the world would be a better place.
What's your thoughts?
I agree. But I came in when Chad was speaking on. All right, one thing men got to understand that physical force and strength is not as powerful as it was back then. So thinking you about to force it out physically, them days are long gone. Because as Lona was saying, somebody gonna protect it. Somebody like it. The people with money, the men with money nowadays, got to that money and they created this system because they weren't the most physical, strongest of men back then. So they would definitely be allies and protect women. That's why I was saying women have more allies than they believe. So thinking if they were to do that and say no to it, you could just take it from them. That's not gonna work. They getting money now. Everybody getting money now. We getting kind of equal because physical strength. If you're not playing a sport, it's nothing now. You're going to jail.
Okay, so your whole point is that women may be able to protect themselves because they have access to money to buy certain defense.
They will be protect themselves and be protected.
So you're saying that we can protect
Well,
ourselves.
come on, catch up for questions. I got it.
They can also protect themselves because they have the access to money and guns. Is that safe to say on TikTok?
Just say pew pew.
Pew-pews. Pew-pew. Yeah, they have the same access. They are able to be just as strong as, if not stronger than the average man today. So there's no taking it from them.
But if that was the case, then great numbers wouldn't be where they are. DV numbers wouldn't be where they are. Femicide rate wouldn't be what it is. We're not talking about the average high functioning male. We're talking about the man of the lowest common denominator of the male species. All of these things that make sense do not matter to that man.
And even with those numbers, those are devious men. They put them in certain rooms with them alone.
That's what I'm saying.
To take advantage of them.
That's what I'm saying. The men who commit those crimes already are not. We're not talking. It's like
ain't nobody know about that.
These things are not. These things don't apply to the average, normal, commonsensical man. We're talking about the lowest common denominator man.
I disagree.
And no, absolutely. Because the thing is, women can have pew-pews, but like I said, a man can have pew-pews too. That lowest common denominator man, and I don't think a lot of people are familiar with or know what I'm talking about. He don't care about none of this stuff that makes logical sense. He's going to do what he feels. He lives his life through his animalistic urges, and that's it. He don't move with these methodical things. And then also, when it comes to like, oh, the men are men ain't taking accountability. Men aren't checking other men and all that other stuff. That's not it. I mean, yes, that does exist, but somebody saying be cautious, this is just the reality, is not somebody not. It does not mean that they're not checking the men. What that means is men have to abide by a certain standard of protocols when it comes to interacting with other men. Men have to do it, but for whatever reason, women don't understand that it's like, because women don't have to do it all the time. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to a man. That's a luxury that women have. Men can't do that. A woman can hit a man, and just because she mad at him or he was cheating or whatever, and she just can do that, and she expects that he's not going to hit her back. But if a man hits another man, he is prepared to defend his life. He must be prepared to defend his life if he makes a choice to hit another man. So saying certain things is not, it's literally just telling y'all the rules that we abide by as men in interacting with these motherfuckers. It's not telling you to do anything different, but there are ways that y'all interact that are specific to y'all. Does bad things happen to women? Absolutely. But women also, because men need women have a lot of freedoms when it comes to the way that they interact with men that men don't have. You can walk up to a man at the bar, drink his drink, and walk off, and it's nothing. The man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you
answered
can
your
do,
question. You just
you
said
can
we
do
need
certain
women.
things.
Oh my
Men do
god.
need women. That's just a fact.
The
Like, let's
man you were
not.
talking about that would strong arm a woman to get their rocks off,
Wait,
they're at the
He
bottom
needed
for a
that woman
reason.
to do that.
They're
One
That's why
broke
he
for
did
a
it.
reason.
One second, because I gotta
He
get
needed that
in the
woman.
new guest. But I was gonna let Loner respond because she kept saying she disagreed, and then I'm going to new guest.
Yeah, I completely disagree. He said that the average man is not out here essaying and raping women. But it's crazy because 1 in 3 girls are touched by the time they turn 15. 1 in 3. So let's not stop saying it's not the average man, because it was the pastors in the church that were touching on the little girls. It was the fathers in the home that was touching on their daughters. It was the uncles touching on their nieces and nephews. So
Same as
stop
baby
saying it's
fathers.
not the
That's
average.
one man,
No, hold
multiple
on.
women.
Stop
That's one
saying
man,
it's
multiple
not.
women.
Stop saying it's
Not
not
the
the
average man.
average man. Stop saying
It's
it's
not
not the
everyone.
average man, because it is the average man.
Nobody
We're
said it wasn't
saying
the
that
average man.
pastors, even the
I said it's the
pastors in
lowest
the
common
churches,
denominator
are
of
touching
man.
on these children.
I
See,
said
I
it's
let
the
y'all
lowest
speak.
common
See, y'all
denominator.
see how I let y'all speak, but y'all don't want to let me speak because y'all triggered. That shit triggers y'all. It's something about it when I say the average man does this. It triggers the average man. It's very confusing.
Ladies,
But yeah,
Delusional.
I totally disagree, right? Because they keep saying, "Oh no, it's the barrel bottom men." No, it's the top tier men. It's the men in the White House.
that
Donald
doesn't
J.
mean that they're
Trump
not bare
himself.
bottoms,
Chad, why are you interrupting me
because
when
you're
I let you
purposely
speak? I did
misstating the
not
things that I said.
interrupt you. And
You're
this is when
twisting
I
everything
become
that I said. I never did any of
disrespectful.
that.
So if I disrespect you, please don't complain about it, because you're being disrespectful. All I said was I disagree with you because you said it's the bottom tier men. And I said, no, it's all men. It's the average men. Shit, I may say it's including you since you're so triggered about it. Because any man
She's an
knows
actor.
if they're not essaying or touching on a woman, then you have nothing to say. You shouldn't be saying shit because that's not you, right? So, sir, take a seat because I'm not talking about you. Or if I am, then a hit dog will always holler and you could bark. You could
Holy
bark.
shit.
Everybody knows that makes no sense. But
No, it does. Hold up. So are you
that
saying
makes no
the
sense.
pastors are not the ones
Cash
touching
out
these
for
little
questions.
No,
children?
that's not what I was
No,
referring to.
Loner,
I was referring
Loner,
to
you
just the
guys,
last
hold
sentence.
on.
Just the
It's
last
cash
sentence you
up for
said.
question. Chat, I'm gonna let you respond, but new guests, just be patient. I'm gonna be with you. I'm gonna let you respond, but you guys have to do cash app for questions. Cash app to answer questions also. So if you decide to answer it, even though that person didn't cash app, then you just go ahead and send it. It's only $5. Thank you guys. Chad, you could go ahead and respond.
When I said the lowest common, and it's, and this is the thing. The things that are being stated in response to the things that I said are purpose. I'm not sure if it's purposely, but they're not they're being twisted. I said the lowest common denominator of man. That does not mean that man is broke. The lowest common denominator of man is the lowest common denominator of man has nothing to do with his economic situation. He can be a pastor, he can be an executive, he is still the lowest common denominator of man. That is what I said. Take what I said, not how you interpret what I said. The lowest common denominator of man. Anybody who imposes his will on another person just because of his physical strength is the lowest common denominator of man. That is how I would use that specifically to relate to how it adjusts in this conversation, because it has nothing to do with the poor man. We know that economically sound and stable men commit SA. We know that. We know that educationally attained, that men who have attained education commit. We know this. That does not exempt him from being the lowest common denominator of man. That is why I specifically said that. So again, the things that are being, I only interrupt because when somebody takes what you're saying and twist it right in front of your face, and there's no reason, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not it. And we are going down a road that had nothing to do with, I'm literally saying, use common sense. Like, men know that we have to move in a certain manner when it comes to engaging with other men. Men respect other men because we know the consequences of disrespect. Women do not know those consequences as much, even though there's violence against women, even all of these things. But some of the things that a woman says to a man would never say. Never. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we have to, so when somebody is just saying, hey, when interacting with men, this is what we have to do as men. We have to, it's not chastising you or telling you that you have to be, we're just saying this is the way you interact with this social group. That's all. It's literally just mitigation. Like, if I don't want to get pulled over, I'm probably not, if I want to reduce my risk of being pulled over by the police, I'm probably not going to go get a charger on 24s. And I'm probably not going to do that. Does that say that I can't go get a charger on 24s? No. But I'm just going to reduce my chances. That's all that it is. Nobody's telling you can't do what you want to do and all this other stuff like that. Nobody's saying that. But it's the fact that somebody can be triggered by somebody just telling them the facts. That men are just physically stronger than women, because that is just the truth. And when you're interacting with somebody who is physically stronger than you, physically, and they will, and you can use your mouth and you can use all these things to outsmart them, when that man who's the lowest common denominator of man, that has nothing to do with his economic or educational background, when that man feels like his back against the wall, that lowest common denominator of man will resort to physical, to gain dominance. He will. That's just who that person is. So to mitigate your risk when dealing with people like that, this is how you should do that. Nobody is like y'all going down this road of somebody's like it's none of that. We have to do it.
Can I interject? Poetic?
Actually, I said I was gonna go to the new guest, but when it's open panel, definitely.
All right, just let me know. But okay.
Whenever I say open panel, go ahead and get in, Malix. Stefan, you could go ahead and read out the first question and answer it.
How y'all doing? Hey, look, I was getting ready to say a little bit
Can I
earlier.
get your age, race, and pronouns, and can you read out the first one and answer it?
Yeah, I'm Steve Copeland from Baltimore, Maryland, and I'm 63.
Okay.
The conversation is really interesting, being an older guy. And Lorna, I just want to say I love you and thank you. I'm starting to see stuff poetic that I never paid a lot of attention to. When it comes to the women and how they see things and what's happening. And I have 4 daughters. My oldest is 36. But I'm starting to see some stuff that I never really paid attention to, and it's probably because I'm older now, but women should say no to, and I'm going to say, add to the smacks, right? The world would be a better place. I think if a woman would say no more, that shows she values herself. you know, because anytime I sleep with a woman, that's a special place for me. And anytime you are with me, that's an honor. That's the way I look at it, because you're letting me go into that special place, that private place, you know. So that's how I look at it. But I'm not perfect by far, y'all. Please don't get me wrong. Now, on that second one, men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. Now, mind you, I've been married twice, Poetic. I haven't been in a relationship for the last 6 years. And be honest with you, I would love to get married again. I just don't want to let just anybody in my life. You get me? I want somebody who's more like myself. I'm a real strong, will-minded man. You know, egotistic, whatever. I'm just saying I'm a loving, caring, kind, considerate dude. I need somebody that can help build me on them times where I'm spiritually weak. You know what I mean? So as you get older, you know what you want and you know what you value in life. So yes, I'm not shacking up, brothers. I'm not gonna be with her just to be no boyfriend, girlfriend thing. If I get with her, we date, and if I feel like she's worth me spending the rest of my life with, hey baby, let's get married. You know, and I'm just saying that because I played all those games that I'm hearing, you know, and now that I'm older, it's like, heck no, you know, and women should stop wait a minute, believing that fairy tale that men are getting
Just
worse.
the first two is fine, because I haven't even let anybody answer the second one. But
Okay,
1 second. I was just going to introduce the second one so that everyone can chime in on both. So
okay.
stay there.
All right, and Poetic, I think me and you been on some panels together because I be seeing you and I just finally dropped in. But I think we have been on some panels together, right? And look, family, because I'm gonna get ready to drop down. I gotta drop. Cause I'm hearing some stuff from y'all, and I'm looking at my four daughters, Lona and Malik. If I Malachi, if I mess your name up, please forgive me.
Alex.
Okay, thank you. I got my youngest is 24, and my oldest is 36. And I don't hear them talk like this. And I can only imagine they do. Cause I'm listening to y'all and I'm like, oh my God. So y'all are really opening up my heart and my mind to see some of the stuff that you know y'all go through. And I am going to mute with this. I have a housing program, Lona, and most of the women that I deal with women and children. And my goal is to help the women to get back on their feet because the guys are not in the house. So it's to help them to be more independent where they can take care of their families. So I just want to say this to you. Even though I've done some cutball stuff in my life, everybody ain't bad, baby. We do some stuff and you learn from it. And then you learn to become a better man in life. So now I'm real careful, y'all, with who I let in my life now. So I hear what y'all are saying, and y'all scaring the shit out of me. But look, I hear what y'all saying, man. But in relationships and dealing with other people like that, oh my God. So I'm gonna go ahead and
Well,
mute up so y'all,
Stephen,
huh?
let me say this. I'm glad you do that program, and thanks for sharing. But let me say this. It's not about what's just being said on the panel. It's about what's going on in the world. If you
Right.
just stroll through TikTok, or if you just go look up the latest articles or news, or just pay attention to what's going on in even your community, you're going to see that these issues are definitely happening that is being spoken on the panel. This is not something that's isolated on the panel. And I think when we do that and make it sound like it's an isolated situation, we bring more harm because we make it seem like it's not as valid and it's just happening to a subset of people, but everyone is being affected by these different things that are going on in the world. So, for instance, if you just look at the femicide rate, if you look at the SA rate on children, if you look at the divorce rate, if you just look at these things, you realize this is not just a separate thing that happened to scroll on Poetics Live, okay? And especially me, because I'm a new content creator fairly. I haven't even hit a year yet. So there is even bigger platforms discussing this with hundreds and hundreds of people. This is a real issue. Let's
Right.
not make it seem like it's an isolated situation and just Loner had a bad day.
And see, this is what just listening to I'm gonna say to women, just listening to y'all, and I talk with a lot of women, but y'all just opening up my mind to help me see a lot of the stuff that they go through. Now, what I do with my housing program, you have to sign up for the mental health program because I know a lot of women, all right, is being abused. I'm sorry, I got to watch my words,
You could say
poetic.
AB.
Yeah, thank you. And I do a talk show, poetic. I have a show I call the Couch Conversation Show. And everything Lona talks about, I talk about on that show. And I didn't merge my TikTok into my regular broadcast stream because they restricts us so much. So a lot of stuff Lona just talked about, I talk about that Lona. Stuff that goes on in the house and, stuff like that with the uncles, with the pastors. And I started a teen talk show too, Lona, so that to give them a voice. So that's why when I was listening to her, I was like, wow, because
Well, hold
I
on. Let
come
me
from,
say this. I don't
come on.
do advertising unless you Cash App and support my
Oh, I
platform.
wanted to send you
But
something. I
yeah,
apologize.
the Cash App is in the comments and on the prompt. But I was
Okay.
gonna, yeah, definitely send something. But I was gonna say this. You say you've been married twice and you don't
Yeah.
mind getting married again.
Yeah.
What age group are you open to dating?
Well, at least around about 50. At least 50 something poetic because well, I haven't yet actually. My first wife was 5 years younger than me. But I gotta watch what I say because people get offended. I'm all right with what I say.
Well,
I
thank
don't
you, Chad.
I don't date women my age, right? And the age group this time is to date somebody closer to my age. You get me? When it comes to that, because I need somebody to better understand me as an older gentleman. So I'm sorry, I'm saying date and then to get married again if it happens. She definitely has to be closer to my age now, because I'm a little bit older. My second wife, she's 15 years younger than me. So, and we've been knowing each other for a little over 26 years now. And, I just want to say this, Queens, even though my marriages didn't work, they were some strong, or not was, but are some strong, powerful women. And I'm a strong, powerful man, but when they ran off at their mouth, Lona, I shut the hell up. Whenever they said something poetic, I humbled myself because I know it takes two to go through certain,
If you don't
changes.
mind, I'm about to go to Tony next. Tony,
Come on.
I'm about to come to you, but if you don't mind, why didn't the two marriages work?
Well, the first one, to be honest, keep it plain and simple. I loved her poetic, but I realized I wasn't in love with her. And she set me free. She set me free. She told me I can go ahead and move on because I started running, as far as the streets and stuff. And she
When you
told me,
say
she
you
said,
start running, you mean like you start cheating?
right, right. And she told me, she said, Steve, I understand you love me, but you're just not in love with me. And she set me free. She set me free.
What
And when
about
she
the
said
second one? I'm sorry
the
that
second,
happened. What about the second one?
the second one now, I get touchy with this poetic. I love her and I'm still in love with her. I didn't understand the difference between the two, but it just didn't work because of some personal issues. I was in an abusive marriage where when I hear women talking about men ain't this, men, blah, 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 that bothers me because I wanted to show her that all men aren't bad men. But then it was an abusive marriage, and I went to therapy, and he was the one that helped me understand that I was being abused. I didn't know men could get abused, poetic. I did
Well,
not
you
know it.
you realized you was being abused in the second marriage?
Well, yeah, well, it was basically verbally, mentally, emotionally. Now I'm 6'1". I'm 6'1", poetic. By the time she finished with my ass, I was like 5'1". I say that right and people laugh because it's like she took everything out me, but it just didn't work. She's a beautiful person, don't get it wrong, but it was just some issues that she had to deal with because I tried poetic. And that's why when I hear people talk about fixing their mates and stuff like that, you cannot do it. You cannot do it. Don't try to change or fix nobody. If you're gonna love them, accept them for who they is. But sometimes certain things, in order to have peace in your life, you have to walk away. And that was to walk away poetic. Because my goal this time was my
You cutting in
second
and out
marriage.
now. Stephen, go ahead and fix your
Oh, okay.
Wi-Fi. I'm gonna come back to you. Just hold your spot. I'm gonna come back to you. Tony, if you could give me your age, race, and pronouns, and then read out the first one and answer it.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for having me up. Um, my age is 49. Race is BLK. Um, women should say no to the D, and the world will be a better place. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Um, I think women have to
Expound.
preserve their value. And, and I think that when they don't when they're women have sexual value, and I think that the more that they allow it, the more that they I don't know, trash it, um it just has less value. And I think everything becomes harder the more that they go off into the sexual direction instead of the marriage direction. But I wanted to comment on something else that earlier that the young lady was saying about women being abused. You know, and I'm not so much addressing the sexual violations between incest, intrafamily sexual
Well, we
stuff.
don't want to
I'm
say
more so,
that. Yeah.
okay, what we don't want to say what? I'm sorry.
The I word. Just say
Okay,
interfamily relations.
okay. Yeah, well, I'll say that. I get TikTok friendly language. Um, but I want to address because I've seen so much of this in the BOK community. There are women who never ever have certain types of conflicts with men ever. And it has a lot to do with how they carry themselves. And men are the first to run and protect these types of women. Okay. And then there's another a class of women, another group, and they are loud, they're confrontational, they're abusive, and they don't even take advice from men. Some of the stuff that men tell them is to protect them. And men know that when they get into these conflicts with other men, a lot of times that they initiate, the only thing that's holding that man back is the presence of men. So it's crazy to think that men are not just men's presence around that abusive, out of control woman is protecting her. The problem is that she wants men to protect every wrong, every abusive, every degenerate action, every degrading thing that she says, even though the men who are her protectors don't agree with that. So a lot of times these men step back and say, you know what? Um, I am not going to step into a conflict when I think that you're completely wrong. When you take no advice from me, when you decide that you're going to do just as you please and you're just going to get out here and act like you can handle it all by yourself, then you handle it. You handle it. Okay? Because men do protect women. But the thing about it is that, like I said, there's a certain group of women, and we've all seen them. Um, they will get you unalived because what they want is they want protection for every wrong, degenerate act that they do. And if they don't get it, they want to say that they're not being protected. I've even seen some of these women in other countries, and that behavior gets them in a lot more trouble than it does in liberal America, which is really a country that champions women. When you go other places, you find out they don't tolerate none of that nonsense. Okay, but I want to say that because um, we need to address that as a community as well. because we're not going to get anywhere by acting like men are supposed to protect every degenerate woman. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. You're going to be out there fighting your own battles more and more, okay? Because most people are not willing to step into a conflict just to absorb the consequences for you. When your position is, you don't tell me nothing, you ain't my daddy, I'm grown, blah, 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 blah. I can do just as I please. Well, go ahead and do it. But the consequences are going to be yours too, all of them. And that's what you see today. You see a lot of men stepping back and saying, I do protect women. I protect finite. I protect modesty. I protect decency. I protect, I protect the right type of woman. But I'm not going to be out there protecting some woman who will got in some guy's face and slap the crap out of him, told off everybody in the bar, use all type of profane language. She's toe to toe with a man like she's going to knock him out. Okay, and other guys, you got men every step of the way said, "Hey, chill, just take a, step back. You won't let it go." That's fine. Go toe to toe. I'm out.
Well, hold on,
And
Tony.
that's what I want to
Tony, you
address. I
can.
wanted to just come up here and just say that. Yes,
Okay, Tony. Be here for the conversation. We're gonna go to open panel soon.
I will.
Cap and
Okay.
my Messy. Give me a moment. I'm gonna be with y'all in a moment. The people that were already here, if you want to respond to anything that was said, go ahead. Panel's open.
I'll go after Malik's because I knew she wanted to go.
I wanted to respond to what he said, though. Is
Yeah,
that okay?
I was waiting though, if that's okay.
Yes, I just said, just give me a moment. I'm gonna be with you. The people that were already here, let's let them get in for a moment.
Okay. So, Chad, you saying that, we still would, a man, your guys' strength, this and that, we still have the ability to protect ourselves, regardless of your strength, right? And it's not always a woman going bat to bat with a man like you and Tony are saying on the panel. No, many times, the man's the perpetrator. Many times he's doing something to her and she has to come to her own defense, right? Which many women can. Trust and believe that. Tony, with you. So, hold on. So you said, what did you say? It's train of thought.
Let's keep notes or something, you guys.
Yeah, I needed to keep this. I was waiting for Chad. Tony, can you unmute, please?
Well, we can't do questions.
Yeah, want to know what I said?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
We got to cash out for questions, you guys. Tony said so much. He's gonna take up so much.
He said a lot, man. I was waiting for Chad, but I don't know.
Waiting for.
But if you want to respond to what I said, I don't know if you want to.
Oh, yeah, okay. To respond to you, absolutely. Well, of course, women can protect themselves. I said it before, but men also have pew-pews as well. Men also have access to pew-pews as well. So that is like a wash. You know what I'm saying? That the addition factor is a wash. It's when it and it's like nobody. It's like one point can be made, but then y'all are creating tributaries off of the point that had nothing to do with the point. I understand, of course, yeah, women can, all of that, yeah, but that's not what I said. I just said the fact is that men are physically stronger than women. So therefore, even if women said no to the peace, men would still be able to take that from them. Men have to be better. Women can say no. Women can go and say we're gonna separate ourselves from men and go live in the woods somewhere. Men will find you. Men will find you, and they will take you. So that is that is a fact. Y'all just don't like the way certain things sound, but that is just the cold fact of the situation. So therefore, being that no matter what a woman does, no matter what women as a collective do, men can destroy it. Men have to be better. That is what I said. So the world cannot be a better place with the expectation that women are going to be the ones to change it. Because no matter what women do, men can find you, men can destroy it, men can take everything that you have from you. That is just a fact. You can go get a
Okay.
pew pew, but men have access to pew pews too.
And
Y'all
of
just don't.
course,
Right.
right.
So that
But
is all I'm
not only
saying.
that, hold
Period.
on.
End of
Okay.
sentence.
Not only that, but also adding to Loner's point when she said, especially if you come together, right, collectively, there's of course you could easily go back to bat with one person, right, and defend yourself against one person, especially someone who's physically weaker than you. But if there's multiple people coming to the defense of one person or each other, then it's going to be more of a challenge. And there's
My
many
question
different
is,
ways women can defend themselves.
have you ever been hit by a man?
Well, catch up for questions.
Oh,
And
sorry.
I remember what
I'm sending.
Tony said. And
Have
I'm
you
gonna
ever been? Have you
yeah.
ever felt what it feels like for a man to hit you with his anger and rage behind? Do you know what that feels like? That's all I'm saying. Because until you know what that feels like, you will not be able to understand what I'm saying. Like, I don't think, and this is not nobody trying to make men sound so strong. This is just the fact. I don't think y'all know how strong men really are. Like a woman who's a victim of DB, that she has gone through like some traumatic, crazy stuff. Because most people don't know what it's like for a man to hit them with anger and rage behind that hit. That's all I'm saying. And it's like the things that y'all are saying, yeah, it sounds great, but that doesn't change the fact of the matter.
Chad, and it also doesn't change
We're
the
not the
fact of the
same.
matter that she can defend herself. And not only that, but
In the
you're
same
saying,
way,
hold
so
on,
can men.
Chad. And not only that, you're saying, oh, well, why, like kind of implying that, oh, why don't women defend them? Why don't they really do anything, right?
Listen,
When
I
some of
didn't
these
imply
in
anything.
reality, when some of these situations happen, they don't defend themselves, right?
I didn't imply anything. Never implied any of that.
Earlier when you were talking, you're saying in reality the opposite happens, and the man is easily able to do certain things physically and domestically in those situations. And it's like you said, reality is the opposite of what you're saying. And I'm telling you, some are compliant with stuff because out of fear, right? And yeah, because you guys are
Right.
stronger. I'm sure a male hit I'm sure it's really tough. Some are compliant out of fear, right?
That's my
Some
point.
don't defend themselves out of fear.
Nobody
Hold on,
questioned why
Chad.
women weren't defending themselves. This is what I'm saying.
But
Y'all are
okay,
not
but
listening
even
to the
in
things that are
that,
being said.
point being, many are compliant in many situations. Women are,
Never
right?
said they
Especially
weren't.
domestically.
Never said they weren't. All
Especially
I'm saying is speak to
domestically.
what I'm saying, not with what you're inferring and adding to it. You're creating these tributaries off of the original point. I just said what I said, and that was that. Like literally, the black and the white. That's all that I said. If I didn't say it, that's not what I meant.
If I can respond to both Tony and Chad's points.
1 second, you guys.
And I do want to respond to
Let's
Tony because
do a back and
I
forth.
remember
Okay.
what he said.
Okay.
So Tony,
Okay,
you
it's taking
saying
a little bit longer than I planned. So Malik, give me 1
you want me
second.
to get back? Okay, I'll let someone else
Let's let
respond.
the other people
Loner.
get in. Yeah, but just write it down or what have you, so that we can get the other people in. We could go back to open panel. And also, let me just do a mod announcement. You guys, we should be hitting at least 100K by now. We've been streaming for 2 hours. The conversation has been good, but let's make sure we are engaging and supporting the live. If you agree with a person, definitely support them on the panel. If you don't agree with them, you can still send a coin or something. Also, my live goal is sitting at 0, so please support the live goal so I can continue doing interesting lives like this. How I know you like it is if you're supporting the live goal. If you don't support the live goal, I feel like I'm wasting my time and y'all not even enjoying it. So let's go to My Messy. My Messy, if you could go ahead and answer the first question on the prompt and then respond to anyone on the panel, you can if you want.
Okay, poetic, because I did want to respond to Tony. First, I wanted to say for the first question, women should say no to the eggplant and the world would be a better place. I do think women need to stay abstinent until they are offered marriage. And I do think that would improve a lot of what's going on with our community. And then the other question says, men should not date women if they do not believe in marriage. Yeah, and the same thing, I believe that women need to investigate as soon as they hear men that are not interested in marriage or not interested in even a committed relationship at all. They should just go the other way. I do think there's too much overlooking that. Now, is it okay if I address Tony
Yeah, I'll
specifically?
allow it back and forth until we go to the new guest. If that person wants to respond, go ahead.
Okay, Tony, I want to say that most of us and most people with a clear average mind would say what you said was correct. You know, if somebody's acting all out of pocket, they're ratchet, they're put themselves in danger, it's no man that's going to step up, you know, or want to step up for that. But that's not what I think that we as Black Americans, as a women, as a collective, are saying that we are not protected against. I think we're not protected in other scenarios that are not straightforward like that. So examples would be recently the attack by, I don't know if I could say Charlie Kirk or CK, on specifically calling out BLK women in certain positions. You don't hear any protection coming from Black males on that. A lot of them actually agree with that. And then there's other instances, and you'll see them all over TikTok, where it was like a homeless Black woman. She was running around, and the security guard slapped her down, and no BLK man came to her defense. And it's not the specific instance of that. It is the thought by other cultures, races of men that BLK women perceive to be unprotected. That is what's making us vulnerable. It's not necessarily you going out and saying, I'm going to take my gun and or my pew pew and I'm going to do this and to protect. It's more so there's a perception that we're not protected because of the way that a certain segment, not all, of BLK men talk down and devalue and not step up for BLK women, even if it's on a verbal playing field. That's the problem we're having. That's what I wanted to say to him. And then another thing, just one last thing, okay? I've been saying overall, and it's more general than specific. Our community has a problem with fatherless households. There is not fathers in the household. That leaves the entire families, number one, physically vulnerable, and number two, without guidance, not even coming from the community. And that's the problem. It's not necessarily, yes, the mother in that house probably made a bad choice and they making bad choices, but you don't see the community of men that say they're good men stepping in and steering the right type of behavior. That's what we're missing. We're missing a whole defense line, not just something specific like a ratchet woman running around and getting somebody killed. I hope that makes sense.
You gotta say unalive. Let's watch our
I
language.
want to respond to that if I can. I want to
One
respond to that.
person in the chat.
Um,
Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second. You guys, we've been sitting in 80s for like, I would say about 30 minutes. I continue to say we're almost to 90K for a long time in the chat. So those who are tapping, we do appreciate you. But can other people start tapping so that we can get it to the light goal? The light goal is 100K right now. We're going to do a little bit of open panel because I know a lot of people have been unmuting their mic. So let's do a little bit of open panel and then new guests just hang out for a little bit. I'll be with you in a moment. I'm going to let I actually see a Cash App question. A Cash App sent. I'm thinking that's Chad.
No, I sent mine through
Okay, hold on.
the
Never mind.
gifts.
Let me check and see who this is. The Cash App question I'm going, oh, never mind. It was Stefan. Stefan, thank you for the Cash App. If you want to ask a question with that Cash App, definitely let me know. But appreciate all the support on Cash App and the gifts on TikTok. But let's go to Tony. And I know Loner wanted to chime in. So after that, it's open other than the new guest. So
okay, thank
Tony,
you.
Loner, and then open.
Thank you. I want to say this. You know, we have had like for I think the past 40 years, since really starting in the 70s, 80s, 90s, we have had a community that's really ran by BLK women. And when you look at the media of that time, the Oprah Winfrey's, the Sally Jessy Raphaels, even the Montel Williams, we have had nothing but the female voice being heard, the BOK female's voice being heard. It's so important that her voice being heard. We have not heard the voices of BOK men. We have not heard the voices of these great men who are fathers. We have not heard the voices of the protectors. What we have heard is the voices of BOK women. And now that we're starting to hear, because media, especially through social media, is opening up, we're starting to hear the voices of BOK men. And what we're getting, and we should not be getting, is backlash. I don't like what he said. I want to go back to the 80s and the 90s where I only heard the things that I approved of, which was the voice of the single mother BOK woman. We're departing from that. Because if you want the type of protection, if you want the type of leadership, these types of men are not quiet. And they should have never been quiet. They should have been speaking the whole time. So you're going to hear their voice. And what their voice is saying is, if you want my protection, if you want my leadership, fall in line. I'm not going to protect nonsense. I'm not going to protect abuse. I'm not going to step into a house where my leadership is not respected. I'm not going to make a decision and then my wife is the leading rebeller. She's leading the children against every decision that I make. I'm not going to do that. There's something else that needs to be done that we don't see in the BOK community. You see it in other communities. Other communities of women understand they need their men's protection. They need their men's leadership. The household needs a father, so they're going to fall in line. The BOK woman is wondering about talking about independence, how she doesn't need this and she doesn't need that, and yet she's out here being the biggest victim. BOK men are very capable of protecting, but protection comes with something. It comes with listening. It comes with following directions. It comes with submission to leadership. It comes with stuff. You can't just say, I'm going to get the goodies and then I'm on my own. It doesn't work like that. BOK men want to protect BOK women. But what they're saying is, hey, listen, there's some things that I want to say and I need you to listen. Don't dismiss me. Don't act like I have nothing to say. I'm going to give guidance, instruction, and protection through my wisdom and my leadership to you through my words. And I want you to listen. I want my children to listen. I know how to protect. Listen to what I have to say and stop undermining me. I'm going to land there.
Okay,
All right,
I want to
Oh,
respond
it's
to.
my turn. It's my turn.
No, I'll just keep waiting here patiently. It's all good.
So, anyways, let me say this. A true leader, a true provider, and a true protector does not need to tell his flock to get in line. Trust and believe
That
that,
right there.
right? A true leader is going to lead. He doesn't have to tell people, hey, follow me. No, because people are naturally going to follow him because they see that his leadership is efficient, right? They see that his leadership is good morality, good character, right? But sir, I could tell you're not a good leader because you have to tell your flock to get in line instead of them just getting in line naturally. So let me say this, right? Women, stop depending on these men to protect you. Please, because they are telling you that their protection comes with conditions. If you don't get in line, they will not protect you. And that means you're going to have to protect yourself. You know what that means? Get you a pew and learn to aim and target, right? I've been looking for some target practice lately, right? But it's just crazy to me that these men, they don't want to lead, they want to control, right? They don't want to lead, they want to dictate. And dictators are dangerous because they don't care about what you want. They care about themselves and what they want and their program. See, women, in all actuality, women have been leading because women have been raising, supporting, nurturing the children. Not only the children, but the men as well, because we make y'all act like y'all are the leaders, right? Even though behind the scenes, we've been leading y'all. Because everything y'all do is supposedly for a woman. But we could tell y'all are not the true leaders. We could tell y'all are not the true protectors. Because, sir, if I see anybody getting hurt, woman, man, or child, I'm going to protect immediately. See, I have a license to carry. I don't play those games. Where I'm from, we pew pew first, ask questions later. Where y'all from, y'all duck and hide. Y'all scared. We don't want you to be the leader. We want you to be a follower at this point because you can't lead nothing but your mouth. You can't lead a man. You're scared of men. And that's why y'all say, well, a man will respect another man, but a man won't respect a woman. Y'all will only respect them because you're scared of them. Look, I'm going to disrespect all y'all because I'm not scared of y'all and I don't respect y'all.
Loner, I'm so glad that I waited back
See,
patiently.
Cap, I already
It helps.
said, give me a second because you're a
Oh,
new
I'm so
guest.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Please share the live out and I'll be with you in a moment. Thanks for your patience. Anybody else want to chime in that was already on the panel?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
wanna
wanted to
wanna
just say,
respond to her.
I was waiting because you said, and I do remember what you said now, Tony. I was saying that you guys do protect, but you don't protect, I guess, those combative, aggressive, rude women, right? That you said go bat to bat with other men, with the men. Once again, as I said, Chad, typically these women are going bat to bat with these men because they're doing something to them. They're defending themselves, and they have to defend themselves because you guys don't defend them. You so-called good guys aren't defending and aren't protecting like you're claiming that you are, right? And many guys say this. They aren't going to be actual protectors. Oh, I don't have to protect her. She's not one of my loved ones. She's not someone I care about or feel the need to protect. She's a random woman. If I see a random woman, somewhere in public, and this has happened many times on many accounts and cases. There was a woman she was at a fitness place, right? And this one white tee guy was getting all aggressive with her. It's like he's gonna physically fight her with his girlfriend, right? And there was 3 BLK men just standing nearby doing absolutely nothing. They were just watching. So many of these guys, and they said they don't feel the obligation to protect these women, right? Because they're just random people. They don't care. And I highly doubt they're protecting the women in their family or people that they claim to care about. You guys aren't true protectors, nor are you true leaders at all. And I agree 100% with what Loner just said. Everything she said out of her mouth. I land there.
Can I just respond? It was because he kind of said that to me. I want to make sure that it's clear. That age where we only heard the single BLK woman's voice and all of that, that's because BLK men have been missing. They have been voluntarily not in the homes, not leading the communities. And let me point out 2 areas that we all can see. In the world of politics, it is, if it's coming out of our community, it's a BLK woman. In the churches right now, if you look in the churches, other than the front position, pastor position, or whatever's the front of that, everything behind that is being ran by BLK women. Men have not exercised their place of leadership. They are the ones. We didn't push them back. We did the best we could, but they've stood back. And yes, we hear your voice now talking about get in line, but you need to deal with what the outcome was from you not being in place.
I would like to
Okay, I'm gonna
respond.
go to the new guest. Cap, can I get your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, I am. I am 45, and race. I mean, I'm white tee.
All right, if you could read out the first one and answer it. And the only reason why I was quiet because I thought Tony was going to respond to Messi or Miss My Messi, but Tony, we'll come back to you for open panel. Cap, go ahead and read out the first one and answer it. Then you can respond to anything he said on the panel.
Gotcha. And once again, appreciate you for letting me come up. Yeah. On the first one, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. You gotta make somebody want something, and by taking it away from it reminds you of how much you want something and how hard it is to earn it, and to once you do earn it, to respect it. So yeah, when it's given freely, because let's just face it, you would think that us men would have self-control and do it ourselves, but sometimes you got to save people from themselves. And the second one, yeah, I don't think you should.
What did you want to expound on? Because you kept unmuting. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, on with Loner, I'm glad I did wait patiently because she took the words right out of my mouth. Everything she said is you don't put conditions on protection. I mean, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. You do not put conditions on protection. You protect. You protect and you protect because that is what you do in nature. You are a protector. As a person, you are a protector. You don't waver it. You don't let someone else say, well, I didn't do it because of you. No, you did it because you're scared. You're scared and you don't want to do it. So, yeah, that was just irresponsible to say. And I'm glad I waited because it held a lot more weight coming out of Loner's mouth.
Can I just add one more thing? Just my last thing, I promise.
Messi, give me one second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to let you get in. Let me get let me get Hazel in because he's been waiting. We'll be with you in a moment. Hazel, read out the first one and then answer it, and then you can expound on anything said on the panel. And then we'll go to Messi's open panel.
It better not be for me. I didn't even get a chance to talk. All right. Women should say no to the ping and would be a better place. Yeah, I agree. Something you have to earn. It shouldn't be so easy to get. I totally agree with that. I had something else to say, but it totally slipped my mind. But yes, it shouldn't be so easy to get. You guys should start not getting it or holding back. And trust me, a lot of your fortunes would change. Now, some of you are still going to get the end result of what you're getting. I'm not going to sell you snake oil, but some of you will get more in life if you don't give it up so fast. So I definitely agree with that statement. And you said what?
Who are the women that will, and make sure you stand on business. Don't get scared when money pew pew start flying.
Well, because it's for me.
Hold on, Hazel. Ask everyone to stand on business and be forthcoming and be transparent so we can have a real raw conversation. Hazel, with that being said, who are these women that, it's not going to be any different for them even if they hold out? What type of women are you referring to?
Unattractive women, right? Like, we can't sell a dream here. Like I always say, everybody's not created equal. If we can't just say, oh yeah, this will work for all of us. It's not. For unattractive women, sometimes it's still not going to work. For attractive women, I think you're going to get more out of life if you don't give it up so fast. It's true. Men look at.
So you're saying unattractive women should lower their standards?
No, they should have the standards that they feel they deserve. I'll put it like that. I don't care their standards. We should all have the standards that we feel we can get and we deserve. If I go to college and get an economics degree, if I want to head on down to the local hospital and demand to do surgery because I have a college degree, who's the fool for letting me do it? So you go after what you qualify for. Now I'm ready for you to cut me off again. Come on, Poetic.
No, go ahead. Finish. Go to the next one or respond to anyone on the panel.
All right, let me see. Men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. No, everybody, I always say it, I'm the main proponent. Marriage isn't for everybody, right? So if that's the case, you're going to have some men not dating. Everybody doesn't aspire to be married. Marriage isn't for everybody. So no, I think two like-minded people that want to date long-term should get together, and two short-minded people should get together. I think a lot of times one lies to the other, and then you got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 year relationships and they go nowhere. And then the person starts over. And then before you know it, they're 45, 50, not married. And then boom, here we are.
So what about the men who are dating women and they don't believe in marriage? You're not addressing that.
Yeah, they should still be able to date as long as they've discussed that with the woman. Are these men lying, saying, I believe in marriage, and then 5 years later saying, surprise, I don't? As long as they're being upfront.
But you don't believe that happens usually where men are being disingenuous and wasting a woman's time? Like, let's have a realistic conversation.
Yeah, unfortunately I do, but I'm not Batman. What am I going to do about it? I definitely understand that men.
Be honest about it.
It happens. It happens. I'm sorry it happens, ladies. Women are, People are disingenuous. So yes, a lot of time, or here's the thing too, Poetic. A lot of time a man will start out thinking they want to marry a person, and then they'll see other attributes, and maybe you no longer want to marry. People get a chance to change their mind too. It's not a contract we sign when we date.
All right, I hear you, Hazel. Tony, if you can start open panel, and Will, I'll be with you in a moment.
No problem.
Tony, are you there? You can start open panel if you're there.
Yes, I am. Um, I'll start out by saying this. When I said that I described a list of characteristics that women have, I didn't say specifically that men don't. Men are natural protectors. But what I said is that you cannot tell a protector what to protect. You're not going to tell a protector to protect degeneracy. You're not going to tell a protector to protect abuse. You're not going to tell a protector to protect the very things that's going to lead you into situations of violence and other types of dangerous situations. The protector is going to say to you, listen, you need to stay away from that, or else he is just going to distance himself from you, which puts you in greater harm. And I'll repeat this like I said before. One of the reasons why women are not harmed even greater is because of the presence of men. There is no group of women out here standing in their own space, their own, just the presence of other women, and they're protecting themselves. The very presence of men, their presence is a protection for you. And what real protectors, real men are saying is there are behaviors that you need to change to this is protective advice in order for not just physical protection, not just verbal protection, but protective guidance, protective instructions. Okay, a lot of the things that men say embodies their protection. But when you are dealing with certain type, and we all know as men that certain types of women are just going to be left out because there's no protecting them. Because what they want is they want the values that men have. They want the valuables of men. They want their money, they want their seed, their protection, but they don't want the man, which is delusional and crazy. Okay, that's not going to work. You're not going to have the type that you want in a marriage. You're not going to have the type of man that you want dealing with you. He is going to totally abandon you. And that's just real talk. We have a community with some BOK women that grew up with these certain types of single moms in the house that are they're really anti-relationship, anti-male. And the stuff that they taught their daughters leads to no marriage. And that's how it's going to continue to be. I'm going to land there.
I want to respond about, again, this protection. I just want to make sure it's clear. From the collective of BLK women, if you look at an example right now, we have more than 300,000 women, be specifically BLK women out of work. There is no answer to that. What we mean by, it's not just that. It's not just these very eaches and owns. What we mean is that there is a lack of protection of the BLK woman by the BLK men out here. And what we see, and it's good we have these apps, and people have mentioned, hey, you can hear voices now on these apps, is that the men somehow want the women to just fall in line all of a sudden when we have a systemic problem with the BLK men not being there for the BLK woman. It doesn't work like that. They can't just fall in line because it's the right thing to do. We have a responsibility issue that's happening. It's
I'm
not
just,
being addressed.
I got a question. Can I speak on that, or is it open panel, or no? I gotta wait.
It doesn't look like anybody's in a rush to go, so go ahead and answer the prompt, and then you can. What's your age, race, and pronouns?
My age is 37. I'm black. I'm a male, father, husband, son, whatever, friend.
Okay, answer the first one, and then you can respond. It'll be open panel after you.
Women should say no to the eggplant, and the world would be a better place. Um, I'm 50-50 on that. I think women should, anybody should respect themselves and their body and their temple, period. It doesn't even, I think that could switch that place and say the same thing for men. The world be a better place if we control ourselves in that area. So I feel like it's a place for it and a place not for it. Like anybody can feel free to do whatever they want to do with themselves and their body, and that's we all adults. Do your thing. But if you want a better result for it, sometimes you have to step back, take care of yourself first, and then get into that. That's what I believe. Men should not date
You can
women if
stop
they
there and
okay.
respond. It's open panel.
Okay. All right. So do I gotta say the BL because I'm new to the TikTok side? Do I gotta say BLK part or can I say black woman?
Yeah, be okay.
Okay, BLK women, I hear you. Like I hear you and I'm listening, right? And I understand the frustration. I understand all that, right? But some of the stuff, like I want to say what's the name? I guess messy. When you keep saying that, what do you mean by that in the sense of what do that look like for you, right? Because you can
Sweetie, I
have
know you didn't wait all this time just to do a question that you have to cash
no,
out that you didn't cash out for.
I'm just trying to understand it. My bad, my fault. All right, so I just answer it
No,
then
you're
instead of
good. It's just
I just
go
I
ahead
just
and
answer it then.
expound. Go ahead and
I just think
expound. Give
I
me
just
one
think so.
second. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and expound on anything else you would just like to say. But if you have a question, you have to cash out $5 first. It supports the platform. But go
No
ahead.
problem. And so I'm gonna just say just to protect anybody, forget it's just black women or whatever. If you're crying out for protection from someone or whatever, it doesn't matter if it's a male, female, or whatever, you asking for protection. If they give you something to move in a certain way, you can't say you're trying to control, you're not protecting me the way I should be supposed to be protected when you don't even know your protection at that moment. It could be something simple as this, hey, you shouldn't buy a car right now because your finances is not. You can't be like, you don't know what you're talking about, and and then down the line you got this big headache, and now it's like, well, I need you to help me handle this. It's like I'm trying to help you, but I tried to stop you from even feeling this headache. That's come up with a plan where I can protect you and you can protect yourself at a time as well. So we all cry and say, somebody's not protecting me, somebody's not protecting me. But when they give you an assignment, we'll call it control or dictatorship or whatever. It's like, well, then how do I supposed to relay that message to you without sounding like that? Then, if that's the case, and that's all I gotta say.
You're still asking a question at the end, and so could you send the cash app so we could platform that question?
No, that was just part of
Yeah.
my statement. I'm saying I wasn't asking a question. I was just saying that in my statement.
It's only $5, but panel's open, you guys.
Right. I can definitely understand like that point. Because in order to want someone's protection, you have to accept their guidance because if they're protecting you, then it's no different than with your kids, like, or anybody that you're charged with protecting. And as far as like the cap when when he stated protection, nobody was disputing your definition of protection. It's just that there's a factor that I don't think that you have so much to deal with in your own culture. Um, and that was the factor that Tony was specifically referencing. He was specifically bringing up a particular point that that you may not be so familiar with. And to
I
reference,
can understand. I get that. I would never want to speak on, as far as BLK
right,
and as far as human, as far as men and women. But I can get what you're saying.
absolutely. And as far as the person who just spoke, was that Will? I think, or yeah, it was
Yes,
Will.
sir. It was me. Yeah.
As far as his point, that makes 100% sense, and I agree with because I have to deal with that with my mother all the time. I'm not in a romantic relationship with my mother, but I protect my mother. There are several times over and over when I have told. I'll even use this example. My mom I got her a brand new car once, and ended up and it was paid for early, and I told her to keep that brand new car. That's why we got it brand new. There's no point in. And she went to go get her oil changed, and she said, well, they gave me a loaner car, and I like this little loaner car. The loaner car, mind you, she had to pay for a Passat, new Passat. They gave her a Jetta to drive. She said, I like this car, da 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 da. I think I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And what did she do? Mind you, my whole background in not only education but work experience is being a finance manager of car dealerships. That's my line of trade. That's what I know. What did she do? She let them people sell. After she hung up the phone with me, she went and got that new Passat. I mean, that new Jetta. Traded in her paid for car. Paid for a car that was only 4 years old. Not even 4 years old, 3 years old. Paid for it, brand new. And she got that car. And with the car payment, they put her in a car payment. And she trusted them people more than me. So guess who had to fix that? I had to fix that. I have to fix the mess that you create because you want to do what you want to do. And you don't want to, I can't protect you when you don't listen. She called me crying. I can't believe it. I had to fix that. And it was on me. And that is what Tony is referencing. That's what Will is referencing. That is what I think everybody on the particular point is referencing. I'm not saying anything outside of what I said. It seems like a lot of people they have an issue with hearing something, and then when they hear information, their brain processes something, and it comes out completely different. Pull up the transcript. If I did not say it in black and white, then I did not say it. That's all I'm saying. I referenced specifically what they were saying.
I wanted more about that story about the father, about the father
We only buy
or
new
the
cars.
husband
Language has
of your.
changed.
I wanted more about his story so I can understand about the role of the father or the husband. What was your father doing in that scenario? I just wanted a little bit more
You
about
got to
that.
cash
What
out
you
for
mean?
questions. Listen, if you got
So you talking
cash out
about?
questions, I'm sorry, Chad. I don't want to mute you in the middle of your speech, but I have to make this clear. Listen, that is a rule on the panel. And the minute I let you do it, everybody else gonna expect me to let them do it. It's only $5. You guys enjoy the platform, support my platform, and ask your questions. It's really simple. Just send the $5. I have 2 different cash apps. The mods are dropping it. Support the platform and ask the questions and get the answers you would like, so we could carry the conversation. So if you guys can't I'm moving on to the next person. I'm going to move on for now, but I have to reiterate this throughout the live with some of the same panelists. It's just cash out for questions. I make it very low so that you're able to support the platform and you can do your questions. I don't mind questions. I actually encourage them. So let me let G get in here.
But can I answer the question? I know you elaborate. I can answer the question because I'm sure a lot of women want
Yeah,
to.
she has to cash out for the question.
I'll cash app you for it. I'll just answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
Where was the man? She has a man. My stepdad, they've been together since 2004, 21 years. They've been together 21 years. He is not smart. I am the smart one. He loves her. He will do anything for her, but he is just not smart. So when it comes to certain matters, I know that I have to be there.
Okay,
it's just plain and simple.
So that question is being platformed. I know Chad will send it. So my Messy, since that's a platform question, go ahead and respond. What's your thoughts on that answer?
No, that's good. If I'm being honest, I feel like his situation is specific. What I was trying to get to, and I'll just say what I was trying to get to so we can just move on, was I was trying to get
Thank
to
you, Chad.
the reason why you see women not listening to men on the level that they need to listen to men is because men have not been leading the household. Am I saying that all of it is correct? No. And when you say protection is in form of physical, I'm telling you that directly relates to the fact that women are running around feeling like they have to do everything on their own. That's where you're seeing this come from. And is that the answer to fix it overnight, saying get in line? I don't think so. I think there has to be a reckoning by our community that this is what's happened because men have not been in the homes.
Let's see if he wants to respond, and then we'll go back to open panel.
He's respond.
Chad, do you want to respond?
Yeah. Okay, but that is a separate point. As far because I was referencing the point of not physical protection. That is what you initially said. The not physical protection, the forms of protection that exist outside of the physical. And I gave that example. I never said or disputed you that the reason why a lot of women are feel the way that they feel is because of the lack of protection so far, of the absence of the black man in the household. Understand that. I agree with that. Now those are two separate points though. Now regarding that point, as far as women being the way that they are because of the absence of men in the household, that's absolutely true. There's going to be an effect to that cause. Absolutely. And that is why I said it's up to the men to fix it, because at the end of the day, if you want to be a leader, then all of the problems of the community fall on the leader. When a company goes bankrupt, you blame the CEO, you don't blame the cashier. So yes, these are all issues, but if we're all going to have to work together as a collective, move the ball forward, then the women have to also acknowledge that I am this way because of trauma. And I also need to adjust my mindset as well, because I view this way because of the lack of the man in the household and all this other. Well, that is trauma has caused you. You're literally saying that a traumatic experience, that a deficit, that a loss has caused you to view the situation the way that you do. So you have to also unpack that and work to come to a common ground. You can't dig your feet you can't dig your heels in the sand and say, I'm not going to budge because I was traumatized and I'm this way because of the lack of a man. Well, you know the problem, you know the cause of it. So let's work together to change. Both people have to work together to change their mindsets.
Is the panel still open or no?
No, we're gonna go ahead and well, hold on. Did you have a disagreement?
Yeah, not with Mess. I think her name is Miss Messy or whatever. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, and then G, you'll be next.
Right before I spoke earlier, no offense to what the question you asked him, it made your statement almost hypocritical. And the only reason why I'm saying that is no disrespect. I'm only saying it because you also said that we should supposed to protect y'all regardless of it. Like if I see you on the street and protect you as a black a BLK woman as well. So even if it's not my mom is not his mom is not his wife or his responsibility, he's still seen a BLK woman and try to give her a hand and guide her in a direction with love and respect. Because I don't think he disrespected his mom or whatever, and she still did whatever she wanted to do. And he saw the pain in that for her before she actually made the decision on her own. Now, once again, like if we go back to what Tony was saying, sometimes we get I do whatever I want. I'm grown. I can handle it the way I want to handle it. So now when that happened, it's like, now do you want me to protect you now when all the unnecessary stuff could have been stopped when I protect you before that? Now is it like, oh yeah, me, a BLK man is not protecting me? You know what I'm saying? It's not that anymore. It got to be some agreement saying like, oh no, I made this decision. I have to stand on this.
No, I want to make sure that we're clear. When I was bringing up his father, I was specifically saying that dynamic between his mother and father, whatever that leadership dynamic looked like, is where the problem starts. I didn't necessarily think it was him and that he had all the knowledge. There's an issue with the dynamic between the BLK woman in the house and the BLK men in the house and how that plays out. That's all. That's what I was bringing up.
No problem.
Can I say something real quick?
Give me 1 second, because
Okay.
G already said after they go, it was going to be G, but you can go after G.
So the
G, if you could give me your age, race, and pronouns, and then if you could read out the first one and answer it, then you could respond to anyone on the panel.
33 black. Can I answer the prompt?
Yes.
So women should say no to the peen, and the world will be a better place. I don't know if the world will be a better place, but yes, absolutely, especially in the black community, right? That should be. Here's the thing: in any other, when you look at any other race or ethnicity, Japanese, Chinese, Palestinian, what have you, Asian, they do not celebrate their women going out there having sex recklessly and looking at it as a form of liberation, like we do in our community now. We didn't used to, but now definitely, right? That whole body autonomy includes sleeping with whoever, right? Whenever and whoever, right? That's look at as a lot of women get like a badge of honor for that in our community, not the other communities, right? Those other communities shame those type of women, right? Those other communities shame those men and women who become baby mamas and baby daddies, right? Not in our community. We get celebrated for it.
Actually, I want to say it's the opposite. I'm gonna let you finish, but I just have to chime in on that. I believe it's the opposite. Those other races of women, when they become single moms, they just have a community help raise that child. They don't even shame them. We could use 16 and pregnant. Before it was just a whole bunch of little white tea girls on there, and no, we didn't have an outlash of people just saying, "Oh, look at these ratchet white tea girls keep getting pregnant." And then we have the white tea community of women where the single mom rate is, I believe, just as high as the BOK community, but we don't hear white tea men trashing their women. So that's a lie. But you can continue.
No, it's not. It's not nearly. It's not nearly
Go
as.
look at the stats. Yeah, it's
Listen, it's
either
not
neck
nearly
and
as
neck or they're actually a little bit higher.
It's not nearly as aggravated as it is in our
Chad, what were
That's
community.
you going to say
because
real
I
quick?
was
Not
gonna
finished
say
talking.
right.
I didn't
So I was
finish
gonna say
talking.
that is because hold on real quick. I was gonna say that is because hold on real quick.
I didn't finish talking.
Okay, go ahead.
No. Okay, so I was gonna say that is his viewpoint is because of his perception because he is BLK, but that issue specifically is a class issue. Lower class blacks are the exact same as lower class whites. Like they have the same exact mentality, the same lack of discipline when it comes to sexual morals. They're the same single mother. It's a class issue across the races. It's not like so. If you are of a race, you're gonna recognize certain things because you belong to that race. So you're gonna say, "Damn, it's happening all the time in black." But if you were trailer trash, you would say, "Oh man, every time I look around, it's all these women having these babies outside of wedlock and blah blah blah." You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like
I don't agree with that.
you're just. But that goes to Poetic's point when she pulled up the numbers, how similar the numbers were. The numbers were similar because it's a class issue. It is not a like upper middle class BOKs people, upper middle class BOK people marry. They the same as upper middle class YT people marry. Lower tier class of people, regardless of the race, are the same people. And I think that's where the confusion comes in. We just see the BOK experience because we live it. So we think it's amplified when it's the same, it's shared across classes.
No, the media is specifically portrayed to blacks, especially when it comes
Okay, you just said the media specifically portrayed to blacks. Don't
to
you
the.
think?
No,
Don't you think that's purposely because of ageism and etc.? Like,
I
duh.
agree. Yep. But I'm just
It is
saying,
not
and we
the
eat it up, the new radical feminist movement that promotes sexual liberation, and that includes women sleeping with whoever and whatever is commoditized. I talked about it yesterday, right? And the media and the powers that be promotes that in our community
the
only,
media
right? Even
cannot
if the numbers
promote
are
what
high
we
in the
do
white
not
T
consume.
community, even if the numbers are high in the white T community, that's not the focus that the media
Panel's open.
But
is
how would you
presenting.
know if
Only
you're not
in our community,
if you
because I
don't
see it all the
consume
time.
that
Trying to
form of
catch up the
media?
question.
Listen, booty hole brown lip glosses are getting sold out. Yellow discharge lip glosses are getting
Oh
sold
my
out,
gosh, here he goes.
right? So what does that tell you? Sold out. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about them just being in the stores. Them actually getting sold out. What does that tell you? Anyway, let me get to the protection part, right? Here's the thing, right? You have to, when it comes to protection, a man got to be inspired to protect you, right? And I'll say that to say this. If you are, here's the thing. I'm going to always try to protect you, right? But if you are consistently and constantly doing things, right, that I got to protect you from yourself, that's one thing. But when I got to protect you from yourself and protect myself when my life is in danger, and I have to do that consistently, nah, I'm gonna have to think about that. How much I gotta protect you. Not just when it comes to life, finances, anything. If I give you a budget and you keep going over that budget, nah, sweetie, them credit cards getting taken away. You affected my credit, my livelihood, all of that. So when I look into that context, nah, some people just don't deserve that type of protection. I yield. Absolutely can't be conditional.
Panel's open. Did anybody want to respond or disagree with
Yeah,
G
when you say there's protection, there is conditions on that type of protection. Now, is that we talking about educating somebody so that they do make better decisions? Or are we talking about protection? Because that's two different arguments. So, protection does not come with condition. If we are educating people onto better decisions, and then they continue to not make those good decisions because they just choose not to, well, then that's called loving somebody from a distance, from afar. Sometimes you have to do that. But to protect them, you should always protect people. The consequence of them not listening or understanding your guidance should not mean their demise when you can stand by and do it and help them out.
Listen, when you stop protecting some certain people, you start protecting yourself, and that's what I'm looking at. That's the context I'm looking at. I yield.
Yeah, you always got to protect yourself, and that comes with it. I mean, but that's on you. You're protecting yourself, because if you can't protect yourself, you can't protect anybody. I mean, it's just like if you don't love yourself, you can't love anybody. So it goes without being said.
How he was saying that protection, it doesn't have any conditions. And what I'm saying is it goes even beyond that. When we talk about protection, we're talking about completely, not just the part where it involves the woman listening directly to what you have to say. Some of it is just protection is like building infrastructure, having a plan. Like it is more to it than that. Because if it wasn't, I would agree with 100% that it is about specifically about the women not listening. But I'm saying that they're not listening because they're not feeling secure. They're out here doing things on their own. And are they doing it perfectly? No, they're not doing it perfectly. But there needs to be a conversation and responsibility had for what we're seeing.
Some men
The conversation and responsibility.
That's the responsibility part of it.
So I can agree. Can I answer? Can I respond to her? The conversation and the responsibility. Okay, I agree with her. I agree with you, my Messi. And it needs to be had. Let's have it now. Okay. The conversation and responsibility is really a lot of BLK women do not feel confident in accepting BLK men's leadership because they feel like they are smarter than their men. A lot of men have not exhibited, and women don't say that out loud, but a lot of times they do not listen to the man because they feel like, nah, I can't even trust you to do something. I'm gonna have to go back behind you and I'm gonna have to redo it anyway. Move, get out the way. I'm gonna do it myself. Yeah, I don't need to listen to you because you don't know this. I know this. And it's just because BLK men have over time allowed either the perception, the reality, the experience, something, doesn't matter how it happened, but this whole notion of paying attention in school is lame, and it's cool to be stupid and all this other stuff that men in general have allowed themselves to fall victim to are the result of this. A lot of times they just are combative because they don't think that you know all the information. You ain't got the right answer. I've seen that my whole life.
And I can just speak or elaborate on that. I feel like every male had this happen to them. You ever had your girl call you and ask you a question about something, even about a car? You'd be like, "Oh, what kind of oil my car take? Oh, your car take W40. You sure you don't know what you're talking about? Never mind, forget it. I go just. It's like, well, why did you call me anyway? Then you get to the spot and then you actually take W40. It's not like, oh, my bad, I apologize. You did know what you was talking about. So next time it happens again, it's gonna continue that cycle continues over and over again. And it'd be like, I'm just trying to protect you. I'm actually trying to show you that you're gonna get robbed if they try to tell you it's this type of oil when your car, look, I looked it up. Hey, matter of fact, I can send it to you. Oh, well, the guy told me it was this though when I got there. Okay. I gave you proof and everything. You still don't believe me.
Let me
The
say
fact that
this.
we're relying on
Let me
someone to
say
be
this real quick.
smarter than the other one.
Yesterday, hold on,
Oh,
Cap. Yesterday it was this BOK woman on here, right? Hazel pointed. I was gonna say something, but Hazel pointed this out, right? She goes, "Oh, I have 2 kids at home, 2 boys at home. They're lazy, but I still give them extracurricular activities, right? Which she should have taken them away, right? Nobody corrected her. None of the women said anything. The caveat, we can't even use the fact that she was a single mother against her. You know why? Because she was married with a quote unquote provider at home with these lazy ass kids driving her crazy, right? So that says a lot about that man that she married to, right? So I was saying she picked wrong, he picked wrong. Right? No, let me take that back. They're probably meant for each other, right? 2 lazy motherfuckers, right? They're probably meant for each other. The bad thing is that they brought kids up into this, right? And it looked like that sister was educated, looked like the man had money, but they sitting up here talking about they lazy ass boys that don't do nothing, don't pay no bills, and they're still giving them extracurricular activities, football
But
and whatever
where was the
whatever
father
shit she
at?
was giving to them.
Well,
Huh?
gee, where was the father at? Because you guys always say that a woman can't raise no man.
I just said
Well,
that.
he just said that the father
I just said he not
full of,
good either.
was full of it too. Yeah,
I
he
even
did.
said you can't even use the single woman tactics on her. We can't even do that because she got a husband in the house.
So are you pointing out that that happens with men, that they're in the house but not involved with their children?
I can answer that.
That's a perfect example. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
Yeah.
a lot of times, what is another factor? I think this kind of that goes into it is a lot of women who are accomplished, who are educated, who are all of these things. They don't like men who are equal. They want a man who, like, I mean, I've seen it as a collective, but I've seen it on an individual thing. Like I said, my mom has a master's degree in psychology. I'm, all of these things. She's all of those things. But her man is my stepdad, who they've been together for 20 something years. He's just not smart. He's never been smart, but he is a protector. He's a 6'7" domineering, like he'd do anything. That man would walk in the snow for my mama. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing bad to say about him, but he's just not smart. But I am smart, and I clash with my mom a lot because she does not want to listen to me, but she dominates him intellectually, and I know that she likes that. Like so I know that if there were a man of my intelligence, my mom would not want him. And there's that.
Well,
is
Chad, I have a
that's
question when you're done. Go ahead.
I was gonna say
Makes sense.
there's a no. It's just the truth. Like there are a lot of women who want to do what they want to do to a certain extent. And my mom wants the way my mom moves. She has to have a man like that because there have been times that I've overheard the conversation and I would be like, she could never talk to me like that. You know what I'm saying? Like plenty of times. Like she could talk to him like that, but she can't talk to me like that. Said it plenty of times in my head. So I've seen it. And I know that my mom, she selected who she selected because that's who she wanted.
Well, Chad, I have a question for you. Welcome up, Peaky. Peaky, you'll be next. Can everyone share the live out? If you haven't shared the live out, you're on the panel. But Chad, I have a question because that interests me. And I have seen that. So it's not, an isolated anecdotal situation. I have seen that in several different households where I can just tell that the dad is not that intellectual and the mom got to kind of bear the brains inside the relationship. But my question would it be smart for women to actually let the man lead knowing that she's smarter than him?
Jack, right there.
Absolutely not. But a lot of women,
That's what I was going to respond on.
not knowing that she's smarter than him, no. But a lot of women, of course not. That would be foolish to let a man lead who you know that you're smarter than. Absolutely not. But a lot of women would rather be in that position than to be in a position with a man who's truly smarter than them and let him lead. A lot of women would rather take on the additional responsibility because they do not want to be subservient to a man, even if he is smarter. They don't want to be subservient to any man.
When
Well,
can I,
Well,
can
hold
I ask a
on, hold
question?
on, hold on. One second, one
go ahead,
second.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Because thank you, Chad, and we're about to go to Peaky in a moment. But this is more towards what Will was saying, where you said a woman will call you and you'll give her an answer, and she'll just kind of not take heed to it. What I think you guys are not really realizing, a lot of times that happens because women know that you guys are very egotistical, and a lot of times you would give an answer just so you could feel smart or feel like you know what you're talking about. Now, I want you guys to be honest, and I'm just going to throw this out there. A lot of men do that. You guys are known to get lost instead of asking for directions. You rather make it seem like you know what you're talking about or know what you're doing than to admit it. It makes you feel weaker. I remember, and I don't give anecdotes, but I'm gonna just give this short little example. I remember my first boyfriend, when I had bought a bed and I needed someone to put it up, he pretended to act like he knew what he was doing, and I could just tell like my back is gonna hurt. Like this bed is all lumpy now because he didn't even know how to do the rails completely. We were both young. We were like 18. But the point is, him even being a young man, he was scared to say in front of me because he's gonna feel embarrassed. I don't know how to do that. Men do that too often. So that's why when we ask you guys questions, and if it don't sound right, we won't go along with it because we'd be like, oh, you probably just telling us whatever so that you won't feel like you don't know what you're talking about or feel weak. I'm just throwing that out there. Will, you can say, go ahead, Messy, and then Will, and then we're going to Peaky.
I wanted to add to that because it's kind of the opposite of what he was saying. I think you're seeing, and we're getting there. You're seeing that the women are the BOK women are the educated ones in the house. That is statistical wise too. And that dynamic is not sitting right with the BOK men. And I'm only talking collective. Just go with me. I'm only talking collective. But the problem I keep leading back to is that you have this phenomenon of BOK women getting education because they have been left to fend for themselves. I keep telling you that's what all of this goes back to. Even the way that the way you're dealing with them now is the dynamic has been impacted by that they have been fending for themselves. Men have kind of left the community, and nobody wants to acknowledge it.
Right. No, it was acknowledged. I was literally providing a supporting detail to your point. Yes, that is the reason why. Yeah, it wasn't that it wasn't being acknowledged. It was literally, yeah, I understand that the dynamic is off, and it's because men have left the household and and men have left the households, and an effect of that is because men have left the households, women had to become educated. And now an effect of that is women are more educated than their men. And an effect of that is they are not willing to submit to a man who they are more educated than. That's all.
Yeah,
That's
can I?
literally what I said.
Hold on, Missy, because I
who's,
want.
who's,
Hold on. The reason why I brought up my example is because first we were talking about protection. And a lot of men said they cannot protect what they can't control or that will not listen to them. Even Chad said that there's some truth to that. So that is the whole reason why we're even bringing that up for those who are just coming in. That, okay, so if that's the case, you guys have to realize sometimes we do not listen to you because you guys have big egos and you just say anything. The answer and the solution is for you guys to stop pretending like you know something and you don't. And we probably could respect your leadership even more because you can say, hey, I don't know the answer to this, but I'm going to find the answer to this. But you guys
so can
don't
I?
usually do that.
Can I
What
answer?
you
Because
guys
it was
do
my.
is you'll
Let
have
me.
us driving in, and let me just say this, and I'm going to Peaky. You guys will have us driving
You
in
said I get a
circles.
chance to answer it.
And I don't like to put my parents out there on anything. I respect my parents just because they birthed me in the world. But I remember being in the car with my parents, and my dad will be in circles driving just because he don't want to admit he don't know where he's going.
Can I
And
answer that, please?
hold
Because
on, Will, you relax, because I'm talking. I don't really like that, because I don't even monologue as a host. So when I talk, please. So yeah, so I just remember us going in circles, and it's not that navigation didn't happen. They had navigation in their car, but it was something about like the area we were in. Sometimes the navigation or the GPS be wrong. It be taking you, making you, giving you the wrong directions also. But yeah, my dad didn't want to admit that he didn't know where the heck he was going. And then when my mom was trying to tell him, well, let's just pull over, it was like, no, no, I got it. And then eventually, maybe after an hour or so, we end up having to go to the gas station and find out where we at. That's what you guys do, okay? And when you guys do that, it's hard for women to trust your leadership. Will, go ahead and get in for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to Peaky.
all right, cool. And I apologize for cutting you off. I will say this. I love your examples, but your examples are sounding like it was in like the early 1900s, I mean late 1900s, early 2000s. Nowadays, we do have GPSs. They actually work
I
really
just
fine.
said the navigation and GPS was giving them the wrong address, and that happens sometimes. So no, this was not that long ago. But the thing is, like, I've literally had a navigation take me to a dead end before. So
Hmm.
you must don't drive a lot or
I
know
drive
much
every day.
about
I
GPS.
drive all the time.
Okay, well
Like
then
in
you
my
will
area, I know
know.
how to move. I know how to move,
Will, then
move it
you will
now.
know that that happens.
That's what I'm saying. I said it sounded like I didn't say it was. It was. You corrected that part. Cool. But like, all right. So let's go to your first example with the young man. Once again, we're talking about a young man. He's 18 years old versus a 37-year-old man that's speaking about this in today's time on some of it. What I'm saying is I didn't call this person and ask for and to give advice. They called and asked me for advice. So there's no need for me to try to act like it. And I also said in my statement, I said I even sent proof and say, hey, look, it actually says this. Well, the guy said this, and that at the place. I get that. He's just trying to get you for more money. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, but I just sent proof. I literally I didn't try. I didn't go by my own understanding. I actually sent proof. Hey, look, I looked your car up. It's the same year, all that. Look what it say for oil. This is what it say. He's trying to set you up and give you more money, and it happens all the time. What I'm saying in that sense. Now, I also, if I have enough time to understand this thing about
Wait.
education. Go
Right.
ahead.
Let's do that in open panel.
Okay.
Piki, if you can answer the first, well, age, race, and pronouns, I'm asking everyone. And then if you can answer the first one, and you can respond to anything if you want.
Yeah, I'm 50 fine. I go by he, him, and my pronouns are pretty chocolate. I mean, something like that. Age, race, and pronouns. Um,
Oh my
that being,
God.
women should say no to D, and the world will be a better place. Um, I think women should, say no to whatever she wants to. I just don't think that, that directly correlates to the world being a better place. It's a lot of immorality going on. What's been on my mind lately is, what I'm saying, how my morals have changed compared to how I was raised. I think our individual morals are being sacrificed for some of the things is just not worth it. So, to answer that question, I'll say like I think women should say no to whatever she want to say no to, but just don't think that, by you saying no to D, it's gonna make the world a better place. That being said, a lot of what I'm hearing from the men on the panel, fellas, what's up? None of it is making sense. From Jettas to Poseidons to protecting and being able to not protect. At the end of the day, as a man, you do things, and to be able to do things is the blessing. You know what I'm saying? And that's where our purpose and our identity should lie. Um, the way that we criticize women is a direct reflection of ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like if we sit up here and saying, oh, this, that, and the third about women, not only are you saying you are lackluster as a man because you're speaking of the women that you have access to, but you also criticizing somebody, and nobody of value or that has a high moral compass or that is of substance, openly criticizes somebody. In fact, the people that are admired the most in life, you never hear them say bad things about anybody. And so it is a way to offer constructive criticism without. I'll say it is a way to offer correction without criticizing. And that's all that I'm hearing on this panel. I'm not hearing any men speak towards when, you've been wrong. You always say, oh, this is what the woman is doing wrong. I told her to do this. She did that. Okay, what about when she told you to do this and you did that and it didn't work? You know what I'm saying? It's a lack of balance. And I'm here to bring it. I'm here to bring it. So, going back to the Jet and the Passat, Chad, it sounds like, you've put yourself in a position to be considered as a provider. Like, not only are you providing for your family, you're providing for the family you came from as well. And if that's the case, then hey, big man, you got to suck it up. That's on you. You put the shoes on, you know what I'm saying? You put them pants on, now you got to wear them. So if she made that decision, if she wanted a new car, which is something that women do, you know what I'm saying? And you responsible for fixing that situation. If you put yourself in that role, you can't backpedal. If anything, I think it would be more noble of you to speak towards, what you did wrong in that situation, as opposed to trying to say your mama. And I ain't trying to be offensive, but it sounds like you saying your mama is financially illiterate because she had a paid off card and she put herself in a position
Don't
to
never
where she
say she
got to
was
pay for
financially
a card.
illiterate.
And then on top of that, you saying the dude that she with, he's dumb and you the smart one. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you
I'm
criticizing your
saying,
mama.
I
Let me
said
finish.
she
Let
was
me
wrong.
finish. Let me finish.
She was wrong.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Because it sounds like you saying everybody dumb but you. And I'm going to land right there.
All
Okay,
right.
really quick
That's where
before
you landed.
Chad go, let me give this announcement. Let's continue to tap, you guys. It's kind of getting stagnant again. Let's tap. Let's get the like goal up. Let's support the live goal. Let's support the panelists. Everyone gifting and tapping. You are seen. You are appreciated. I thank you so much. But everyone else can join them. And Godric, we'll be with you in a moment. It's open panel for everyone else. If you're on coffee cup too long, you'll get dropped. Chad, go ahead.
All right. Once again, this goes into people taking in their own feelings and not being able to have the ability to just listen to what it said. Never said that everybody was smart. Never said that everybody was dumb except for me. Never said that my mom was financially illiterate. Never said any of that. Once again, control the way you interpret messages and just listen to what is actually said. I said that she was wrong in that situation because she was, and I used that situation as an example to how a woman can literally ask for your advice and then turn around and not use said advice, even if you are the expert in the field which supported Will's topic. So that was only brought up as a supporting point for what he said. So it wasn't the fact that she was financially literate or anything like that. I know the position that I'm in. That is why I did fix it. I know that is the role that I have in our family dynamic. And how would I ever imply or even say that everybody's dumb and that I'm the only smart one when I literally just said my mom has a master's degree in psychology? I literally just said that. Smart people, the smart kids don't come from dumb people. My mom is not dumb. So why would I ever say, I said, he is not smart, because he is not. He knows that. He didn't even finish high school. And that's just a fact. But he is strong. He is tall. He is menacing. He will do anything for her. And that is what she values. He doesn't have to be smart for her to love him. But it does not negate the fact that he is just not smart. So when it comes to situations that involve things of intellect, she knows that she cannot go to him. She comes to me, which is why she called me in the first place. So she called. I would not have known any of this was even happening had she not called me in the first place and told me about it. She asked for my advice and I told her no. She then went against said advice that she asked me for. That was the issue, even though I was the expert in the subject. Who do you think is going to be looking out for the dealership, or these motherfuckers at the car dealership 10 hours away? That's what I'm saying. Never said anything outside of that.
Well, I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just speaking towards the nonsense that I've heard. And then Again, I didn't say that you
That's the
said.
answer that you felt, right? But I
Okay,
never said
but
any of
you
that.
now you being reactionaries if I'm
I'm
making
not
you
being
feel
reactionary,
something.
literally.
Just take a deep breath and hear what I'm saying. I said that you were implying that your mom is financially illiterate because she took a paid off car and accepted a car note. That's what you was alluding to.
No, that's not. And again, an implication and an illusion are things that you feel. Once again, I never said any of that. I said her car was paid for as I told her not to do it. That's it. That was
That's
the end
what
of
I
the
just
sentence.
said, Chad, and I still wasn't
I
done
never said that she
talking.
was financially, that had nothing to
And
do
I'm
with anything.
still
I
not
told her
done
that,
talking.
no. I told her that she had a
All right, man,
paid
you
for
got
car
it.
that was only 4 years old.
You're not
We're
the
not going to
first
do
person.
that.
Well,
I said that was the whole point of us buying the car
all right,
brand
I'm
new.
gonna take a different approach then, and
You
I'll
didn't
say
listen to the
that
entire thing.
I'm familiar with that experience. You know what I'm saying? Taking care of the family that I came from as well as the family that I created. You know, I've been in a position where I purchased an expensive vehicle for my baby sister, and at one point she gave the car back, and you know, she said she wanted to start building her own credit. You know, but you're not gonna hear me speak negatively on her about it. I would more so speak about, you know, what I could have done better in that situation. And my overall point is what I'm hearing on the panel from men is like it's a lot of nonsense. When did we become so weak? When did we start to be so reactionary? Why does everything have to be, you know, tit for tat, especially when it comes to women?
I think you caught on to. I think you came in at a wrong time. A lot of the stuff me and my man been responding to were basically kind of questions, or not necessarily
When I'm
questions, but
done
a lot of
talking,
asked
when
questions.
I'm done talking, come from St. Louis. When I'm done
Pinky
talking,
is
I'm gonna
just
say I
trolling.
land right there.
Pinky
When
is
I'm done
trolling.
talking, I'm gonna say I land right
We
there.
understood
That's what I'm
exactly
saying.
what Chad,
That's when
Chad meant in that
you
scenario
gonna know
with
that
his
I'm
mom
done
in the
talking.
car dealership. Pinky, Chad, he is trolling you.
I'm not trolling. I'm not
Exactly.
trolling. You just
Because I
not
mean,
hearing
even
me.
to
And
even say
again, I mean
implying.
it makes sense why you're not hearing me, because when I'm done talking, I'm gonna say I land right there.
And let's
All
let
right.
them land, fellas. Let's let them land, please.
Like, okay, so my overall talking point is we as men should not be so reactionary to what women are doing. You talk about protecting. Now we move into the protection piece of it. You guys, majority of men, do not know what it feels like to be in a situation like that. Okay, you talking about you it's just in your mind because you live in a place of fear. You don't have any actual power. You don't know what it feels like to sit down and be still and have things move around you. Y'all talking about leaving somebody at home, or not even leaving somebody, not being able to protect somebody if they don't listen to you. You can't even protect your damn self. Most of y'all get sloppy drunk on Wednesday nights. None of us talk about having a plan for our day. None of us talk about the fine tune, the details of what it takes to be a provider and a protector. We automatically jump to the consequence of somebody not listening to us, and that's pure cap. That's pure cap. And y'all using women to trauma bond, basically. Man, hold yourself accountable. How have you negatively contributed to your reality? What did you learn from it? What could you have done better? Share that with your brother, not sit up here and point the finger at women. That's corny as hell. I land right there.
To respond to that, you're interpreting what you think that you hear, and you're not listening to what was said, because none of that was ever said whatsoever at all by
Big
anybody on the
facts.
panel. By anybody on the panel, nobody ever said any of that. Now, when it comes to a real leader, what a real leader is going to do is they're going to calculate the situation. They're never going to just jump out in front of every single thing that comes to them. They're not going to do that. They're going to mitigate. They're going to calculate risk. They're going to assess the situation. It will be foolish for anybody to jump out in front of any threat just because, even if that threat directly impacted them, to just react. Oh, she's da 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 da. Oh, let me just jump out. That's foolish, because at the end of the day, you have an obligation to the family that you created before you have an obligation to anybody else. So again, this whole saying that someone is a coward, when none of that was ever said. Nobody ever said that women didn't deserve protection. Nobody's putting anything on women. When I use my example specifically, it was to support the role of a woman asking for advice and then turning around and not taking it. That was specifically for that. It was not to put the blame on women, but at the end of the day, my mother was wrong. And I can say that. There are going to be situations where women are wrong. She was wrong. She tells me all the time she wishes she had just kept her car because I know who that woman is. I've known her my entire life. I've had to deal with her doing things her way and then me fixing them my entire life. I know who I am dealing with. So for me to, for any of that implication, assumption, all that stuff that you feel that you got from it that was never said is irrelevant.
And we wasn't coming from a place of like trying to make it seem like it's women's fault for anything. We were kind of asking a sort of a way of a question to kind of answer, and we just wanted to give an example without it being like some physical or some crazy life and living, a situation. We wanted to kind of give it something light, like a car versus an oil change, so it won't be so like, oh, y'all don't protect us at all. Like, no, we just want to use something real small and do that. For you to come in this chat and act as if we are blaming the women, we're not blaming them. We just showing you, giving out examples, and how you handle that is how you handle that just now. I think that's not manly because you just came in the middle of a conversation and did that.
Well, to be fair, we are on TikTok, and um, the most relevant of what's being spoken about, he only addressed what he just heard. So whatever happened earlier, that is separate than what he just heard. He's responding to what he heard. But I mean, on my panel, everyone's welcome to stand on business. You don't have to agree or disagree with me. But Godric and YG, I'm gonna be with you in a moment. But yeah, he was definitely responding to what he heard, and he obviously has a different outlook than you guys do, and difference of opinion, or even, people can bring up fat stacks, whatever, is welcomed on my panel. My panel is not police. So he's standing on business on what his thoughts are. But gee, you're on Coffee Cup. I was going to ask you, do you believe it's some truth to what Piki's saying, that there's a level of protection that needs to happen regardless of those nuances?
I said it again and I reiterate it. It is conditional, depending on the.
Okay, so you guys heard it first. G just said it is conditional. That's what Piki was responding to. So, Will, you might feel different, but Piki was more so addressing the level of conditions that was happening with protection.
Can I answer that?
It's not really something to be answered.
Well,
I
can
don't
I
have a
can I
question. Give me,
iterate on that?
yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get to Godric. Hazel, you've been quiet. Do you agree with what Piki was saying, or do you agree with Chad? Hazel, don't be scared to stand on business. All right, we have some people being scared today. G, Hazel. So we'll move on for now.
No, I just wanted to reiterate. Someone can protect someone only so much, and I'll reiterate it again. Once that protection falls into that person not just protecting that person, but now they got to protect themselves, trying to protect you. That's when that protection needs to stop. Now, I'm talking about this has to be aggravated and something that's consistently happening, not some one-off.
Okay, we're going to go to the new guest. Hazel, it'd be nice if you stop running, but let's go to the new guest. Everyone, please share the live when you come up. Godric, go ahead and read out the first one and answer it.
Thank you. Women should say no to the
Well,
eggplant.
age, race, and pronouns.
Mid-50s. I'm a man. Women should say no
Race.
to eggplant.
Race.
Hispanic.
All right, I'm not even going to go through the Hispanics not a race. I'm just going to continue. Go ahead.
Women should say no to the eggplant, and the world would be a better place. I would say no. We have a negative birth rate right now, so that's a problem. So it would just mean no smacks if she did that. So I would say no to that.
Did you want to
They should
expound or
they should pick.
respond to any?
I think they should pick better. You know, they should pick better, but uh, they need to say no in general. And the dude is always going to try to hit, and then they're gonna get what we have now. But
You said they should pick better. Could you expound?
like pick men that they're gonna marry. Require a ring, for example.
Okay.
Require commitment, right? That's what I think. That would be great. But not just say no to everybody.
Okay, but there's women that's requiring commitment and they're in relationships with men and those men still do them dirty, and it adds to the things that are going wrong in our community. Whether it turns into a DB situation, an infidelity situation, women are committing to men and still getting done dirty. So how is waiting to a committed relationship going to help?
So when you said that in committed, I think they're getting tricked. Okay, I think the man's telling a story to get what he wants. Like, oh, well, we're gonna get married. We're gonna, you know. So it's the woman that's getting tricked, right? Which proves they're not smarter. That's what's happening.
So the women are getting tricked. So you believe women are getting tricked at a high percentage?
Yeah, because men, I mean, let's be real. Men are gonna lie, cheat, and steal to get that pum pum. So it's the women that are getting lied to, and then you get
Okay, that's
what
an
you get.
interesting point. I'm gonna come back to you because you have a lot of noise in your background. Chime in again when you get home or wherever you're at. Get to your destination. But I was gonna say he just said something that I want to throw out to the panel, that women are getting tricked by men. A lot of times they're lying to them about commitment and relationship. And if women were so smart, they wouldn't be getting tricked. So it proves the men are smarter. So are the men smarter when it comes to relationship? Somebody chime in on that other than the new guest. I'll be with you in a moment.
No, it just proves that women will lie to themselves.
Okay, we're gonna move right along. Gur,
Hey.
hey, if you could age, race, and pronouns, and then read out the first one and answer it. You also could respond to anyone on the panel.
Okay. 42, black, she, her.
Girl, 42?
I am.
What the?
Cash out for questions, G.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Poetic. I almost called you Poe. Women should say no to the bean and the world would be a better place. I think women should say no more because so many men lie, cheat, and steal for it. But no, I absolutely don't think it would be a better place. I think rape in AB would increase drastically. And I wholeheartedly believe that.
Okay, that's a good point. So as far as AB and grape will increase, this is how we got in the conversation about protection. Because if women wanted to take the stand, the men should protect the women. The men who say they're the quote unquote good men, they should be protecting the women. But what we're getting from some of the people on the panel is that they wouldn't be able to protect us because we do not listen. What's your thoughts on that, Gur? And then we're going to the next one.
Yeah, I agree. Because I agree with what Peaky was saying about whether someone's listening or not. Like I was trying to put it in the comments that I can understand the frustration, because even women, we have that when we're telling like our kids or somebody to do something. So like when your concerns come to fruition, that can be frustrating. Like I get it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people aren't are ignoring the advice. Sometimes they shopped around and took multiple people gave them advice and they just went a different way. But it doesn't mean that what you gave them or offered them wasn't considered. And I absolutely believe they still deserve protection. That's like a kid. If a kid doesn't listen, but then he, you tell him don't talk to strangers and he gets, snatched up, or I don't know if you could say the K-nap word. I mean, are we seriously going to say he doesn't still deserve protection? So yeah, I agree with Peaky that like there's the I get
Wait. That's actually groundbreaking. The
okay.
kid example is groundbreaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, I get it. So I'm fully with Peaky on that, but I also understand the frustration, especially like repetitively. If somebody keeps seeking advice and it feels like they never take it, but like I believe people take it. Sometimes people just have, like, for example, I sell real estate and I give my professional opinion, and sometimes it's taken and sometimes they go a different way. But I think that they hear me. They just may go a different way with whatever feels or fits best for them. I land.
Can I respond to that?
Okay.
I do respond to that as well.
Okay. So
I'm
I
in a
actually
better.
want to hear Chad's response because she agreed with Peaky, and Chad had the opposite. Godric, keep your point. Make sure your background's not loud, and then we're gonna get to YG. We'll pretty much do an open panel for a few minutes. Chad.
All right. So to respond to that, yes, that would be, I would agree 100% with that if that person who did not take your advice did not also come to you to fix it. They do not go to the person who they shopped around and got better advice from and took that person's advice. They don't go back to that person to fix it. That's the premise. I never said that, she had to take my advice and all that. She didn't take my advice, and then it came back to me to fix it. That was the whole purpose. That's what I'm saying. Like, when we add variables, the things change. To keep it equal, everything has to be equal from the example. She came back to me to fix it. That was the issue. And when it comes to the protection and using the kids, women aren't children, and women don't want to be treated as children. So that's not the same. A child is, of course, ignorant to the fact of several things because they do not have the lived experience. But a woman who is your equal, who you respect as an equal, and she comes to you to ask you for advice, she chose you in the first place. If you're not going to be willing to listen to the advice, instruction, whatever you want to call it, of the person you're with, then why are you with them? How about only entering into relationships with men whose advice you will take, whose words you will understand and consider? Why enter into relationships with men who you do not trust their guidance? And I understand there are a lot of dynamics to that. We covered that too. But again, a child is not the same. That's right.
Can I give a quick response?
Please go ahead. Can you please go when it's open?
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't know if it was fully open yet. Okay, so Chad, just when I agreed with Peaky, I haven't been here that long, so I kind of caught the example. I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with you. That's why I said I could understand the frustration of your current concerns coming to fruition. I'm just saying what Peaky said about a lot of men on the panel, not even necessarily you, but they feel like, because somebody didn't listen, they don't deserve your protection. And in what I have known of you and when I follow you, I feel like somebody could not listen to you and you would still feel like they deserve protection. And the kid, me using the kid thing, that was just an example, like when you used the car situation. It was just a comparison. I'm not saying it's the exact same thing, but if you love somebody, just because they don't listen to you means, okay, you deserve like whatever happens. And I'm hoping this happens just so you learn the lesson. I'm just saying we can still deserve protection, and we can also still be frustrated that they didn't heed our advice. So I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I just think that a lot of men, too many men, don't, like, as soon as a woman isn't ready to listen or they can't fully control the woman, she doesn't deserve any protection. And I think there's a difference. Everything isn't always so black and white.
Absolutely. And I agree with you. And I thought it was, and it's evident in the fact that I agree with you with the fact that I still fixed it. She still deserved my protection, even though she didn't listen to me, even though she came back, and I still fixed it. I could have said, "No, mom, you're a grown woman. You got to deal with that. You chose that. You didn't listen to me," but I did not because I love her. I still fixed it. So she still was worthy of the protection, even though she did not listen, even though she did not accept the guidance. And that's what I mean. Like that was evident that I believe that.
Okay, I'm going to chime in. So I think what is being missed right now is like, okay, Chad, I don't know you personally. I know your content because I listen to your videos, and just your mentality, you would seem like a more rational, fair person. Okay, when it comes to certain people, of course, not like abusers or somebody like that, but when it comes to people, especially people you love, I believe you're going to be rational just from the way you think on your content. Now, with that being said, not every man's like you, Chad. So when you said that, you know what, if like they need to like listen, so there is an attachment to protection because you know that listening factor is important. But you said, hey, I would still protect. What I don't know if you guys realize is Tony that was here earlier and a couple other, I think it was one other guy, and whoever's in the chat, you just never know who's listening. Some of them will run with that. Like, yeah, I'm validated now. So if they don't listen to me, I don't need to protect them. G is one of them. G just said it's under condition. So he took 50%, and you know, that's not on you, that's not your responsibility. But some would say that it's very important to specify that because not all these people here on TikTok have guidance, have mentors. And to be honest, some people go through whether it's Google, whether it's TikTok to get information and answers and validation for their real lives. So some people took that and ran with it. I seen Tony and G did that. They agree with you and they feel like they were validated by you.
That I can't. There's nothing we can do with someone else's comprehension skills or lack thereof because to hear the example in totality, you know what I'm saying? It never gave that.
Right, in the whole totality. But you know, people take bits and pieces, but like I said, that's not on you. But that's why it's good to have this conversation, a thorough conversation, so that we could get to the bottom of this. And to conclude with that portion, Chad is saying that, yeah, there is a condition, you should listen, but at the end of the day, you should still protect. So it takes us back to square one, that you guys cannot use that for an excuse, the men who were. And Chad is not siding with you guys to use for an excuse. But Godric, go ahead and get in, and then we're going to go to YG.
So protection, of course, needs to be provided to women, but it has to be conditional because, like, let's say the woman, let's say we're on the street and there's a dog biting people. I'm gonna take care of this dog, so I'm a man. I'm gonna say, baby, get in the house so I can protect you. But if she stays out there, how in the hell am I gonna protect her from that dog? Or if you're in a restaurant and some dude rando calls my woman a B, and I look at the situation and I'm not gonna win this fight. We're gonna just walk away, babe. We're gonna walk away. If she starts fighting with the dude, how am I gonna get drawn into a fight? Does she really want me to get drawn into a fight with a rando? So it's funny. Someone said children. Women are children because they want the protection, but they don't want to be accountable. So they actually are children in that case. So that's how I feel about that.
Anybody want to rebut him that yeah, women are children and they should like
I want to say something. I don't, bro. I think you just tried to throw a whirlwind in here when you just said that one. But what I will say is, as men, we do like. I agree with G a little bit and Girl as well. I
I think when it
Well,
comes
hold
to
on. I need
safety,
some.
we should
I
have.
want to know who disagrees with Godric, because I don't just let. It's a freedom of speech panel because things can get debunked. Nobody's responding to him saying that women are children. That's a problem.
They're in the category of children. There's a men, then there's women and children.
No, we're not
Yes,
on you again.
so we're not. We're not. I totally disagree with him. And that's just the misogyny in him speaking out loud. They always give these examples that go right back to fighting, and the fact of the matter is half of these men can't fight. Like we hear men on this app all the time talking about, I'm going to protect you, what the bump in the night theory, and like, you're not in boxing class, you're not taking karate, what the fuck you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, let's be for real. You gonna mess around and get mashed out trying to be Superman. Like, just fall back. Let's just leave. Let's know when to walk away, because we grown as shit anyhow. Like, this whole, but first of all, like, that doesn't even, like, women aren't children by any means. We have no problem being accountable, but at the same time, nobody's arguing that there isn't problematic women in the world. Get away from them. Any woman that, like, you don't even have to tell nobody, you don't even have to tell me, shut up, you don't argue with that man, you ain't got to tell me no shit like that. I already know. I've been living 42 years. I'm already walking off. Come on, babe. He's drunk. We out of here. It's time to go. Like, you got a right to get away from knucklehead ass women. Like, that don't even make sense. That's not a child. That's an ignorant, that you messing with a dummy, and you probably got a dummy because you a dummy. Dummies attract dummies. You attract who you are. I land.
I just wanted to respond to that, that women are children and we have to look at it like that. I actually think it's the very opposite. The women, black women, are your most valuable asset. It needs to be protected to the utmost. I don't care what condition it's in. They teach you that if anybody here is a veteran, you want to have an asset. It may be not in the best position or the best condition, but you protect that asset with everything you have. It's the same thing with BLK women. Not that they're children, because that devalues them, and they are not to be devalued.
I'm gonna speak on this to you, Godric. First of all, if a dog is outside biting people and you ask your lady to go in the house and she chooses not to, then you need to transform yourself into a dog. You need to get down on all fours. You need to bark at the dog. You need to run at the dog. You need to be a dog and attack the dog, okay? Secondly, you spoke about fighting random people, or you not willing to fight random people and how dangerous that could be for you. Well, buddy, I'm gonna tell you just like this. Like, there are men who are very aggressive with women, and we as men don't even know who they are. Like, the next time you're at a grocery store, at a department store, just think about all the men that surround you and how you don't know which one of them is a very dangerous person. And I think maybe your perception of who deserves protection may change, and it may even ignite a fire in you, you know what I'm saying, to be more proactive about these things. Because what you're saying is diabolical, especially coupled with the idea that you think women are children. I mean, just imagine what would you be willing to protect a child? You know what I'm saying? Like, where are we going with this?
Will, I know you wanted to get in. I guess Godric's not saying nothing right now, but Will, go ahead and get in, then we're gonna go to YG.
Yeah, I was saying I disagree with him on that, on calling women children. Like, bro, if that's the case, bro, we all gonna go to jail, bro. You can't say that. That's crazy work. I disagree with that. Women are adults. We're not children, or we're not. But in safety, I feel like the word protection inside of safety is no lesson to be learned. It's to protect a person, period, kid. Because I like the analogy that she used about the child. And you're right. Like, yeah, if a kid that happens to a kid, it's like, no, we still gonna go protect a woman. Like, I think when we were speaking of it, like, when I'm speaking of it right now, when it comes to safety, there's no condition for me. Like, I'm not gonna, just because my wife is not listening to what I'm saying, she walked into the street, I'm gonna still run towards her and try to push her out of the way. Like that, I'm a man in that. But what G was explaining earlier, I'm saying conditions on certain little things, like that's not life, like life changing. Yeah, you might have to, like, not be protected in that area all the way because of we can't continue to let the family drown. But when we talking safety protection, I don't give a fuck where we at. Is you got to do what you got to do to protect your family. Period. Men, women, children. I don't care. Like as men, I do agree with what Piki said. I do agree with that. You're right, bro. And safety wise, I agree with you 110%. And that's all I gotta say.
But this what I'm saying, though. I'm gonna be quick. We as men don't even understand the true the idea of protection is. Like, we are responsible for protecting her perception of life. Like, and you talking about something that's life changing. As a man, I think real men, or whatever you want to call it, Old Testament men, our fathers or baby, whatever you want to say, the idea was to protect her perception of life. So even how you respond to her coming telling you, oh, I just got gypped out of, somebody sold me $50 worth of if you respond a certain way, you may, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's a lot more to it, you know what I'm saying? And I think if you can simplify it in your mind, then you'll better be able to see like how valuable our presence is as men, and how we need to be better.
Well, let me say this, because this is interesting. YG, thanks for your patience. We're going to be with you next. If that's the case, that you guys do not protect based on condition, and most of you guys are black on the panel. We only have one white tea guy, but you feel like BLK women are protected? Because if that's the case, that they're not protected based on condition, that means they would be protected. Will?
See, now the silence.
I mean, in that instance, right? If I'm protecting the family, saying, okay, you didn't listen to me in this area, I have to protect the family. You still protected in that, but the condition of you controlling that or handling that now, that you might even say to me, well, I don't feel protected in that area. It was, well, if you look at it, your credit is better or whatever it is, or life is better if we pay attention. If I'm showing you what's going on, I'm not saying that we don't change the programming and try to educate and whatever, but we literally have to.
YG, hold on. I already said give me a second. I don't know. You didn't answer my question. If you guys are not protecting on condition, then that would mean by default black women are protected. But we obviously see that's not happening. And I asked you, do you feel like black women as a collective are protected?
Yes.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, Will. No, you cannot respond.
I say yes. Around me, black women is very protected, or BLK women are very protected.
Okay. Godric, go ahead, and then we're going to YG.
I think the problem is that like a son will protect his mother and his sister, and the father will protect his daughter and his wife, but that's the thing. So in that way, you need to have that family around you to protect you. If not, then you're not protected. If you're not there that knows you,
Okay, you
you're
said
not
that
protected
you
because some
gotta
dude
have
might try
that
to take
family.
advantage.
Hold on, Godric, because you're going in and out. I'm about to go to YG. Just fix the in and out. I'll come back to you. You guys always go to the whole family thing. And what is so interesting to me when you talk about you should have your family to protect you, women are being hurt by their own family members. Are their intimate partners. That's where the AB happens the most. So I don't know why you guys continue to say you should be protected by your own family. Women have a higher chance, women and girls have a higher chance with being harmed from someone in their family, someone that an intimate partner, more than a stranger on the street. So I'm not sure why do you guys go straight to the family. Then on top of that, some of you same guys have seen things that are questionable in your own family, but you didn't want to go that route. You didn't want to address it. You didn't want to get in that fight. You didn't want to uncover that thing because you didn't want to be in the middle of it. So a lot of times you guys don't protect your own family. Godric, please mute your mic while I'm talking. So it's starting to seem somewhat like a cop out when people say on the panel, well, you got to get protection from your family. Because I didn't heard the creepy uncle scenario from too many strangers that I never met. For them to have that in common is happening way too often. There's people in the family that's not protecting. There's people in the family that are the predators or have been the predators before in your life. So that is a cop out to me, okay? Because there needs to be a system. Since men built the system and the patriarchy, it needs to be a system that protects women and girls, whether it's your family or not. YG, age,
Yes,
race,
ma'am.
age, race, and pronouns.
Black 30 he.
You said black 30.
And he, him,
Okay.
and everything is he's.
All right. You can read out the first one and answer it, and then you also can respond to anything on the panel.
Women should say no to penis, and the world would be a better place. Nah, yeah, we're gonna still be the world. Nah, I don't agree with that.
Did you want to expound?
Yeah, well, on that or what everybody else was talking about.
Anything. Go ahead. Just talk.
All right, well, when it comes to that protection thing, and this is just being honest, just like being in a relationship with somebody, all of it is based on conditions and terms. If I'm with somebody and I go cheat on her and she don't want to be with me she don't want to be with me no more, it's because I broke the trust, which is a part of the terms and conditions. Because ain't nobody gonna get with you if they don't feel in some type of way they can trust you. So if I can't trust you, how is it gonna benefit me also protecting you when once that relationship is done, you gone? I'm not gonna be calling you up and saying, hey, you need protection. Not saying women don't need protection, but most of the time, a lot of women walk away from certain things. So to say that we need a system that protects all women, now you're speaking on we need our own police on that point. But I'm gonna let everybody else hit the floor. I'm just listening until I really get in.
You've been listening for so long. I'm surprised. You don't have anything else to add?
Nah, because I got a lot to add, but I'm really liking what people
Go
and them
ahead.
saying.
Go ahead and add whatever. What did you disagree with? And who did you disagree with?
Well, it's hard to say who I agree and disagree with because a lot of folks making some solid points on each end. And ain't no point gonna really be 100% right on this way or 100% right on that way. So when it comes to it, me personally, I'm gonna protect my gal. If right now, like, if my gal is sitting over there and she say she finna go out with her homegirls or whatever, I shouldn't have to tell my gal, hey, look, stay away from this side of the hood, cause they get a little rowdy, and we know when you cut on the nerves, somebody always getting unalive. If I gotta tell my gal that, who should know better, either I got a dummy or I got someone that's way too young for me to be dating. Cause I shouldn't have to tell no woman that's standing on her business where to go, where not to go. So I won't get put in that position to where I could possibly get unalive, she could possibly get unalive, or I possibly unalive somebody else for a bad decision that she made while I wasn't there. So that protection thing is really kind of tricky when it comes to it. So I feel like it's based on who you go get as a person, who your partner gonna be. Just because I can protect you, does everybody deserve protection if they doing childlike activities or doing things that's not of a grown person's mind thought of saying, nah, I don't need to put myself in this situation type, you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I see that we're gonna go to open panel. Well, Messi, you can start open panel, but I find it interesting that a lot of times, after I say this, a lot of times when we're talking about protection, you guys automatically use the example of a romantic partner. Not once have I seen, hey, if I see my brother putting his hands on a woman, or if I seen my uncle um doing something weird to my little cousin, oh, it's on and popping. Like, people always want to make it sound like it hasn't happened or doesn't happen in your family, and the numbers are way too high for everyone to act like it doesn't happen. Hold
Not
on.
on my
Hold
watch.
on, I'm talking. I'm talking.
I wanted to
Hold
respond to the
on. I am
protection.
talking. So the numbers are way too high for everyone to be like, oh yeah, that's not my family, not my friends. I've never seen that. And so your only example is your girlfriend. I find that interesting. But my messy, go ahead, and then it's open panel.
I'm just going to say something briefly because I keep saying I think that the example that's being used a lot, the physical protection, like, and I'll give you an example. This was on the news lately, and y'all probably heard about it. It's been this, and I think it's in Texas, where there's a string of BLK women. They're just being murdered. They're just being murdered,
Okay,
and
I'm going to drop you and bring you back. I keep telling you to use TikTok friendly language. Rix, you just came up. Share the live out. I'll get you in a moment. If we can get it to 150K, you could come back, but I had to drop you because you've been using a lot of unfriendly TikTok language. You got to say unalive. Unalive, unalive, unalive. It's very important to use TikTok friendly language. So I'm going to bring you back up. Please use TikTok friendly language.
yes, I apologize for that because it is hard when you're not used to saying those words, but what I'm saying is that the men in the comments, you hear them saying this, the conversation we're having right now. Well, they was told, we heard that the guys told her not to go out. She shouldn't have been out, and she's not listening. Y'all not listening. What y'all doing out that late? I promise you, this is a lot of the comments. But what I'm saying is that protection has layers. We're unprotected even from the fact that it's happening, even from the fact that we are looked at as being vulnerable enough to disappear like that, and nobody would say anything about it. That's the level of protection. The 300K women that's out of work, because I'm in the DMV area. I moved out of the United States, but I'm from the DMV area. I know Black women, BLK women, who are out of work, and there's no answer to that. There's no protection. That is a currency. Somebody said it in the comments earlier. Money is a form of protection. I don't want y'all to keep thinking about we just talking about you physically telling them to do something and you set these conditions and that's why you can't protect them. I'm saying in general, as a collective, BLK women are just out there with no protection.
Yeah,
Is it an open floor yet or no?
I have a problem with the men keep going back to physical protection too because like you said, poetic, we're most likely to be harmed by our significant others. The same guys that run their whole campaign of dating us on their protection. That is who we're most likely to be assaulted by. The number one cause of unaliving for pregnant women, the number one cause of unaliving for pregnant women is their partner. That's a fact. Feel free to check it out. Like that's the number one cause, right? So you're not even protecting the baby at that point. Like this is how so we go into this physical protection. It's just so disingenuous. And to what YG was saying, that's what I said. If you're attracting dummies, like I said, there was problematic women. Get away from those women. You anybody that's like always doing stuff constantly. That's not your person. But I think the conditional thing is where I can understand that. Like things in life, like love can be conditional. Like when you cheat, but that you're breaking a contract. Protection is something totally different, right? And I agree with you, Poetic. I think it is a cop out. And it's funny because Godric was saying that we don't want accountability, and them saying that this conditional thing as far as protection goes, that's them lacking accountability. That's them not wanting to deal with it. Like, because we're not even having the conversation about what about all the times when you're, and this is rhetorical, I don't need an answer, but what about when your wife takes your advice, but she makes a decision that differs from yours and it goes right? We're not addressing any of that. Most of the time we make these decisions, they actually work out. Like they're trying to paint this picture that I tell her everything and all she does is not listen and it never works out. Like men are always right or something. Is that what we're pushing? Is that the narrative that you got to listen to a man because they're always right? You know how many men are failing their own fucking lives? They can't find their way out of a wet paper bag, yet alone try to call themselves leaders and leading other people out here. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. If you were attracted to that woman because you like how she carries herself, you like how she thinks, you think
Can I
she got a
respond to
good
that?
head on her shoulders, like what is the problem? Other than that, you're with a dummy. And like I said, and I'm standing on it, if you got a dummy, you're probably a dummy, or you're probably super shallow, going off of some dingbat trophy bitch, and you need to ditch her because if life's gonna be hell. But even with all of that aside, the odds of you needing to protect her physically would only be 9 times out of 10 from yourselves. I am most likely to get assaulted by the dude I live with than any random on the street. And then, we hear the examples of what did she have on and all of this. That's so disingenuous. There are little girls, there are little boys that are being essayed, dressed up more than appropriately, even not that I even subscribe to this appropriate dressing, but if that's how we want to, that's the terminology we want to use. People are covered from head to toe and they're still snatched and raped. Like, let's not be disingenuous here. Like, a creep is a creep is a creep. It don't mean nothing. You got to go. If the outfit's what it is, that means all of y'all is out here capable of rape, because you're gonna see a woman with some ass hanging out or something like that, and you saying you gonna grab her. Okay, no, you're not. So that means no other man should be grabbing her, and you should say something. You don't have to physically fight either, by the way. You can make a call. There are people they get paid to protect. You can video it and you can make a call. Well, you can make a call and then you can video it. So now she's got help on the way and you can support her story. That, you know what I mean? Like, that's it.
Well, I mean, and like you guys are saying, Gert and Messy, there's other ways within the system that you guys can help protect. But for some reason, I feel like it's, unfortunately, it seems though when I hear women on the panel say that, it doesn't get expounded upon. The men don't really address it. It doesn't ring an alarm for you guys. You kind of just like brush by that. You go straight to the example of her not listening or a physical situation where your life is threatened. You guys continue to ignore that there's other ways to protect. The women continue to say it, but nobody is elaborating. None of the men have elaborated or agreed or even gave a proposition of some
I like
ways
to
that you
respond.
guys, hold
Can I,
on.
can I
Hold on,
elaborate
let me
when you
finish.
finish?
On a way that you guys can go ahead and help the system protect women. Not once. And this is not the first time, because I mean, I host lives daily. So this is not the first time that men continue to ignore that being put out. And I'm just going to say this, and then it's back to open panel for a little bit before I go to the new guest. Hey, Miss Monet. Let's support the live goal, you guys. I didn't reach my live goal. The conversation has been good. You guys don't always have to drop someone to help me reach my live goals. If you're enjoying the conversation, we have between 90 and 100 people here the entire live, and I couldn't even reach a goal of 5 money pow pows. I think only one person sent one, which was a Coach. Thank you, Coach. So my live goal is money pow pows. Now, if you want, you can use it to have someone take a break. If you don't, you still can support the live. I would like to reach my daily rankings when I put live goals. And I always make it easier. It's not like it's TikTok universes. Like I make it very easy to be able to hit the live goals. Um, but yeah, it could be something just as simple as thank you, Chad. Shout out to Chad. Appreciate it. It could be something just as simple as, well, that's not really simple, but something that is not dangerous, like petitioning for. So you guys could petition the men, and the reason why women can do it too, but the men, you guys seem like if you're the protectors, you would be pushing for this even more. I've heard that sex offenders, they get slaps on the wrist. Why isn't the sentencing higher? A lot of you guys are into politics. I'm really not. I'm starting to get into it because I feel like we need to, especially more in our community. But why aren't these things being pushed then enough? Or get the attention with different organizations causing boycott, strike, whatever. Because if the sentencing was higher for SA and grape, etc., I'm sure that the crime would lessen. Or maybe not, but I just want to put that out there. Who was it that wanted to say something? Panel's open.
Oh,
Yeah. Will, I wanted to say something.
Go ahead, panel's open.
All right, cool. Ladies, I hear y'all. I'm listening to y'all, and I hear what you're saying. Let's take the family side out of it. Let's take only protecting our girl and all that, and let's take that out of it, right? But also, and I know y'all want us to take accountability also for that. But women also have accountability in this area. So when I'm saying I can be weak, just say one of y'all could be my girl. Let's just do that. And I'm not saying that y'all not intelligent enough or nothing either. I'm just using it for example. I've been places when I wanted to help a black woman or a LK woman and not and just be courteous and just show chivalry or whatever. And my girl would look at me like, you don't supposed to do that job. So I'm not saying and then they turn around and be, oh, you scared or you do what your girls say. So when that comes up and we want to protect the other BLK woman in that scenario, we are looked at as something wrong as well. And I landed right there.
I missed
Right
that.
there, though.
I missed that
Ooh, right.
scenario you gave, but I'm gonna let Messi respond
If
to
you want
you.
me, I can
No,
repeat it. I
that's
can repeat
fine.
it.
Once she
Okay.
responds, I'm gonna be able to grasp what you said. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem.
No, I saw his effort of trying to find out what ways, like what different ways can, protection happen. I'm gonna give y'all an example. You come across a panel, or y'all decide you want to go out and have a panel, and the title is "How Can We Better Protect BLK Women?" Just start there. Just start the conversation. Just start talking to each other about how could you do a better job protecting the BLK women without the conversation turning to all the problems and all the issues that the BLK woman is having and that they are. Can we just see some pure responsibility, full stop, and this is how we're going to fix it type of activity?
Oh, I don't.
Okay, so well, with that being said, I didn't hear what your scenario is. Will, go ahead. But
Yeah,
that's a
all right,
good
so listen,
idea.
I'm
That's a
saying,
good
and
idea. Well, hold on,
I
Will, before you
apologize. I
go.
apologize.
That's a good idea. I think I've had similar prompts, but it usually segues to something else. But Will, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, I get that I was basically trying to say, like, I get that what y'all saying, like, we got to step up and do that, right? So I'm going with that. But also on the other side is scenarios where I want to actually help another woman in the presence of my spouse, and she will feel some type of way if I did or whatever. And then
What?
if I do,
Nobody
seriously,
responded
that's
to
a thing.
you
No, no,
on
no, no,
saying
no.
that?
Listen,
That
it's a thing though. I'm not saying it happens all the time, and I'm not saying it actually happened with me. It's just a scenario. I'm just saying I have seen this when a man that was trying to help a woman in the process
the man was his woman was mad with him for it in the process. I've
Give
seen
me
that.
an example on where that happened to you at.
I'm not saying it happened to me. I have seen it. I'm saying so I can explain that scenario. I
So
have
it never
seen women,
happened to
and
you.
I have seen no. It never happened to me, but I have seen it. I'm just giving it a scenario, but I'm
Okay,
just
in
saying.
what scenario
But I
did it
have seen.
happen?
I have been to the club and see a woman jump into a man's face, and another man is like, yo, you don't have to talk to her like that, bro, or whatever, and go there, and his girl is pulling him back out of the way because he's like, yo, that's not your fight. But he's actually stepping up, being a man, trying to do that, but not to piss his woman off, he walks away or he puts it. So do we give those type of women say like, okay, yeah, those women that's wrong because we trying to. I'm just asking.
Will.
I'm asking.
I'm gonna leave it up to the panel, but in that situation, you're in an establishment. You can call security. Like that guy could have called security. And let's be honest, sometimes when you guys are quote unquote protecting women that are like your colleagues are women that are in your age range or women that you may feel attracted to. Sometimes you guys do use that just to get at the woman. It's so many times. Well, let me not say so many times. There has been times that maybe I had a flat tire and the guy helped me, but he was flirting and asked me for my number. Like sometimes you guys do help for an open door. And just because you have a girlfriend doesn't mean no men, because you said never happened to you, no men use that for an open door to flirt with or get at another woman. But you said it hadn't even happened to you, so I don't know how that's even valid when
I said I
you
seen
only seen a situation. Hold on, when you only seen a situation inside of a club. But that's
it.
crazy.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it to the panel.
So
Well,
so
I
so
yeah,
want
Gert.
I
do
want
you
to
think
speak on
Hold on,
the
wait 1 second. Let's Gert, I think wanted to respond to that situation, then Chad, and then it's open panel.
Yeah, I wasn't jacking it either. No shit, no shade. It just didn't feel genuine, like because like you guys are always trying to use this one in a million example. Like even in his example, he's like the girl jumped in the guy's face. Like we don't know what happened there. That guy could have been doing all kinds of stuff to that woman, and that woman was his cousin. Like I don't know what happened. Like we're gonna speak about all of these random hypotheticals that happen to other people, but but nonetheless, again, for the thousandth time, we're not saying there are no problematic women out there. Again, you guys need to get away from those women. When you're actually trying to help somebody, like somebody is being assaulted and you're trying to help, and if it's something deep, like a whole fight, you don't have to jump in the fight. Like I said, you can make a call. Like Poetic just said, you can get security. Something's going on over here. You know what I mean? Like women, we may only tell you to come on because we know, like we in the neck of the woods where people be playing with them things, and it can get real different in here. So like it's time to go. We not saving nobody but ours. That's a different ball game. But like this women being so jealous that like if we see you trying to tell a dude to back off or make a call to the cops, we're just gonna be, why you caring about her? Like, come on, this shit is not no movie. This is real life. We not out
Right,
here
Gert.
doing
And
that.
I'm gonna get to Chad in a minute. Like, Will, it seemed like you're just using that for a cop out. But it's okay. I would like to hear
I don't
more.
need to cop out. I'm just
No,
literally
I'm
saying
not
it's
saying you
also
are, but
other
like, give me
scenarios
one
that
second.
where
1 second, Will.
okay, no problem, no problem.
You've been dropped by a money pow pow. Again, Will, you were dropped by a money pow pow. I mean, I would like to hear more. He said he's a comedian in his bio. Maybe he was just trying to be funny. I'm not sure. But Will, if you want to save your spot, don't take it personal. Anybody can save their spot. Anyone can do drops. So if you want to save your spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. You've been here for some hours, so definitely support the live. You can send a Swan or a Galaxy, get your spot back. But let's let Chad get in, and then this person has been waiting very patiently. Salisbury, you'll be next.
All right, I just wanted to speak on the point of the systemic issues and how men should create systems on a systemic level because men built a system. I think you mentioned that, Poetic. And to that, I'm going to say it kind of does exist on a systemic level For example, if a woman says that she is being DV'd, the system is going to be on her side initially. Like there will be police there. That man will get locked up. How many times have a man who was falsely accused of rape or anything like that? And what happens? The system addresses the threat, and they worry about everything later on the back end. If a woman says that this man raped her, he will be handled, and then it's up to him to fix that later on. But the system on a systemic level does look out for women on a lot of subjects, and a lot of times when women are victims of the situation, it was because they either A, did not involve the system, or B, when the system intervened, they, because of abuse, nobody's saying that that they're wrong for doing this, but they either dropped the charges, or they said, well, no, he didn't do anything, I didn't mean to call, or you know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when it comes to the system protecting women, when the system tries, a lot of women intervene. How many, like we said, even protecting little girls, how many little girls are being abused, and when the system tries to intervene, the mother or whoever in the house says there's nothing happening, or you know what I'm saying? They take up for the man. You know what I'm saying? They shun the little girl. They make the little girl seem like she fast and all this other stuff like that. So I think on a systemic level, there are things there. That's all I'm saying. Like on a systemic level, it does exist. Protection for women does exist, and when left to do the way that when left to operate the way that it's supposed to operate, it is pretty swift. It is up to that man to fix everything that came from it. It's up to that man to clear his name. It's not even a crime in a lot of states to falsely accuse a man of rape, even if he has lost everything. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I land.
I just, man, listen, this is how crazy we sound as men, right? We will say amongst one another, if he get loud, he's scared. If he yelling, he afraid. You know what I'm saying? Real men don't talk, they just move. But then we try to use this whole like conditional protection thing to justify us raising our voice and yelling at women. Like if you willing to succumb to yelling, like you got to understand that just even that is harmful to a woman, especially if she done been through some shit. That's even harmful to the children that are in proximity. Talking through your teeth at a person is something that we do to express our emotional anger, which is harmful to another person. So we be the problem the whole time, but we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about like what we supposed to get for doing this. And that ain't even the case. Like we just got to hold ourselves accountable. Like I regret I'm not saying I've never raised my voice to my wife. But what I am saying is that I protect her perception, that my wife, she actually think the way that she look at me dictates what I do. Like she'll give me a look and I just stop talking and go do what she asked me to do. And that's me protecting her perception of her power that she has through me. Because if she look at me and she point at you and she want me to do something to you, then I'm going to do that on behalf of her, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's kind of ambiguous and I know it's broad, but I'll provide the analogy of like in the movies when, it'd be like a man at home with his family and then a young boy come over to, date his daughter or take his daughter to homecoming or prom. The father answer the door and he's real polite in front of the daughter and the mother and the boy. But then when the women leave the room, the man get aggressive. And then when the women come back, he's smiling. That's him protecting their perception. And ain't no act of violence been committed. But when we get on this here TikTok, you know what I'm saying? We try to use our talking points to, I guess, backdoor a way into submission when, that's not even, that's a whole different type of time. But I'm going to land right there.
Can I say to the systemic thing? I can't necessarily speak for like other communities, but I know with the Black community, there is a distrust that a lot of BLK people do have with that justice system. We equate it subconsciously. A lot of us equate it to massa, and we don't put massa on our men's back. Not to mention all of the just all of the psychological AB that comes during the process, like especially when you think of little girls. You don't have a lot of little girls and little boys. A lot of little boys are SA'd as well. A lot of little girls and little boys, they actually don't necessarily run and tell mom, and mom just doesn't tell anybody. Though there are those cases, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but that's not usually what happens. It's usually they're usually like it's kept in, like they take that secret. There's so many people that will take that secret to their grave. Like this is sometimes it's your father. This is your father, the person that has done everything for you, is also your AB'er. Like, so you don't necessarily speak out against them. They may buy you gifts in exchange. They tell you this is normal. And if you're like at an age where this doesn't, you that becomes the norm for you. You think that's what it is. You do whatever it takes to survive. If you do know any better, you're literally scared for your well-being. So there's a reason like so many people didn't do this, especially in earlier times. Like we're really like a lot of the systemic thing about like the Me Too movement is actually quite recent when you consider the history of what happened to women. There's literally facts-based movies about women that would report these terrible things, these heinous acts happening to them, and they would be locked in crazy homes. And they would just believe the man. Oh, she's crazy. She's just saying this. And when we talk about women lying, that is less than 4%. Less than 4% of women are actually lying about this stuff. And to be clear, the 4% isn't even set in stone because there's actually no proof. It's just that they couldn't prove that the man did it. And that happens a lot because some people wait years to come out. There isn't any receipts. There's clearly anything that would have been evident has been washed away 1,000 times over. So it is far deeper than that. I do agree that we need to find the courage. We need to dig deep down and speak up. But there's a reason things are this way. Like, and the justice system fails us too. I just watched a documentary. I'll think of the name eventually to tell y'all later in case y'all want to check it out. But the lady said that the guy and the lady said that the guy broke in, kidnapped them, and like let him go. And they literally tried to blame the couple and say they did this. And then down the line, it took another woman, police officer, to work the case and find the damn guy and say, nope, y'all said this was a hoax. This really happened. It was in California somewhere. Like, so the justice system isn't always believing us either. And especially if it's a friend, a buddy. We know guys, I have a friend that was SA years ago, and they said because she was a little promiscuous, nobody believed her. They were still passing the blunt to this guy on the block. Like, it is what it is. Until he got arrested, came back home and raped somebody else. Now, 20 years later, they want to believe her. Like, this shit happens. There's a reason why people don't always talk about it. I land.
All right, I'm gonna go to the new guest in a moment, but before I do that, let me just say this: Rike, our Salisbury speaker, and then Harmony. But let me say this: when it comes to what Chad was saying about the system in place, the system has not worked. Obviously, too many children are being SA'd. Too many women are being DV'd. Too many women are being unalived. So the system in place is not working. We need a new system. If people are actually passionate, especially our men, and the men who have a say-so with this system, you guys will be pushing for change because it has failed us as a people, as a collective. For instance, I believe I heard before that DV is in the matter of the state now and the prosecutor, with or without the witness now, because of the simple fact that a lot of times, because of the psychological things that women go through that have been AB'd, they will literally not want to report their AB, or sometimes they're scared. They're scared that if she actually pressed charges, that he gets out and he does something worse to her. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, isn't the state supposed to take over? As soon as they come out, they're supposed to gather enough evidence so they don't even need her word of mouth. Pictures, statements, whatever that statement was, you swore in, you make that statement, you can't change it.
That's true.
Okay? Also, why do we use polygraph tests for something like a DNA test? Or like, for instance, my ex had to do polygraph test to even become a police officer. Why can't they polygraph test these criminals or these alleged criminals? Did you hit her? Yes or no? Like it could be something just as simple as that. Did you touch her? Yes or no? Like, is these polygraph tests supposed to be legitimate? If so, why are we not using it to protect especially children, but women also? Because obviously it's not taken serious enough. Because if you go down the list and speak to a woman, have you ever been essayed as a child? Most of them gonna say yes. And it happens to boys too. But most of them are going to say yes. It's happening way too often. The children are not protected. The women ain't protected either, but it disgusts me even more that the children are protected. And we're going to have to depend on a child's statement to prosecute someone. We already know DCF, CPS, all that, they failed many a times. It's been many a times that they did not investigate properly, and that child ended up unalived, God forbid. Or that child wait till they get older and have to say, oh, this happened to me 20 times when I was a teenager. And nobody helped them because, oh, they were scared to say something because they're in the same house as their AB'er. It obviously the system's not working, Chad.
So no one said that the system was working. I was simply stating that on a systemic level, that systemic protection does exist. That's all I said. Never said it was working because there is no system that exists at all that is taxpayer funded that is working efficiently to anyone's satisfaction. But when something is taxpayer funded, number one, people don't want to increase their taxes. And then also, when something is taxpayer funded, that's also up to the people who choose to get out there and vote. And when you have a very low voting populace, then there's not going to be much change on a systemic level. That's all I was saying, was that it exists. That's all I said. Never said that, of course, people are going to change the story because of their abuse or they live with their abuse. Of course. But you know what I'm saying? But I never said any of that other stuff. It seems like
well, I was speaking on my perspective. I'm not saying you said it.
Right. No, I'm not saying you said it. I'm saying just in general, like with the discussions. It's like people take and they add ingredients and seasonings and flavors to stuff that was never even said in the first place. When it's like, of course, like we know that, abusers live at home and people are, but that's not what the point was, because you originally brought up there needs to be change, that there needs to be something implemented systemically. And I just simply said that there is a systemic protection that exists. And then I gave examples. That was it.
Can't
But you know what I'm saying?
exist if it's not working, right?
It's nobody, but whether it is working or not, or whether it is efficiently, or whether it is satisfactory, is a completely separate subject. I was just saying that they exist.
Okay, I'm going to
Whether
do
or not,
something a little different. Sorry, Chad. I'm going to do something a little different because these people have been waiting for a long time. It's pretty much open panel for everyone if you just came up. Chad, go ahead and land, and then it's open panel for everybody.
right? No, that was pretty much it. Like, all I was saying was just that to help the conversations just make more, just, if I didn't say it, I didn't say it. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. That's it.
Well, hold on. Let me say this. Remember, it's open panel for everyone. Harmony, speaker, whatever. Y'all all can get in. It's open panel. You can answer the prompt or you can chime into the conversation. But let me say this. You did say that a lot of times these women back off or they change their story. But in the comments, they said the state takes over. I don't know if that
Correct.
is that state by
No,
state.
the state does take over because the state has decided to take over in several cases. My cousin was in one of them because the women so often retract their statements, and when the woman retracts her statement in the way the system used to be, then they had no way to prosecute the man, because so the state had to take over because so many women were retracting their statements. So no matter what, even if the woman retracts her statement, the state already has the case and you will be prosecuted. There's no way around it. So that's what I'm saying. Those things exist on a systemic level, but if people want the systemic system to get better, then they have to participate in the system.
I agree with that. I wasn't
Well, hold
disagreeing with you
on,
though,
Gert.
Chad. I was just
Let's share
adding
the
what you were.
mic. Let's share the mic. But y'all do have to get in. I can't keep like protecting the mic for y'all. It's open panel, so you do need to unmute your mic and go.
All right, for sure. Then, what I want to say is regarding protect men protecting women, or BLK men protecting BLK women. I feel like yeah, as men we gotta do a better job, like generally, and not saying that there's not good men out there. I feel like we all are witnesses of men who protect women, BLK men who protect BLK women. Like we all are witnesses of those. But as a collective, yeah, we got to do better as men. We got to do better as seeing women, not just the women that we sleep with or the women that we potentially want to sleep with, but seeing all women as someone who's deserving of protection, someone who's deserving of our masculine traits, whether that's a compliment, whether that's protection, whether that's us being there as a man, I want to say financially in a way, or mechanically, if that makes sense. But I feel like, yeah, as men, we do have to do way better than what we're doing. I feel like men have and excuse me, because I don't want to offend nobody, but I feel like nowadays men have become feminized, and it's like we just how I heard one of the somebody on the panel was giving a example of a man letting his woman take him away from helping another woman. It's like that. It's like we aren't even strong enough, and excuse me for the small words I'm using, but we not even strong enough to tell our partner, hold on, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a man right now. Hold on. So it's like man, as man, we have to do better. We gotta do better, man. Our women out here are dying. They are
Unalive.
getting threat, or I'm sorry, they're getting unalive. They're getting threatened. They're getting mistreated. Just I'll give an example of me being at work, and I'm with work with different cultures, and it may just be me in my eyes, but when I see different females come on to the job, whether they're Mexican, whether they're white, and I wouldn't say too much white, but like Mexican and other cultures like that, I see how when their women come on, their women get respected. Not everybody is gonna try to holler at their women, or not everybody is gonna try to make a joke about their women. I feel like they get a sense of respect, but let a BLK woman come onto the job site, and it's like it's free game. Like anybody can holler at her, or anybody can say a little smirk at her, and it's like dang, it's like where her protection at? Like so I feel like going back to it is, man, we do gotta do better. Like we the leaders. We are the superior. We are the
Right.
masculine figure. So I feel like it playing that role,
Remember,
it comes with a
everyone new to
lot.
the panel. Cash out for question.
Do you mind?
I'm
Okay.
all right.
Is there a time limit to land planes, Tahoes?
Not really. I
No.
asked everyone to be mindful. Keep it under two minutes.
Okay, but I kind
Okay.
of had
I want
waited
to
for this.
respond to him.
Yeah, I'll
I,
respond after Alex.
Okay, I kind of had waited a long time to say what I had to say, but my bad for taking a long time. But I would just say, okay, and that's my spiel on the men. But as women too, we need y'all to step up and be kinder for a man out there. We don't, and us playing this role and us protecting, we need that kindness back. We need the a high when we out. We need the hey man, how you feeling? You know, we need those little things in order for us to work in our full capacity. So it's just hand to hand. It go both ways, and I'll land the plane right there.
Okay, can
But
I
it's
respond?
hard to it's so
Wait,
much
hold
there.
on. Let's let some people get in that hasn't got in. Go ahead, Harmony, and then Speaker, and then back to open panel.
Oh, Malik said she wanted to go first. So I'll let her go.
I was just going to say that I wanted to show where that's the split in our community. So, when they're saying those stories like, well, what about if my wife, da da da? Those are the men that are looking for some type of condition. So it even shows the way it's specific, the way they put it, or even the ones that say, I don't even want to deal with DV cases and things like that. Those are the ones that think protection comes with some type of conditions that they set. But then we have another segment of our men that understand there is no conditions, that we are supposed to be protected. And I think that's where the conversation needs to happen.
All right, can I speak on that too?
Just go ahead, because they letting people go in front of them, but I was trying to let them get in. Go ahead, Chad.
All right, so it's going to be quick. To his point of men need to be better about protecting our women and all that. That specific statement, yes, I agree with that, but that starts with men becoming better. Men have to, as a collective, become more intelligent. That's just a fact. Like it's too much going on in the world that Black men do not know nothing about, and you cannot protect anybody when you don't even know what's happening around you, when you are so disconnected from the world, or your idea of masculinity is based in this cartoon, this imagery. You know what I'm saying? Like Black men as a collective has to do better about getting more competitive in the real world that we all live in. The education rates needs to come up. The employment rates need to come up. The incarceration rate needs to go down. You know, like these are things that we can do as a collective on an individual level. That the support of degenerate street culture needs to disappear. Like these are things that Black men need to do in the house of Black men. So if Black men want to be better, it has, before we can even involve the conversation about women, it needs to be started with making the group collectively better. And then when it comes to like examples of, the other women, they're not being, when other races of women walk into the place of employment, they're met with respect and da 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 da. And it seems as if when Black women walk in, it's free game, anybody can talk to them. Well, that's probably because the other races of women are walking to that place because they're there to see their husbands. And if a Black woman, because that Black woman is less likely to be married because her men are less likely to ask for her hand in marriage, not less likely to make a baby with her and tie themselves to her for the rest of their lives, just marriage. So, of course, if every time I see a Hispanic woman or a YT woman or an Asian woman, I'm going to assume that they're there for their husbands because that's the only reason why a woman would be there. And if a woman's there and she's not there with her husband, then of course people are going to, if that example is even real, you know what I'm saying? But that's just to address that. If you feel that there's a free game, if you feel that BLK women are a free game whenever they walk into a place, then marry more of them. Then the assumption will be they are married, they're off limits. But nobody can assume you're off limits if your women aren't married. I'll land there.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I'll keep it short, and then I'm gonna drive because I gotta head home. But so Rakia,
So you're
is
not
that
gonna
your
let
wife?
people respond to you?
Oh no, they can respond. Yeah, they can respond. So I'll say this, Rakia. When you were talking, it just in the beginning, it just sounded like you were saying things that you heard on panels that may seem popular to. It sounded like you were pandering. And I say that because in the end, you then say that you niggas are superior. How are you talking about protecting Black women and you think you're superior than us? What are we talking about right now? So I just feel like everything you said was disingenuous. And one, Hispanic isn't a race. I wish you would stop saying that dumb shit. And then two, as Chad said, you have to change. Black men have to change from the inside out in order to even feel like there's some leader, because y'all never will be superior. Like, that's insane to say. How do you say in one breath? He said it. What do you mean, where did it come from? He said it. He said, we're superior after he said that black women deserve protection. Y'all are not leaders. You're not superior, and no one's asking you to lead. If we're talking about the collective community, then we need to be civically engaged. And I don't just mean like elections, etc. You need to be engaged in your community. Okay? Y'all are not superior. And I just think that a lot of your talking points was very pander bear. And that statement, that statement alone, where you said that y'all are superior over black women, just proves my point. And I land my plane.
Yeah. Well, if a man is not superior over if a masculine is not superior over a feminine, then what are we having this argument about
Cash app the
women
question.
looking out,
You got a
You
cash
can't
women
app.
ask me
looking
a
for a
question. You
man to
can't
help
ask.
her for protection? What are
So
we
are you
talking
asking
about
me a
then?
question,
If
or is
you're
that
superior,
rhetorical?
The cash app
no,
for
no.
questions.
If you're superior, then you should be protecting
When
your
did
own
I
self.
say superior? When did I say we were superior? The only
So why
reason
wouldn't we be
why
superior over you?
you just said
Give a
that.
response
I know I said
answering the
that because
question.
that's the reality.
It's not the reality. That's a reality rooted in misogyny and white supremacy. What are we talking about?
So
How are
protect
you sitting
yourself then.
here? I do. I got my 9. What are we talking about?
Okay, so
I got
This
my
why are
9 and
you
I
hey,
got
on here
10.
that
then?
What are we
defeats
Why
the
are
talking
you on
about?
The
here?
purpose.
real him came
That
out. Look,
defeats
look,
the
look, the real
purpose.
him came out.
That
How is
defeats
the
the
real me coming
it
out? I'm
defeats the
I'm speaking
purpose.
up for women
The real
For you
the,
who
to
is looking
think
for
that you are
protection.
superior, it's not superiority. It is mutuality. It is also understanding
Thank you,
that your
speaker.
build is one of that is that was supposed to be. So if you're proclaiming to be a leader, you don't need for me to smile at you. You don't need for me to invite unwanted attention, which in turn could make me need to be protected again because men are the unrulies. When we're
Okay, so I
talking about
never.
protecting black women, we're saying protect black women from other black men, Latin men, white men, Asian men, women,
And that comes
Period.
with
to
me being
me.
a superior.
That's not
That
about
doesn't come with you
superior.
being
That's not
superior.
superior. That
Okay,
is you
Hold on.
okay,
operating in your God given role, you think, because you have a
okay.
male
So
part to
so
be a
okay,
leader and a protector. It's not conditional. If you are
okay.
saying you are this thing,
I'm gonna
you
go after
are
speaker.
this thing, regardless, right? So if you are, if
That's
I
why
am to
BLK women
be,
can't respect BLK man. Just
you're
for that
missing the
reason right
point.
there.
You're so
You're
missing the
missing the
point.
point.
You're
No,
missing
I'm
You're
the
not.
missing the
point, and it's
point.
okay.
You
It's
are.
okay. It's okay.
You are.
Yeah,
And
because
I
you
would
don't
like to.
understand. The thing is that people,
Just like a boss.
I'm
A boss is
tired
your
of hearing
superior.
about it.
No, I
No,
don't have a boss.
no, I don't.
I don't have a boss.
Okay.
This is the problem. Here's the thing. Submission keeps
Okay.
being the conversation, but you guys want subservience. Y'all don't know the difference, and it's
It's
often
not at all.
conflated. What you just said in terms of being superior to another creature who is made just like you, that just has breast and fallopian tubes.
Yeah, but you
You
can't
just
do the
said that
things that
you're
I can do.
superior to
Yes,
me.
yes, I can, and I can do them better. When I
All
tell
right.
you I
So
have
what are we
protect,
talking
when I
about
tell
then?
you be quiet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Lakia just got
Women,
dropped.
women,
But this goes with what I said. Men need to be smarter.
women. Hold on, Chad. Women, black women are actively trying to decolonize.
Hold on, I
Y'all
have to
are
address this
y'all.
because people, Harmony, thanks for waking that up, first of all, but just hold your thought.
Okay.
Saul's Salisbury, you have been dropped by Money Pow Pow. In the future, I know some of you guys are new. Don't comment on drops, please. I know you're just trying to help out, but please don't comment on drops. It messes up the rotation. But Rick A, if you want to save your spot, you can. Just send a gift. I'm higher than the Money Pow Pow. But yeah, you've been dropped by Money Pow Pow. Harmony, go ahead.
Sorry, I was like struggling to unmute. Um, with or without him here, the fact of the matter is that y'all want to be white men Y'all want the privilege of white men. Y'all want the so-called power of white men, and you'll never have that because we live in a racial, capitalist, patriarchal society, and y'all are at the bottom of the hierarchy on every playing field. So you can never be superior to me. If we're going by white supremacist standards, you're still not superior to women. What are we talking about right now? You cannot in one breath, and that's why I knew it was cap, and you were just trying to be a pander bear under your girlfriend's profile, because I don't know a man named Rakia. I've never met a man named Rakia. Go get your own damn profile. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Y'all want to repeat the same harmful patterns every single time. Every single time. You don't think about the greater community. You think about snacks. You see us as walking coochie, and it's really disgusting. Women wouldn't need protection if men were not harmful.
Um,
And I land my plane.
so let me say this. I'm glad you caught that because I was listening to him, but he had like a little mumble type of thing going on, so I didn't hear him say he was superior. So I'm glad you caught that. And I'm sure he's not the only man who thinks that way. That they're superior. Hazel, do you think that you're superior over women? Because you've been kind of quiet. Go ahead and chime in.
I've been putting in that work. Do I think I'm superior over women? No. I think we're people, we're humans. So no, the short answer. I'm not going to talk for 10 minutes. I'm going to just let you know, no.
Okay, I wanted to ask Chad before we go back to open panel. I wanted to ask Chad, what's your thoughts on, because you said that the men need to marry the women. The women would be more respected if there was a higher percentage of marriage. And I'm assuming that that's just in America because we're not the minority, especially if you involve other countries. We're actually the majority, but that's a whole nother subject. But everyone should really know that, right? But so I guess you're talking about in America, Black women aren't married at a high percentage. Um, and Chad, if you can expound on this, what's your thoughts on
Yes.
why? What's your perspective? What's your thoughts on why that is?
On why black women aren't married at a higher percentage? Is that
Yeah.
okay? Well, because men initiate marriage at the end of the day. So black women aren't married at a higher percentage because in the black man's mind, he believes that marriage is a bigger commitment than having children. That's literally the root cause all of it. It isn't that he doesn't believe that the black woman isn't good enough to tie himself to her for the rest of his fucking life because they have babies. The majority of children that are born to black women are monoracially black. Now, the majority of children being made in the black community are monoracially black, meaning with a black man and a fully black woman. So it isn't that black men don't think black women aren't good enough to tie themselves to each other for the rest of their lives. They just have a messed up mentality that somewhere, I don't know why, they think that marriage is a bigger commitment than making a baby with somebody. And they're just backwards minded. That's really all that it is, because a baby is the ultimate commitment with somebody. So if you don't think that somebody's good enough for a temporary commitment that can be undone as if it never happened, do you really think that, well, like, why would you give them a permanent lifetime bond through a child? Like, but their mentality, that's what I mean when I said black men have to get smarter. They're just too many black men are just dumb. And because of this and this patriarchal white supremacist, all the, ideology that they adopt, they literally believe that they are born with an ascribed status when black men do not have an ascribed status. Your status must be attained, acquired, accomplished, or achieved. There is no ascribed status. So when you believe that, oh, I'm born a man, I'm automatically better than women, then they don't want to try anything else that needs to be attained, acquired, accomplished, and achieved. They don't try. I'm a black man, I grew up with black men, around all black men. Like, when it comes to school, don't try. When it comes to anything that involves the mind, they do not try. They only try when it comes to physical abilities. That's it. Anything that involves the mind, they have no interest in it. And they do not push it. If they cannot lift the weight, if they cannot make a jump shot, they're going to practice. They're going to become stronger. They're going to develop that skill. But when it comes to the skill of thinking, comprehension, processing information, and retaining information, learning information, acquiring information, they have no care in the world about it. That is the problem.
Wow. Do y'all agree with Chad or anything else? But I would like to know if you agree with Chad and you can expound on anything else. But panel's open.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that okay men actually know how to get married. Uh, so I can agree with the illiteracy portion. I did want to land on the idea that us men, this how we just do dumb shit on these panels, but we buy a dog, and the dog purpose is to guard, i.e., protect, and then come on here and say, if I gotta protect you, I'm superior. So then the dog is superior to you. You bought the dog to protect you. Now this dog is superior to you. Man, we gotta
Exactly.
tighten up and read more books for real.
I want to point out that mentality because that's the problem in our community, and it's not being checked. That somewhere in a conversation we talked about, hey, the BLK community, as much money come through our hands, nobody's built anything. Like we don't have anything, and instead of that focus being on doing better over there, the focus on some of the collective is to just make sure that women are getting in line and they're listening and that they're not talking back and they're doing exactly what they're being told to do, or they're not deserving of protection. But what I'm saying is that because there's a lack over there about the whole building thing and we don't have anything, you're going to continue to have problems with that BLK woman just getting in line and doing whatever you think she's supposed to do.
Yeah, and I fully agree with Chad too. And it to me it's just crazy that they would consider themselves or even like refer to themselves as superior, like, and it's all off of the accomplishments and of better men. Like, I'm so tired of them saying they're superior because of what better, more achieved men in history have done. Like, oh, we do this, we go to wars, you ain't never been to war. You ain't never had to protect nobody. You didn't invent anything. Like, you didn't do shit. You at the warehouse, no shade to the warehouse, but know who you are. Stay in your lane, accept your role. Like, trying to use superior. How? You can't even piece a sentence together. Like, are you serious?
And I
Yeah,
just want to throw
there's
this out there. Chad, you could go after me. But I just want to throw this out there that I continue to hear BOK men use the excuse of um black women are disrespectful, they're not they don't have submission, they're not able to be submissive. This is the reason why black women aren't getting married, and it ties into what Salisbury was saying earlier, that to other races they feel like they can do whatever to black women because there's a lack of protection or covering there. And Chad said, well, hey, marry your women more. But again, there's a missing piece because it's not happening. And honestly, you guys make me want to just look up the statistics on this, because I mean, are black women really less married than all other races? If so, that's a damn
yeah.
shame. But go ahead, Chad.
I was gonna say that um, that is that's why that's why black men just have to become smarter, because at the end of the day, how can you really sit there and say, and you don't even recognize your own ignorance when you say that we are superior, when if you do not have intellectual dominance, then there's no way that you are superior. You can be controlled. You're just a product of your emotions. Like, I can trigger you and make you do whatever I want you to do. You could wake up next to your girl and your kids and you gonna say, I'm coming home tonight. But I could trigger you and make you mad outside and send you to jail because you're easily controlled. You're an emotional being. But you think that just because you was born with a penis that makes you, like, it is, you're not, to be a dumb man is unforgivable. Like, how is a man, and people want to talk about what makes a man, it ain't about all what you think you can do and who you was in 2004. We talking about real shit. And You have no intellectual ability. You have no way of strategizing. You have no tact. You have no way of controlling situations. You don't even have. You know what I'm saying? Like that is the problem.
This is the truth. This is the truth. I agree with him wholeheartedly, and I agree with him on multiple levels. And a part of it is where I saw someone in the
Wait,
chat say,
wait, wait.
"Oh,
Speaker, hold on. Hold your thought. Don't lose your thought. I'm gonna let you go right after me. When I said that our BOK women really married the least of than all other races, can anyone provide that stat? Because I want to know, is that stat based on just America? And how was that stat measured? Because if we're measuring it by the majority, right? If BOK women are the minority, wouldn't they automatically be married less? We're not counting Black women of the African diaspora in general. We're just
Correct.
going by America.
Correct. Just by America, the percentage of black people that are married is less than other races. Black women is less than other races. Black men is less than other races because as a collective, the black race views less.
You're cutting in and out. But if we are the least, how could we be compared to other races on marriage? Is that by prox?
We're the black
How
women
come?
are the least
I
because
would like
black
to see
men are
that
the least.
stat. I'm looking it up
Black
now.
women are the least married because black men are the least married. Black men are the least married group of men.
Okay. Panel's open. We'll get to the new guest in a moment.
I'm gonna drop. I gotta
one more
bike
time."
home, so I'll come back when I get home.
Okay. Thanks, Harmony.
Thank you, Poetic.
Panel's open. Oh, it was speaker. Speaker, go ahead.
No worries. Just in having the conversation about Black women being the least desirable, that is because mass influence, media influence, was able to control that. That's the reason why. It's the same reason why Black men are the least desirable and are on the bottom when it comes to socioeconomic growth and development, right? All of that stuff was perpetuated by the same imagery. And the unfortunate part is that our men bit the hardest. Our men bit the hardest. Because you want to know who has high success rates? Black women and white men in marriage. Their numbers are astronomical. So that speaks volumes. That a Black woman married to a white man, her marriage is more successful. And they stay married much longer and end up being like, so I mean, there's a lot to be said about this, and it's always this negative trope painted against the Black woman, but it's like the Black man is the least married as well amongst all groups. You want to know what the higher divorce rate is? Black men and white women. The common denominator is a Black man when it comes to marriage, right? But the flip side of that stat is never addressed. It's never talked about. It is just this thing where there's so much joy in dragging their own women. No other race in this country does that at the numbers that we do it. No numbers at all. It's outrageous. So when people want to come at me and they're like, "Oh, Black women and the divorce rate and they can't get married and this, that, and third," and I'm just like, but do you know what the divorce rate is with Black men and non-Black women? It's pretty high. So let's just talk about that reality. But again, that conversation is one that's never held.
But nobody said that black women were least desired
That
at
was
all.
that was in the comments, Chad. Not here or anyone. Someone
Oh,
said it in the
gotcha. Okay.
comments. Yeah. Someone said it in the comments that talking about a study determined that Black women were the least desirable. But we're not the least desirable. It's impossible to be the least desirable when we're the most mimicked. Like everything about us is mimicked. So we can't be the least desired. That doesn't even go together. You'll talk about a Black woman having weave in her hair, but you cool with the white girl having braids. You know what I'm saying? You talk about all these things and so forth and so on, but it's the same things that you guys want in another woman of a different race. It doesn't make sense. We're the
But
blueprint y'all
exactly.
chasing.
But
No,
it's kind of
but
like a moot
hold on,
point. Like I
Chad.
wouldn't even deal with that. Like
Chad, hold on. You guys keep bringing up the stat about the Black women and the white T men and their marriage rates, but that sample is so small that I don't even know how you pull anything from that. I
That's
think only one.
not how they do it, G. They take equal groups and sample it. They're not gonna take 30 people and compare it to 3,000. That's not how that works. They take sample groups and then they divide them amongst each other. Like it's not
Yeah, I know what you're trying to.
no,
Yeah,
I know, but
still.
we're not. You're trying to make it seem like, oh no, they just look that way because they're taking this small. That's not how it works. There's checks and balances in play. They take that all into consideration. They're not going to compare a smaller demographic when they're using lesser numbers and stuff. That they can't do that. It's not valid.
This is why BLK, we got to get smarter. We know that. I know
Still,
that. I'm taking statistics. I understand.
1% of white teen men are married to black women in this country. Whatever you just said, girl, I know what you're trying to say, but still, I don't think you can compare that to the loads and lows.
But you can. It's called disproportionate. It's called proportionate percentages. You absolutely can. This is what I mean when I say black men have to become smarter. You talk about this in statistics. You absolutely can. 1% of the
No.
population, there are 330 million people in this country. 1% of 330 million is a large sample size.
It's a that stat does not mean anything. It doesn't represent anything because so many few white teen men are married to BLK women. I don't care if you take 30 white teen men and black
But see,
women
but
marriages
that's the
and compare
problem.
that
Can
to
we not
30.
get away from the point that it was
You're just saying
about?
that you don't care, but that's not the way statistics
I don't care how
are calculated. Right.
No.
That's the problem. You just don't care because you don't like the way it makes you feel. That's the problem that we
Man,
have.
I don't care about
And
how
you
it makes
don't
me feel.
care because it's not one that
go
fits
with
a
reality.
narrative.
I go with
That's all it
reality,
is.
right?
It's
You
okay
don't know
to
what reality
it's
is. You know your
okay
The
to
own lived
reality is
find
that
a
experience.
white teen men don't
statistic
marry
that
black women.
marginalizes
You
It's
know your
groups that
own
1%.
you
lived
don't like.
experience.
1%.
When
You
you
hear
don't
that?
like a segment,
1%
it's
of white
cool
teen
for you
men are
to
married
chase
to black
every
women.
statistic that speaks against black women. But the moment a statistic that is just as valid as the one you want to quote and misquote all the time, now it's the issue. The reality is, like everyone is saying, most of you guys do not even understand the way that statistics are set up, how they're collected, how the studies are done, who's paying for the studies, why they pay for the studies. We can even get deeper into that as well. But ultimately, the bottom line is this:
The
the
problem with
stat
that statistic.
doesn't suit black men, so now you
Listen,
want to discredit it.
listen,
If that's the
listen. Let's
case,
let's not be manipulative here.
every
Let's
stat
not
has
be
an
manipulative
opportunity
here,
to be
okay?
discredited based on your logic. Every
Listen,
single statistic has the ability to be debunked. Every
We
single one
talk
of them.
about. Can we
Because
talk
for
about?
listen.
every
No,
study that there
let me
is
let me
for
say
black
this.
women, there's
Let
one
me say
against
this.
them. For every
Let
study
me
there
say
is
this. Let me
against
say
black
this.
men, there's one for them.
The reason I don't like that statistics, right, is because it gives this idea in the ethers when you read that study that white T men are wifing up BLK women at a higher than normal rate, and that is not the case.
Nobody
Only
ever said
one
that.
Nobody
percent.
said
Nobody ever
Let
that.
me
said
finish. Let me finish. I'll let you talk.
that
Only
the rate
one
of
percent of white
success of
T
marriage is
men.
better. That's all
Only
she said.
1% of white T men in this country are married to BLK women. So that stat is
Okay,
very
that has
Okay,
nothing
so
to
for
manipulative.
do.
every
Oh
marriage,
wait, I
so
got.
for
The stat is
every
manipulative.
But that has
marriage
nothing to do
where
with
a
what she
white
said.
man
Okay, I can't talk.
exactly, and Channing
G,
doesn't understand it. The point
G, that
is
has
that
nothing to
for
do with what she said.
every
They have a lower rate of divorce. Period.
that's
Which
it.
that's it. That's what I'm saying. Like you are proving respectfully, you are proving your ignorance. You're proving just how much you do not know about statistics because you are literally just taking the way that you feel, and your only argument is based on how you feel. You've only introduced points based on your own experience, and you live in the real world, and all that has nothing to do with anything. All that stat proves is the lower rate of divorce. That's and it doesn't matter that only 1% of white men are married to black women. What does that mean? If they have a lower rate of divorce, they have a lower rate of divorce because they have a lower rate of divorce. That's it, and it's based on a percentage.
Right.
So the fact that they have lower numbers means that 1 or 2 divorces or 10 divorces is actually going to impact them more.
Thank you,
Goofy.
Chad. Thank you. That part. If you,
No, not if
yes, it
not if
can't.
we're
You're
using
canceling.
GERS
No, G,
criteria.
hold on, G. You're
Not if
canceling
we're
out your
using their
own. Wait,
criteria.
real quick, G. You're canceling out your own argument because being that it is only 1%, any divorce they would have would rank as higher. It would rank higher, would make their rates higher by your logic. That goes to show you're not right. But even if you wanted to be right, That makes no sense. You're literally canceling out your own argument.
No, if we're going by your criteria, Gert, where you take 30 couples, and then other sample you take 30 couples, right?
I'm
So
telling you, they're gonna do sampled groups of the same number. They're
Yeah,
not gonna
right.
yeah,
do
yeah, then
you.
it doesn't
Let me
matter.
They're
break
not
this
gonna
down on
hold
it.
on. No, because you're trying to change what I said, G, and I'm not gonna allow you to do that. I didn't say they're gonna compare. You're trying to say that they're gonna compare 30 couples versus 100 couples. They're not going to do
No, no,
that.
no, no, no. I didn't say that. I mean the same proportion of couples.
Right.
And
So
that's what you
that
were
That's the
means
point
arguing,
I'm
right?
making. So if you analyze 100 couples, right? You analyze 100 black male, black female couples. You analyze 100 white male, black female couples. You analyze apples to apples between the two. The common factor is a black woman. You study and they're observing and they're watching and measuring based on these 100 couples in each said group. It's likely that the divorce rate is higher amongst black men and black women, and then they take another 100 couples of black men and white women, and the divorce rates are higher with the black man being the factor. That's the point I'm making. However you want to slice it and cut it, it's a lower divorce rate amongst black women and white men, period, across the group.
Right. It's called isolating the variable. And
Thank
like
you.
G,
Wait, hold
like
on,
we need,
wait 1 second,
you need to.
Chad. I'm about to let you go. Fifth Ward, Cha Cha. You guys are gonna be next. Go ahead, Chad, and then I'm going to new guest.
Okay, it's called isolating the variable, and this is the specific problem that I was just referencing. The fact that a man who is a man and all this other stuff, who wants to be a leader and all this other stuff, and expect people to be submissive and all this other stuff, does not realize when he is number one wrong, and when two, he is arguing a subject in which he knows that he knows nothing about. You know that you have not studied this, and you still are arguing it with you. It shows the level of stubbornness, and it shows the level of ignorance that you are willing to devote yourself to stand 10 toes down in a subject in which you know that you know nothing about. But that is a problem. Only speak on things that you know. If I were to
I
give you any
know.
advice, only
Just
speak on things and the things
1%.
that you know are things that you have studied.
1%.
You
Chad,
don't even
explain
have the
1%.
ability.
Explain
1%.
1%.
Chad,
You see, and this
no,
the
wait,
thing,
Chad.
y'all.
He can't ask that. He needs to cash out for question, and also, I'm gonna let you land so I can go to new guest.
Okay, all right. And it's the fact that we have to constantly stop this. Educated people have to constantly stop things because these children don't understand anything. So let's say you have 100 couples, right? And then you have, and then since only 1% of white men are married to black women, let's say you have 30 couples, right? Let's say out of that 100 couple, 10 of them get divorced, right? And then let's say out of the other black men and white women, because there's so much less, only 5 of them get divorced. Because that sample size is smaller, those 5 people are going to impact their numbers more than 10 coming from 100. So again, that is what we're saying. Just because it's less people, that's going to make their numbers worse. If they were getting divorced more, their numbers would be worse. They'd be 10 times worse. Like 5 people out of 30 is freaking what? But 15%. But 10 people out of 100 is only 10. But the fact that I even had to take the time to break this down to an adult is the problem.
Okay, let me just say this before I go to the next new guest. These are the men, because G's one of them. G, no shade, but I have to stand on business. G is one of the men that will say black women don't know how to submit. And this is the leader that they would have. Someone that cannot admit when they're wrong. And like my mom used to say, that would be the blind leading the blind. Okay? Because, well, actually, I can't even say that. It's not the same. Because the women aren't blind, but I guess they will be if they're following you, G. So, G, you need to admit you're wrong. You haven't studied statistics, and that's fine. Not everyone has. You can always say that you're going to further your education, like the collective of black women have. And you can find out how to read statistics better. and you'll be fine. But let's move over to the next guest. Fifth Ward, age,
You
race, and
guys weren't
pronouns.
listening. He was arguing about
Well, hold
something I
on,
was.
G. I'm gonna let
He
you
should
get in the
argue my
open
point.
panel.
He was arguing about
G,
something I
I'm
didn't
gonna
even
let you
discuss.
get in. See, I'm gonna let you get in an open panel so you can defend yourself. Fifth Ward, if you could give your age, race, and pronouns, read out the first one and answer it, and then you could reply to the conversation.
Yeah, I'm 42 and I'm a woman, so just call me Fifth Ward. And I don't know what else. Okay, so now should women say no to the peen and the world would be a better place? I don't know, child. Oh Lord, I just wish that men's intelligence wasn't, tied to their peen, so we can get some peen and they can be intelligent. But that's just a question I really can't answer because, it's hard. I'm gonna say this. I am getting to the point where I'm starting to definitely pull back. Well, not getting to the point, but I'm at the point where I'm definitely pulling back. And I hate that I have to because I'm a human being and I want to still be human with other humans. You know what I mean? But I don't want to. Yeah. So that's kind of how I feel. It's always up in the air with me with that. As far as, and I do want to kind of talk about one of the other questions that you had asked earlier about why like we are getting like while we're not married as much, especially in our communities. One thing that I noticed, and this is just history, like my grandparents were married on both sides, right? My mom's moms and my dad's moms and dad, both everybody was married, and then my mom was married, right? And my aunts were married, all my uncles were married, and somewhere in that generation, they told all of us, y'all need to go to school and get your education. So they didn't promote the family like that. It wasn't anymore. I don't know why, but it wasn't any more of a family dynamic of make sure you be able to do these things and know how to keep a house. Our parents literally forced us or told us you need to go to school and you have to get your education. So that's what we focused on. Now, like Chad's point earlier, the problem with the men is and I don't care how some men feel, you guys aren't trying hard enough to improve in your emotional intelligence and your emotional awareness. There's so
Are
many
we
points
not
that
trying
Chad
hard
had
enough?
made. There's so many points that Chad had made that were just
Have another
logical
question.
points. You know, I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Somebody's interrupting that just came up. Can
Oh,
you
okay.
wait till your turn and cash out for your question? Go ahead, Fifth.
But yeah, there's so many points that Chad had made that were just logical points. Like remove your emotions from it. Because if he says some things about women, I have no other choice but to sit back and be like, I mean, I may not agree or whatever, but I still need to think about it. And a lot of times, and I've dealt with this amongst the panels, they'll ask questions to women about how they feel about the current dating market with men. And when we express ourselves, we're immediately attacked. And it's never an internal, like men never ask themselves, well, damn, is this really happening? Like, because you're not the only woman saying this particular problem, and it does always lead to their internal intelligence. Are you growing as a person? Can you lead, truly lead yourself out of a paper bag? And if the options were I lined 10 men up and I gave all of you guys the task of getting yourselves out of this, room, how they have those little rooms, which from that task, I would then determine which man I would want to lead me. And I wonder how many men will be able to get out of that escape room without losing their mind, right? So if we base it on that, a lot of men are not worth us following them or submitting to them because they won't even submit to their own character. They won't submit to them own selves and say, you know what, I do need to educate myself more. I need to read more. I need to go seek therapy. And so I can be the person who is leading the charge of this family. As a man, you control the temperature of your house. And a lot of y'all have it in hell. Honey, it's hot. Okay? And I might be rambling. I'm gonna
Well,
kind of
let
try
me
to
say
land
this
it.
really quick, and then we're gonna go to Cha Cha. You could respond, Fifth. And I'm gonna throw this out there. The other panelists doing open panel can chime in if you would like. You said that your mom's is married and etc. Your aunt's is married, but on your generation, they said focus on school. Do you believe there was a reason why they wanted you to prioritize your education more than a man?
I believe, yes, I totally do. Because, and this is something that you see that's happening across the entire platform about how men, when they were the ones in charge, they ruled with a heavy hand. They were not educating themselves to be able to go out and make more money. The women wanted more. Right. And the men, because they controlled the money, they controlled the assets, they then held these women in what is it like to be subservient to them, and they didn't allow these women to grow. It was like, oh, well, I got the money, you need to stop talking to me because I make all the money. So that's what really happened. Women got tired of feeling like, dag, I don't even have a voice because I don't, quote unquote, make the money. So now if you go out, daughter, granddaughter, you go make some money so you don't ever have to let some man control your life in a way where you can't pick out the furniture, you can't decide if you want to have steak tonight. Like it was about what was actually happening in our homes. It had nothing to do with, if we didn't want to marry men or not. Like, we're human beings. Like, we all want to be
Okay,
human
so
stuff.
that's very interesting that, in our community especially, there was a thing that happened, and I would love to hear more about this on open panel, where the girls, the daughters, were being taught not to focus so much on marriage and focus more on your education. Now, earlier it was proposed that, BOK women are married the least because the men, are more so willing to attach with the baby, but not through marriage. So could it be that, the women don't prioritize marriage and that's why the men aren't? Because if she just said that the women are more so focused on their career and education because of that's what their mothers were teaching them, are BOK women least married least because they're not focused on marriage anymore?
No, I
Go
would say
ahead,
that
Chad, and then I'm
I
gonna
would
go
say
to
the man has to
California.
So can
initiate
I
marriage.
go? I want to respond to Chad and debunk this. I know all about
No, hold on.
statistics.
I said Chad could go,
Don't
and then I'm
give it
going to
up, dude.
Paul.
Give it up. Like,
No, I just because I
give it
didn't get to
up.
respond.
Give it up.
I'm about to
Forget that
debunk
part
you.
of we
Okay, you
moved
guys
on. Give
can.
it up.
Matter of fact, let's do a couple minutes open panel, and then I'll go to the new guest.
Yes, let me say this, right? The reason I brought up that statistics, right? Here's the thing. I know how statistics work. And that white man, black woman marriage couple is not representative enough of the general marriage population. And let me just give
Representatives.
you an analogy. Let me finish. Let me give you an analogy, right? There's like 10 Disneylands or Disney World amusement parks across the country, right? Let's just say we go to SeaWorld. Let's just say there's only one SeaWorld, right? They both have these particular ice creams that that the population or the customers, whatever, like, right? So they go to every single Disneyland in the world, right? And from each one, they pick two of these ice creams, right? And judge them or survey them how much the public like them, right? Then they go to this one SeaWorld, and they have a particular type of ice creams as well, right? And they use that statistic for that one SeaWorld compared to all the other Disney Worlds and use that statistic from SeaWorld to prove that they like those ice creams at SeaWorld better than all the other Disney Worlds that they go to, right? That's how that statistic comes
That's
across.
not how
It's just
that
not
is.
representative.
Did y'all hear how he formed his analogy? That sounded ridiculous. That make no sense because you can even look at the amount of which male group has the most biracial children.
We can move on.
Like we can move on, sir.
Exactly.
Like, why is
Exactly.
it that dumb people will do everything but just be smarter?
Right. No, right. No, I totally agree. Instead of you taking the time out to say, you know what, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, even while you're on the panel and going to Google something, you will refuse to do that and embarrass yourself even further in front of all of these strangers for what, pride and ego?
No, I just gave the perfect analogy.
That was not
I
that.
just said-
No,
that's the perfect analogy.
No, that is not.
I gave the
That
perfect
makes no
analogy.
sense. That was a convoluted. It made no sense, and that lets us know what's going on inside of that brain of yours. There's like Patrick Starr. It's a jar of mayonnaise. There's nothing up there.
That would never fly in a college course. Like, you are talking to people who actually went to school for this shit specifically, who are educated and studied and read the
You
papers
don't know what you're
and
talking about,
read
sir. The
and
sample
actually
size
read
is
it.
not, the sample size is not
It is
representative
it
of
is
the general population,
disrespectful. It
so
is
you can't use it.
disrespectful for somebody who has never done the work to tell people who have done the work that they do not know what they're talking about. And when we know for a fact that you don't, we know for a fact that you don't, and yet you are still
So
it's disrespectful.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like at some point, you just kind of join the circus if you continue to try to have statistical debates with BLK men. The percentage of BLK men that cannot read at a proficient level is so high. It's asinine to have this discussion. This young man does not know what seroprevalence is. He does not know that when a statistic says 53%, it's like 0.000053. And then in the same breath, you'll have BLK men come on these panels and say, "Oh, the system is against us," and then they turn around and use systemic data to prove for confirmation bias. This shit is crazy. Like, I just be laughing at this. This is when I really get to making fun of these boys, when y'all like try to have these statistical debates. So, G, you need to change your talking point, or else I'm gonna start flaming your fat head ass.
This is mind-boggling, to say the least.
You got a
G,
hairline.
I cannot believe that you use the analogy of well, oh my gosh, the scenario of SeaWorld ice cream to try to compare. I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of trying to hold back my laugh. I cannot believe this. SeaWorld ice cream to try to compare the marriage rates of white teen men to black women. Come on, G. You can do better than that. Hold on. You can do better than that. You are the same man shaming black women for getting their degrees.
No, that ain't me. That's others.
You say your degrees don't mean nothing. And obviously, that's how you feel about yourself and your own degrees. But, G, you know this panel's about standing on business. So, I mean, I don't know if you have a better scenario other than SeaWorld ice cream.
I can give
Do
thousands
they
of
even
them.
sell ice cream at SeaWorld? You know what? Never mind.
Anyway, I'm just saying that.
G, we're gonna move on. I'm gonna let
No. Did you hear? I need to respond to
you got a little short fuse too. You're a little aggressive. And when he was talking, it made me think about, and this is a little bit back to what we were talking about earlier, as far as the marriage rates and the violence that happens with BLK women. I don't even know if they even have a chance to reach the stats with these failed marriages inside the BLK community. I mean, there's women who are being married and then unalived in 30 days. I just was watching a story here on TikTok about the lady who married the man, and they were on Facebook Live and they were making jokes here and there, and after he set her on fire. Like, I don't even know if that even reached the stats of marriage. They weren't married long enough. But we have women who are marrying BLK men that are causing harm to them. Could this be another reason why BLK women are not marrying at such a high rate? Because they do not feel safe.
It's the lack of intellect, because a woman isn't going to feel safe if every time she says something, and when she says something, his brain short circuits. He cannot process the information fast enough, and he cannot process the words that are coming out of her mouth efficiently, and it short circuits, and then he feels emasculated. And so in order to overcome that, he is going to escalate the argument every time to the point where it will end in violence, because he is prideful and dumb. That is the problem.
You know what, to be honest, Tad, as a single woman out here dating, most of the reason why I stopped talking to these men is because of their inability to have a conversation with me. It has nothing to do with they can make a whole lot of money. I will stop talking to that man once I realize you do not understand how to comprehend the words. And I use English. I'm very straightforward. I do not speak in parables. So I really get frustrated when you don't understand the words that I'm using. Someone asked me, what is consideration? After I kept telling him gave him a whole list of stuff I've done to be considerate for him, he responds to me, well, what's consideration? And I
Right.
immediately told him, I said, I'm gonna tell you something. I do not date men who do not understand the definition of words.
Absolutely. That's a problem. Like, are we going to sit here and pretend like we don't remember these same dudes who was in class with us growing up? These same dudes who did nothing but interrupt shit and make everybody else's time miserable. They didn't learn anything. Now we're just adults, but we have to interact with each other in the same space. But it is clear, it is evident. And this is what's so funny. They really think that we don't know that they're dumb. They really think that a smart individual cannot recognize the dumb one. That is what is so funny. You can't even weave together a sentence correctly. And you think that we don't see this? It's
Let me just
asinine.
say that. Let me say this, right?
Hold on, G. I'm gonna let you get in a minute. Let's wait to open panel because we have 2 new guests. Cha Cha, if you can go ahead and give me your age, race, and pronouns, read out the first one and answer it. Then you can respond to anything said on the panel.
Okay. She, her, 37, and I'm a be okay woman. Women should say no to the pain, and the world would be a better place. In a perfect world, if we said no and, like you said earlier, prioritize marriage, basically get married like religion and all these other people say we're supposed to wait and not abstain or whatever, the world would be a terrible place. It would be much worse off than it already is. Because if we don't give it to them, they're going to take it. That's how I feel about a lot of these dudes. They get on this good internet and they expose themselves for who they are, how their heart really is, and what they really think and believe in their mind. Yeah, and for those that are confused what I'm saying, they say we're not
Don't
supposed
respond to the
to.
comments. Just go ahead and finish. And did you want to respond to anything said on the panel?
In regard to what G was saying, G, the whole reason interracial marriage is even a thing is because of a white man and a black woman. I just want you to keep that in mind while you're up here trying to unalive on this hill. In regard to marriage and the
Roe versus Virginia.
BLK community, a lot of these men will sit up here and say, oh, well, I don't want the government in my business. And that's crazy because why not get a marriage certificate? You already got a birth certificate and a social security card. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the craziest excuse ever. And like Chad was saying, a lot of these dudes out here quick to give a woman a baby and don't see those children as lifetime commitments. They feel like marriage is more important or willing to hold that over women's head. Oh, y'all the least desired child not married, but y'all not going to God or the jeweler any ways about a woman. Y'all not taking it seriously, but you want to hold on to her as property and try to tell her what to do, how to do it, who she can and can't talk to, and what she can and can't wear, how she can and can't look. Like, you just want to have dominion over somebody and you're not even taking your own life serious. Like, if a lot more women out here seeing these men getting like us, really, pursuing their education and trying to be productive in life and, just live to be better people, like good people. It's too many people out here have hearts full of hate and mouths full of vile words and malice just towards human life, period. Like, there's a lack of humanity and humility out here. Like, that's really all I got to say about it. Everybody needs to work on being better people, but especially the men. If y'all supposed to be the leaders and y'all built everything, like, make the world a better place. Do something to fix this mess that we are in, and do something for the greater good. Go out here and reach out to these children and get reins on them and stop trying to control women all the time.
Good points. And I want to say that, Pat, I don't think you were at the last meeting. Mods, if you guys come up, just get in. I'm not like introducing mods because mods could just get in. You might not want to answer the prompt. You might want to jump right in. So just get in where you fit in, mods. It's open panel. Let's start open panel with Pat since he unmuted.
Yeah. So I'm hearing a lot of talk about intelligence. None of y'all called out this man for saying 0.00053 is equal to 53%. No one
I was
said
going
anything
to.
about that.
I was going to.
Why did nobody call this man out? He's saying
Going
people
to.
are illiterate, and then
I was
he
coming for
he
his neck for that.
confidently said that
Gee,
point
stop
zero
cyber slurping. Come
I was
on.
going
We
to.
wasn't.
0.053 is equal to 53%. Man, go back to math class, man. 53% is equal to 0.53, sir.
5-3.
Don't ever come up here and embarrass yourself
Wait,
and
now
claim
G
to
want
be
to
some
act
sort
like
of
he knows.
intellectual.
I knew
I
that.
did.
I swear I was going to
Hold on
come.
though. Let me get in real quick.
Hold
Let me
on,
get in
wait,
real
That's
one
quick.
no, no, no,
second,
no, no,
one
no,
I'm
second,
no.
not.
I
one
I
specifically
didn't hear.
second,
said
one
that's why I want to
second.
address
I don't
PC.
usually, I don't police the panel, but I actually want to hear what Pat is saying. So G, come on, like stop rubbing him up. Like let's
Yeah,
let him talk.
no. The only reason I came up here is because I didn't hear the whole thing, but I hear people trying to fake intelligence, trying to talk down on other people, and they don't even know what 53% is. Like we got to go back to the drawing board, go back to math class, and and if you're sitting here quietly because they're co-signing with you and you're not calling it out, you're just as bad. You cannot sit here and say, "Oh, black men are unintelligent and they don't read." When you sit down here and let somebody tell you that 53% is equal to 0.0053, like this is madness.
All right, cool. So look, check it out real quick.
I
Let
was
me
going to
say this
address
real
that.
quick.
I
Now let
was
me say
going
this
to
real
address
quick.
that.
Because what I said
Listen,
was, hold
no,
on, no,
no,
listen,
I was
listen.
going
This
to
is how
address
funny
that.
it is.
I was
This is
going
how
to
funny
address
it is.
that.
This is
I
how
was going
funny
to
it is.
address
I
that.
said
Wait,
there.
hold on,
I
G.
said,
Go, let him go.
yeah, for real though. Like I said, there is a men who talk about statistics, they don't know what seroprevalence is. And in statistics, they think 53% means 53% when in seroprevalence is the estimated sum. Seroprevalence and 53% includes the fact that a statistic is a sample of a population. So if a statistic which only used 1,000 people is referring to 100,000 people, then 1% is equal to 0.00001. That is how you read statistics, because statistics are based off estimated sums. It's a seroprevalence. You dickheads actually think that 48% of BLK women have a HSV1. You need to fucking read. And then you come up here and say that stupid ass shit. Like I'm really gonna be wrong. Like Big Pete don't know what he talking about. Like I ain't the head nigga in charge. Like I ain't him. Man, quit playing with me, boy. You should have knew that shit. You should have knew you was wrong when you thought
You're
about
not
saying
even
some
Let,
stupid
talking.
let,
ass shit
let
like
me
that.
add, let me add,
Let
let
me.
me add,
Now
let me.
Google what seroprevalence is. I'm
You're
gonna put
still
it in the
wrong,
chat for
sir.
you,
He's
No,
not
dumbass.
even addressing what
but
Pat's
can I
argument. He
clock
brought up
Pat?
something else.
Can I just clock Pat's hypocrisy? Because he came up here talking about how we didn't bother to interject. He didn't bother to interject on how fucking wrong G has been this whole past 30 minutes we've been on this shit. So
I wasn't wrong about
bias much?
anything.
I just
I
Bias
wasn't
walked
wrong
in
much?
here.
about
I
anything.
walked in here
Let
and
me just
heard.
land with this. I brought up those percentages and those statistics specifically because the black woman, white man marriage statistics aren't representative to the general population when it comes to marriage. And I'll yield with this: the raw numbers are significantly higher in stable marriages when it comes to same race couples. That's why you can't use that bullshit stat. I
And
yield.
that's cap because finances play a big part. A lot of
I know, that doesn't refute my point.
there's a
Same
lot
sex,
of
same
there's a
sex,
lot of nuance
same
to
sex,
everything, but nobody ever argued
same
nuance.
race
You came up
marriages
here,
are
you
She
try to
said,
same-race
she
unalive
marriages
said,
on
are
that
she
hill.
said,
statistically.
she said
Now
Let me
now
finish.
interracial marriages.
Let me
yeah,
finish.
because now
No,
you're trying to
no.
talk about all this nuance when that we got here because you were willing to unalive on the hill
And
instead
I
of just
did, and I proved my
admitting
point.
that.
I proved my
No, but
point.
hold on, because you're trying to move the goalpost, and I
No,
don't
I'm
like
not.
that because we got here even with Pat coming up here caping for you. No Pat, no shade, Pat. You know you're my favorite op. I'm just saying, like you came up, you got a little backup now, and now you're trying to move the goalpost. We got here because you were willing to unalive on the hill that
Yep.
you were trying to say different numbers were being compared, and we told you a million different ways for the last half an hour we've been unpacking the same shit because you just couldn't accept that you were wrong. And now
No, you got
you went into Sea World and all
no.
kinds of shit.
You and Chad were
No,
arguing about
G.
something I did. You and Chad were arguing about
No,
something
G.
that.
You have
Let me
G.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. I told you to argue about my point, right? Don't argue about a point I didn't make, and you both did that. All of you guys are doing that. You guys are arguing
You
points I
trying
didn't
to
even make.
gaslight.
So I don't
G.
even know what to respond to.
G.
You
You're
I
trying
not.
to
don't. I
Let
don't
me
even know
say.
gaslight,
what
Let
to
me. Let me
respond
G.
just say
to.
this, y'all. Let me.
Yeah, go ahead, Chad. But G, you trying to gaslight us.
No, I said
You
I don't know what to
initially came
respond to.
up here. Hold on. Cause I sat on mute for a while because I'm writing up this contract right now. But we've been told you what it was. We were talking about the numbers. You came up here. Your initial argument was that they're comparing this smaller group to this other group as far as differences. Not what Peaky's talking about. Peaky's talking about when you take in the whole like as far as the population. You were trying to say they were using all these different numbers of different groups and then trying to compare them, and that's why they were. We were in a whole nother argument. Okay. That's you try to change, you try to move the goalpost too many times and you didn't clock.
You guys did.
All right, I ain't about to keep.
Girl, you even said something I said about 30, comparing 30 to 100 or something like that, which I don't even remember. No, that wasn't what I was trying to
No,
do.
I didn't. You try to say that I said that because I said you're presenting it as if they're going to compare 30 versus another group of 100. I
And
told
I
you,
wasn't trying to do
and
that.
I
And you
reiterated
thought
and
I
said
was.
I reiterated and said you're not going to say something that I didn't say, and I said they're comparing 100 to 100 if they're going into demographics. But you were stuck on that hill. You were trying to say they weren't. You were trying to say, oh, if you go to this SeaWorld and get this
No,
ice
I
cream, you
didn't.
know what
I
you
never
were
said
doing,
that.
bro. We all witnessed it.
No, I didn't. You maybe it's just a misunderstanding, but I said you and Chad were making an argument to a point that I didn't even make. That's all I'm saying.
G, can you admit that you have the stats or
Stats.
the way that you
The
read
stat.
the
The
stats? Well,
look
can
at
you
forget
admit that
stats.
hold on, G, relax. Could you admit that the way the stat is supposed to be read, that you read it incorrectly?
Look, the argument is I'm just saying that stat is not representative, right, to the general population when it comes to marriage. And I will land on this plane again, or whatever, unalive on this hill, that compare that sample size is way too low when compared to the raw numbers, right, of same race couples, which tend to be a lot more successful by far.
All right. Pat, if you could go ahead and answer the prompt. Let me hear your perspective. The
Yeah,
first
yeah,
and
yeah.
second one.
No, you said the first and second, or just the first?
Both.
Okay, so women should say no to the eggplant, and the world would be a better place. To extent, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I definitely am a big believer that women shouldn't be promiscuous, and they should be committed to one person, and they should preserve their womb for their husband. And I think a lot of the problems and complaints that women have today would be we would be in a lot better place if some women weren't so promiscuous. I'm not saying that men aren't promiscuous. I think in general people weren't so promiscuous. We'd have probably better relations with the opposite gender in general. So yeah, I tend to agree with that. If that's what I see is the meaning of that question. Just not being promiscuous. So yeah, we would be in a better position. Second question: men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. Ooh, I actually have to agree with this one. That's a first. I actually have to agree with it because I think you're just wasting time by dating. If you're not a believer in marriage, you're just going to waste the other person's time, and you're creating a situation where the person, the woman may not. You're wasting her time. You're wasting her potential to get married. Right? You're dating her. I think most women when they date, hopefully, I don't know about today, but hopefully their goal is to one day be married. And by just dating someone that you have no intention of marrying, and you don't necessarily need to have like an intention to marry them, but you need to have an intention to at least be married one day. When you're doing that, you're wasting someone's time, and I don't think that's right. So I actually have to agree with this question, even though I don't always agree. So I'll leave it
Okay,
right there.
so let me say this, and we're gonna go to open panel. Do you believe men are keeping other men accountable when it comes to that, wasting women's time dating, and they're not dating with intention? Do you believe that there's a culture or a code between men to keep each other from doing that?
No, but I think that men tend to compete. I guess men are competing for women, so there will never be a culture or a code because we're all competing. We're constantly competing. We may say that we're not, but we are competing. Keep competing for jobs. We're competing for women. Men are very competitive. So, no.
And last question before we go to open panel. I asked this question to Chad earlier, so I'm going to ask you also. Why are BOK women married less?
Ooh, it's a good question. Well, I guess, I mean, yeah,
Everyone needs to
account-
stand on business on the panel.
yeah. I'll be honest. Marriage is controlled by men, and I think the men aren't marrying. Our BOK men aren't marrying them. But I'm not going to completely just blame the men because you also have to be marriage material. So the blame does go on women, but the blame also goes on men too. Some of them just don't want to be married. So I think there's both parties are to blame in this. They can share blame. Not one party's to blame. Both men and women are at fault for this.
You're not answering why are BOK women married less?
One, their men aren't marrying them, and why are they not marrying them? If you dive in deeper, it's either because they refuse to marry or they don't believe in marriage, or they just don't think that the quality of woman is worth marrying. So I say that both the men, I would say the man is to blame for why BOK women are marrying, but also the woman is. If you're not your best self, if you're not the ideal marriage mate, you're also at fault.
You're
So I
tap
think
dancing. You're tap dancing all around, but we're gonna move on, Pat. I don't feel like you're standing on business. Panel's open. Anybody else wanted to chime in? Go ahead, Hazel.
You want me to answer that question?
You can. The panel's open.
All right. So you said why BLK women aren't being married. I think a lot of it has to do with attitude towards marriage, right? Like, I mean, realistically, you talk about these panels, not many women talk about the goal is marriage. Now it's like, oh, Disney fairy, Disney story. Not many people talk about that as their end goal anymore. So I think a lot of men are hearing this and it's like, well, hell, I'm not going to put my, I mean, those who have assets and stuff, I'm not going to put them at risk. We could just date for 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. Women aren't requiring the ring and men aren't running to give it. So I think a lot of it's just attitude and let's be honest, their friends keep them single as well, right? So it's a whole bunch of different reasons.
How are BOK women's friends keeping them single?
Well, because a lot of them think the same, right? Yeah, don't get married. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah, don't do it. You very rarely have that one person that says, no, guys, I want the Disney marriage. I want this. Y'all call her, pick me, and we'll attack her on the panel. If a woman came up here right now, an attractive woman, and said, I can't wait for marriage, I can't wait for my king, man, they would laugh at her, ask how many degrees she had, call her a pick me, pull up her profile. Like y'all would go through everything because she says she wants a husband and wants her king. So let's be honest, it's a wolf pack mentality.
Welcome up. Thank you, Hazel. Welcome up, Let me know when you're ready, Pub. You can answer the
All right. Thank you.
Hazel. What the heck? That was weird. He's so awkward. You had
Sorry,
another
I thought I
question?
could mute.
Okay. Yeah. So, Pub, let me know when you're ready. You can answer the prompt, and we'll go back to open panel. You ready?
I'm ready. Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
ready.
Welcome up. You could go ahead. You have some noise in the back. Oh, Cartel, you here? Thanks for the money, pew pew. Pub, I can't hear you. Are you talking? Okay, he's not ready. Can y'all hear him? Gert, can you hear him?
No, I can't hear him.
Thank
Okay.
God. Thank God. Yeah. Get out of here, brother.
Don't ever tell
He's
Pub to get out of here. Be quiet. I welcome him here, so don't do that. Okay, let's just continue open panel until Pub's ready. Panel's open.
so. I wanted to say to Hazel, I think that's a crock. Um, Even when I think about a lot of the feminists on this app, including myself, we don't say we hate marriage, and no, we're not dragging anybody. I'm not saying there's no woman that would do that. There are radicals, but that is not the general consensus. Most women, they're okay with the ideal of marriage if you find a quality partner. We just, like, some women just educate women that don't think marriage is this end all be all. We're no, like, in an ideal world, I mean, most people would like to find somebody to spend the rest of their life with, grow old with. Like, that's just being human. That's, we've been conditioned that that's the way, and nobody wants to be alone in those older years, or at least most people don't. Like, so that's cap. Women aren't usually doing that. I go to my friends' weddings. I'm a bridesmaid. I'm lit. I'm there for it. We're all about it. We're not doing that. That's misinformation. It's a false narrative that women are just calling women pick-me's for saying, "Oh, I want to get married someday." Most of us, no matter how much we disagree, will say, "I'd like to be married one day when I meet the right person." If somebody is ready to commit, if they're a good person, if they're not an AB or something like that. So I think that's cap. We just try to advise most women in your friends. They're not rooting against you. They're advising you. We're trying to cautiously lead you into something. If this dude was a crock, if this dude been a POS, marrying him is not going to change him. Like, so I just wanted to disagree with Hazel. I land there.
Okay, good point, Gert. And he could respond in open panel. Let me introduce public.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, bet. Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on. It's Misery Loves Company, Pat. You're a dumbass, not
It's
miserable.
Monday,
I know, I
idiot.
got you. I was just telling you it's misery, not miserable. What up, girl? Women should say no to the D, and the world would be a better place. I didn't even read that. That's funny. Women should say no to the D, and the world would be a better place. Oh man. I mean, for women, it would be. I don't know about for the men so much. But yeah, I mean, women avoiding men is safer for women for sure. So yeah, definitely saying it, looking at it through that lens for sure. Men should not date women if they don't believe in marriage. No, I don't agree with that because not everybody believes in marriage or wants to get married, nor do I believe everybody needs to get married if they don't want to. Women stop believing the fairy tale men are getting worse. Women stop believing the fairy tale. Oh, men are getting worse. Yeah. I do think they're getting, I mean, I think like worse overall, probably not, but I think that there was like a time in like between like the late 90s to the early 2000s where men were like objectively better, and then since then we've been backsliding very fast. So yeah, it's pretty. I mean, yeah, men are getting better. I mean, men are getting worse in a lot of ways because politically the policies are changing and they're going back. They're taking us back 50, 60, 70 years for women. So yeah, definitely men are getting worse. The system is getting worse for women. The protections are eroding for women. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah, that's a problem, and that's showing up every day. Like for an example, like Trump getting on and coming out there and blaming women for babies having autism, saying that women taking Tylenol is the reason why babies have autism. Like it's crazy. Like that's dangerous for women. That creates a dangerous environment for women. What protections? Somebody asked in the comments. I don't answer comment questions. You could pay.
I'm crying. Um, yeah, cash up for questions. I love it. Cash App for questions, you guys. Send your questions to Cash App, and the panelists will go ahead and answer your questions. Definitely. But let's continue to tap. We're almost to 200K. Anybody disagree with Pub? Go ahead, and then it's open panel. Anybody disagree?
I
Go ahead.
disagree with you. So I do think that the whole connection between Tylenol and autism is based on very weak research. I don't agree with it, but to assume that it's blaming women is a stretch. I think it's kind of blaming the system and the things that have been previously done, which I think is again, I think it's based on pseudoscience. I don't think there's enough strong evidence to prove that. I think we're dealing with a scenario where everyone and their mama takes Tylenol, right? And Tylenol is the pain
What are you
reliever that
talking about, Pat? Spit out your disagreements with him.
So I'm saying that I disagree with the fact that Trump saying that Tylenol is connected to autism is blaming women for autism. I don't think it's blaming women for that. I think it's again blaming the previous system of pain relief. It's not blaming. It's not attacking women. It's just saying that hey, we think we found a connection with Tylenol and autism, which I think is not correct. It's based on weak science, but I don't think it has anything to do with blaming women. That's what I'm saying. That's what I disagree.
But his
Yeah,
point wasn't necessarily
Well,
about them
let him
blaming women.
respond.
Like,
We're gonna get y'all in. If somebody's addressing somebody, y'all can let him respond. It'll probably be better, and then you can get in on.
yeah. The what I was saying. So let me make it more, I think, palatable for a person like Pat. So like if somebody said, if you were driving a car and you happen to get into an accident, and the reason you got into the accident was because you turned left when you should have turned right, right? You turned left when you should have turned right. You know that, everybody knows that. And then some, like your girlfriend unalives in the car crash or whatever, and then let's say like the mother of your girlfriend says, yeah, she wouldn't have passed had you not turned left. That's essentially what Trump is saying. That's essentially what this is doing to women. Like you're one step removed from it being just them blatantly blaming women for children having autism. That's what I'm saying. And that you can't make that connection is wild when he repeatedly was only talking about one group of people in that press conference. He only talked about women. He never mentioned men. He never connected it to the sperm or anything like that. He only mentioned women. Women and mothers, women, same people, right? That's all he mentioned in the press conference. Therefore, one can conclude that he is inadvertently blaming women and stoking the fires, right? That we're already a tinderbox in this country, but especially when it comes to women's rights, to take away even more rights from women. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's why that rhetoric is dangerous. And I'll give you, look, Pat, I'll give you and Trump the benefit of the doubt. And let's say that's not what he meant to do, even though he did. He didn't mean to do it, but the people who wrote it for him meant to do it, right? Let's say that he didn't mean to do it, right? Or they didn't mean to do it. That's still impact over intent. The intent, the impact is it is going to create a more hostile environment for women. The intent may have been they just were coming out to talk shit about how did Trump say it? However you pronounce it.
Yeah, acetaminophen. But again, if women are just listening to their doctor's advice, any doctor will tell a woman if you have pain, take Tylenol. if they're listening to a doctor's advice, any logical person can then conclude that women were just listening to the advice of well-trained doctors. So of course it's not their fault. They're not to blame. But if you're saying that most people aren't logical and all people are stupid and can't make that connection, then okay, I don't necessarily agree with that. But if that's the case, then maybe you can make an argument. But I don't think that any logical person would say that women are to blame for listening to their doctor's advice, basically.
Okay. I want to ask G. G. Are you there? G, if you can mute your mic, are you there?
Barely.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that you're barely there. Who did you agree with between Pat and Public, and what did you disagree with?
Pat, by default, I'm not agreeing with Public. So I don't even know what Public said either. But based on it being Public, I already disagree with them. So I agree with Pat.
Why is that? Wait, I can't with y'all. Why is
That's
that?
the gayest thing I've heard
I
today.
didn't hear nothing Public said, but I already disagree with them. So Pat, 100%, whatever Pat said.
All right. Let's go to Hazel.
Pat said you be pandering for back shots from him. That's what he said, and you agree with that, huh?
I
I was
got
about
it
to say
now.
some crazy shit too.
Hazel, are you there? Hazel, if you can mute your mic.
Being like a hater in 4K, that's crazy. Like you supposed to hide the hate. You know what? Now I respect it, G. I respect.
I don't hate you, bro. I don't hate you at all.
I respect you, do. You a weird nigga. But I respect.
I just don't agree
You
with you.
literally you're what you just described would be the definition of a hater. Like what else is a fucking hater? Literally saying I just disagree on the strength because it's him is a hater, nigga. The fuck is wrong with y'all? That is a hater. Just own up to it. Nigga, I don't hate you. Nigga, you are. You're a fucking hater. But I'm saying though, I'm giving you props, I guess.
You want me to
being
hate
like
you.
a blatant, being like an openly, like an open hater. You know what I'm saying? Like come out the closet, brother. I love that for you. You're an open hater, right? Hater out in the open. I love that for you.
I want to catch you guys up on the conversation that was happening earlier. So, because of the prompt about women turning down ping, what came out is if women were to do that, the AB, the grape, would go up. And I brought out that, hey, well, that means we should have allies, men, the quote unquote good men, that will help protect the women that choose to not want ping anymore. So with that being said, the conversation led to, and I'm just catching everyone up, the conversation led to women do not listen, and that men cannot protect what they cannot control. That their protection is conditioned. What's your thoughts on that? Hold on. Well, G, go ahead.
No. I don't know who said that. They actually said that.
Okay, G, I'm gonna come back to you.
No,
because I actually want to get Public.
let me just say this, because whoever said that is the biggest load of BS. 'Cause first of all, when it comes to grape, it's not even about smecks, right? It's about power. So just because women are withheld in smecks does not mean grape is going to go up and SA is going to go up. I don't believe that at all.
Yes, it would. First of all, I'm who said it. I believe that it wouldn't make the world a
Several
better
people said
place.
it, but go ahead, girl.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody said before me. I didn't hear them. If I did, so sorry if I feel like anybody feels like I'm still in their flowers. That was definitely my stance. And the power thing that goes hand in hand with misogyny. That's what all this patriarchy is about. You guys having power and this access to women being able to control us, all of that. There's people that I guess do well enough that they can, refrain from these like inner demons. But like if we really lock this shit down, so where you bad men were getting no access, we're gonna see just how evil y'all are. Y'all coming out graping. I'm standing on that. And even if you're not necessarily graping, you're trying to beat on people, you're putting people in compromising positions. Just so you know, There's women that'll tell you horror stories about they knew they were in a situation where they were possibly going to be raped and they just gave it in just so they got out of there with their life still intact. These things really happen. Get to know some women.
Okay, if it was just based on
Oh,
sex, why do Diddy
Cash out for
or
questions, G.
okay, let
hold
me
on.
just say it. Look, Diddy or Kelly, all those men who be ABing and raping women out there, they have a lot of money. They have access to women and access to smecks. Yet they're
Yeah.
still being accused and convicted of these things. There are full blown incels out there who get no pussy, right? Who will never sexually assault a woman.
I don't
That's
know about
power.
that.
First of
Oh
all,
no,
you're
wait,
talking
Okay,
about 1% of the
let
wait.
population.
Pub go. He's trying to
I just
go
want to say,
after G.
I just want to say one thing. The reason why the rate wouldn't go up is because if women are not sleeping with men, then they're not going to be in as close proximity with men.
Exactly.
So that's why it would go down by default.
It
The
would go
person that's
down.
most likely to grape is not a stranger. It's a
Exactly.
boyfriend. It's a date. It's a husband. It's you know what I'm saying. It's a brother. You know what I mean. Whatever. Like it's the men that are close to her. So the more women distance themselves from men, the less likely it is to happen. It's not like men are gonna like put on like riot gear and start like running around raping women. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't gonna. You know, I'm not saying like there won't be a group of men that do
So
that.
So
I'm just
Pub,
saying like,
No,
hold on,
y'all,
y'all.
hold on. I don't need
Pub,
everybody talking right now.
Pub.
Yeah,
I
hold on,
Pat and
promise
hold
you.
I
on.
One
disagree with
mic.
you.
Let's let Pub
Pat and
land his
First
plane.
time I ever
Hold
agree with
on,
Pat,
G.
Pub.
I
hold on.
promise
Okay.
y'all. I promise
Oh
y'all. I'm
my
almost done.
God.
Give Pub
One mic.
Y'all can
Let
go.
let him land. Let Pub land.
Yeah, I think what would go up is random acts of grape. Yes, they would go up. They would probably increase 3 or 4 fold. But the vast majority of grapes are carried out by men in close proximity to women. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
And
Has
I would
someone
agree with that,
ever?
Paul, but I am talking about those random acts because when I think about the prompt, it doesn't say that like we're gonna stay away from men altogether. It's just about us saying no to pain. So it's being us being a lot more choosy. Those random acts are gonna go up. I also think that the AB or some level of assault, like in other ways, would increase. I just believe that because I think men, because they can buy it and stuff like that, there's other routes, there's other alternatives. So I get what you're saying, but I just feel in my heart those numbers will go up. And G, you like to always dabble into this 1% of the population, and once again you canceled out your own argument. This guy had all that money equates to power in this country. We know that, we see that with POTUS. Like money equates to power, and these people, they get a kink out of that. Like then shits go hand in hand. Like so a lot of people with money that don't have to do any raping, like Bill Cosby, all of these people that could easily buy this all of this access to all of these resources makes them feel invincible, untouchable, and then like they go on these superpower trips. But either way, I don't know why you always go to the
Girl,
1%.
we're
Like when
arguing
we're
the same
talking
thing.
about, I'm almost done. So I just wanted to, debunk that argument first. But like, but you always talk. We're talking about men, and you always want to refer to this 1%. You do it in like almost all of our conversations when it comes to providing. No matter what the case, you go to this 1% of men. We're not gonna all. We all can't date the same 1% of men. We got to
What?
get into reality about the conversations.
Girl, I think I don't know, some type of disconnect. The only time I bring up the 1%, I'm not talking about the top 1% of men. When I brought up the 1%, it was specifically when it in regards to or in relation to marriage when it comes to a black woman and a white T man. Only 1% of white T men in this country are married to BLK women, right? That's the statistic, that's the percentage I'm talking about.
No, I've
Nothing
been
else.
on many panels with you. You always talking about the 10 to 1% of men. You're always talking about these high earners that we all like.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
always do that. And
I
what I'm
do.
saying is that's a disingenuous conversation because when we're talking about the collective, that would be like us talking about the top beauties of the world every time we had a conversation of women. Like you got to get into the average. The average is the masses.
The
That's an
average man.
incel. That's an incel argument. The top 20%. That's literally straight from like 4chan and So when I
But
hear men repeat that, like here's what I'm saying. If you're not an incel, right, and you claim not to be an incel, whoever I'm saying, and you use the like women only date the top 10% to 5% of men, and you are using the rhetoric of an incel. You literally got that from an incel. You didn't come up with that on your own. You heard that from somebody that heard that from somebody, and then it got to you, and you don't even know where it came from. You're just repeating it, right? And if you don't, so what I'm saying is like if you claim, I automatically assume you are an incel. You know what I'm saying? Like if you use that rhetoric, it's safe to assume, oh, you're a fucking incel. But if I called you one, you would be like, no, I'm not. I get vagina. I have access to women. Then sound like it. Then stop talking
Usually,
like
when
a
I
fucking
talk
incel.
about percentage of men, it's usually regarding income. I always say, especially when women are like, "We want a high earner. You better have money. We'll never date broke men." I give the statistic: only about 12 to 15% of men in this country make six figures and over. That's when I usually put that into context.
Yeah, and then when you're talking about the average man, right? We shouldn't then not be having discussions about grapists, because the average man isn't a grapist, right? A small minority of men are grapists. So again,
The
you
average
can't
man is a
make
great.
you can't make the argument that why are you always talking about the minority or the 1% when the minority of men are the ones that are doing all the graping,
Cap.
right?
Cap. The majority of men are grapists. The majority of men have rapist tendencies or are like just straight out. The majority. I don't care what you say.
The stats don't
I
back
don't
that
care
up.
what you say. You
Stats don't back
cannot
that
make
up.
me
That's
believe
just
anything other
opinion.
than that unless the women. I'll start believing that most men aren't rapists when most women start telling me they haven't experienced coercion, SA, grape, whatever it is. When the vast majority of women stop saying, "Oh, I've been SA, I've been raped. Oh yeah,
Ain't
my
great.
boyfriend coerced me, my
Coercion
ex-boyfriend
ain't
coerced
great.
me, my husband coerced me, whoever it was." When they stop, shut up, bro. When they stop saying that,
Shut
then
up.
I'll
Coercion
believe
ain't
it.
great. Coercion is not
Coercion
great.
is great. You don't know what coercion is then. Coercion is great. It is great. See? Look at it. Well, I've done that before.
The
That's
stats
not
don't
great.
back
You a fucking rapist.
the stats don't back up anything you're saying. So I know you feel that way, but the numbers don't back that up.
But you're moving the goalpost, Pat, because the me bringing up poetic brought up my stance on grape increasing if we started saying no to y'all. I'm talking about like women really lock the world down, lock that box down. Y'all gonna lose y'all minds. Like, first of all, a lot of y'all might be okay because y'all been not getting none know how. But some of y'all have been getting just enough, or that one girl always let you in there, or that one woman always let you in her house to whatever. But still, even if the stats don't show flat out great, SA, there are different levels of SA. I would challenge every man in this room. I bet every man in this room has touched the ass before that he has not been invited to touch.
Coercion
I
is
bet
not.
my left. That's not a question. I'll bet my left tit on that. Most men in this room have touched an ass that they were not given permission, any consent to touch. I land.
Most
But
women
here's the
have done
thing.
that
Hold
same
on, Pat.
thing. Most women have
Coercion
done
is
the
No,
same
not.
no,
thing.
no,
Well,
no,
hold on,
Pat. You
Pat
know
and
you
G.
touched
Hold
G
on.
Most
ass.
women
Wait,
grab
1 second,
something they were
Pinky.
supposed
Hold
to grab.
on.
Coercion is
Hold
not great.
on. Hold on. One mic. Let
Look,
me. You guys, we've been sitting in the 180s for like an hour. Like, I know we're not serious. We're enjoying the show. I hate to turn the comments off. Like, can we please get the stay at the light goal? Yeah, let's tap it up. Let's get to 200K. Harmony, you could jump in whenever you were up here earlier. I'm not sure whose turn it was, so I'm just gonna say open panel. Open panel.
Yeah, so most
Kiki
you can
was
say the
trying
same
to
thing about
talk.
most women. Most women grab something that they weren't supposed to grab. So, your point is mute.
You're
coercion is
lying.
not
Oh,
great.
you're
Listen,
lying.
when I think of coercion in this type of scenario, it's just a charismatic ass man who talk you out of your panties. For you to compare that
That's
to
not
grape,
coercion.
Yes,
It's
a
not.
lot of
You don't know
a
what
lot
is
of
what is the
charis,
definition of coercion? What's the definition of coercion, G? Tell me.
manipulation. Pretty
Under
much.
the
No.
threat of
Yes,
violence.
It's
In
not.
layman terms,
No, it's
manipulation.
not in
You
layman's.
can
Shut up,
coerce. I
please,
know, but it ain't
please.
If
great.
a
I'll
Not
woman,
give you.
great.
if
Hold
you
on.
have to
Let's
It's
ask
not
her
convince
a
great.
a woman,
question.
It's
It's
under
not
the threat
great.
of
if you
violence.
have to, if you
It's
have to
not great.
convince a woman, please be quiet. I swear, you're the dumbest nigga I've met on this app. God damn. If you have to convince a woman
to have sex with you, it is grape. Period. If she doesn't say yes,
No,
yes,
no.
please don't interrupt. I know it's
That's
open
spitting
panel and I know
game,
you a
man.
mod, but do not interrupt me. If she does not say yes, okay, if you have to convince her, Mr. Charismatic, I'm a talk her out of her panties, G the grapist. That's what it's given. This is the
That's
second time you
game.
said some weird shit on this app, bro. Like, you're weird as fuck.
What y'all talking about? A
You're weird as fuck.
charismatic ass
You're
man
You
weird.
talking
If
talking
about
she
about
doesn't
games
say
game?
and
yes,
talk you out of the
and
panties.
if
That's
she
what
Yeah,
I'm
doesn't
hearing.
say
that's
Not
yes and
grape.
game.
smile with her
Not
bottom
grape.
teeth,
That
it
is
Not
not
means
grape.
game.
no. It is grape.
No,
Not
it's
grape.
not.
I
Consent is
could see.
consent.
I could see.
It has to
I could
be
see.
a.
I
It
could
has
see
to
you
You're
be a
not a
being
complete
child.
yes.
You're an
persuasive,
adult.
It
You're
has
an
to be a
adult.
persuading,
complete yes.
influencing you,
These the
manipulating
same
No,
you.
men that will
you're
sit
Let's
up
not
here
gonna
and
hear
tell
tell.
you
that.
that you
That's
can't be
No.
raped
exactly
in your
what
Women
own
it
are
No.
says.
marriage.
adults.
No.
If
Y'all
I'm
let the
not
men
saying
hold on.
yes,
Let them talk. Let them tell on themselves. They telling on
What?
themselves right now. Let them
Yeah,
talk. Watch.
I'm standing.
So
You guys are
One at a
actually
time, G
saying
and Pat. Come
coercive to
on.
me.
Let's go G
Let
first and then Pat.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Coercion to me, influencing, being persuasive. And what you guys are talking about, to me, what I'm hearing, a charismatic ass man who done talk the woman out of her panties. That's what I'm hearing. Not grape. Nowhere
that is
near it.
disgusting.
If you let me finish. If a
I hope
man
someone's
talk,
recording
let me
this.
finish. Let me finish. If a man talks a woman, convinces her, persuades her, influence her out of her panties, she cannot wake up the next day and go to the courts and claim grape. That shit will be dismissed. That is not great. So stop throwing that out there because a lot of women have made
Because that's the way you lost your
bad
virginity.
decisions.
Hold
Because
on,
that's
If
the
Tony.
way you
listen,
lost your
Hold
listen,
on.
let me
virginity. If
finish.
you're not an
Let me finish.
incel.
Listen, let me finish. Just
Well,
about
hold on.
every
Wait,
nigga.
G. 1 second.
Can I?
1 second,
I
because
would like to say
no,
something.
there's too much going on. Let me say something.
Bad
G, I'm gonna
poetic.
let you finish. Harmony, allow G to finish. Pat, stop muting people, because you're just muting out of biasness at this point. Please
Listen,
stop muting people.
listen,
G,
listen,
go ahead.
listen. If the analogy I just gave, right? Coercion, being manipulative, persuasive, having an influence, maybe all of that, right? And that woman decides to wake up because she let a man, because he may probably look good and got a nice personality and he charismatic and trauma, talk her out of her panties, right? And got coerced into that. She can't wake up the next day and tell the world she got great. They are going to throw that shit out. And if that was the case, just about every man would be in jail if we said that criteria, that criteria that I just gave equated to great. Not even close. And that improved your point, public.
Please,
That
please,
improved
please.
your point.
If you're
This nigga, hold on,
telling
y'all. Wait, wait. I
women,
just
It's
want
my
real quick.
turn.
I swear to
It's
God.
my
Real, real, real,
turn.
real, real quick. Real quick.
Hold
Real quick.
on,
Wait. I
everybody.
swear. I'm
nobody
almost
said
done. I
that.
swear. All I want to say is the nigga just ran head first into the fucking point. He literally just
Facts.
said it. If men
He
do,
said
then every man will
coerced.
be. Yes, that's what I just fucking said, G. That's what I just fucking said.
All right.
If
So
anything that we've learned from G this whole time is that G don't like to
Wait,
read.
hold
He
on,
doesn't
hold
know the
on.
definition.
I
so
already
so
said Pat could go after, but let's do this. I already said Pat could go after. Anybody disagree with G? Go ahead. Let's let people respond to G.
I would like to respond.
And then me next.
I disagree with G because G is the same type of person that would say that a wife can't say that she was raped in her marriage. Anytime a woman says no and the man proceeds to go on and keep trying to talk her into it, that is most definitely coercion. Also, you need to go look up the will of consent, baby, because coercion is right on there. It tells you that you are liable to say no, beginning and end the middle. So if you do that and the man says that you said that when they're in court, your ass is getting locked up. You really need to be investigated because I guarantee here's the thing about it. Most men don't even realize that they do coercion so much because they have become so used to it and made it so much as a conditioning thing that they don't see anything wrong with it. That's why they started making the laws where wives can say, oh, they were raped in their marriages.
Exactly.
What you
Hold on. It's
described
not
is
your turn,
actually
G.
great.
It's
What
not your
Miss
turn,
Danger just
G.
described was
It's
G,
not
great.
your
hold
turn,
on, hold
G.
on. Let's let some people respond to you first.
It's not your turn, G.
Let's let some people respond to you first.
In front of 206 people, you just admitted that you're a rapist. I want you to know, I don't care how many times you unmute. I'm very loud. Know that.
Mama is rapist. Your mama
Okay,
is rapist.
my
Your
mom
mama is
can't be.
rapist.
My mom's not a rapist. You fucking weirdo. But
Mama
that's
is
probably
rapist.
how you lost your virginity, you bitch ass nigga. And that's why every room you go to, you say the stupidest shit that I've ever heard on this app. You got one brain cell, my nigga. That's what it's given. You are like, I don't
Stretch
care.
marks the size
Be
is higher.
quiet,
He
G.
got
Why are
stretch
you
marks the size
interrupting
is
me?
higher
Why
impression.
are you
Don't get
why are
roasted.
you interrupting me
Because
like the
you'll get
bitch you
roasted
are?
right now.
Why are
You
you
will get
interrupting
roasted.
me, G?
You will get
Why are
roasted,
you
bitch. Don't
interrupting
even
me,
try
G?
me. Don't even
Okay,
try
why are
me,
you
bitch. You will
interrupting me
get
though?
roasted.
Why
You'll get, I'm gonna
who?
let you
You get
finish.
roasted by what? Who? Get roasted by a fucking rapist? Bitch ass nigga? What are you talking about right now? You just admitted in front of 200 people that you are a rapist. Coercion, and in the word in your little statement that you said the word coerced, dummy. You don't fucking read.
Yeah, coercion by definition
Wait,
is
hold on,
persuasion.
Hold
we got,
on,
hold on.
girl. Let me land my plane.
Oh, okay. I thought
If
you
you
going
have to
explain.
convince a woman to have sex with you, that is grape. Just like Miss Dangerous said, it doesn't matter if it's in the beginning, if it doesn't matter if it's during foreplay, it
Wait, hold
doesn't matter
on.
what you doing.
Harmony. Hold on.
Yes.
G's looking it up right now. That's why he's on Coffee Cup. Go ahead,
That's
Harmony.
fine. That's fine. I don't care. He can still hear me.
He's
It
looking it
doesn't
up.
matter
The
if you're
point
doing
is, he
foreplay. It
doesn't.
doesn't matter if
He
you're
doesn't.
kiss.
Hold on. The point I'm making is he really doesn't know. That's why he's looking it up. But go ahead.
And looking up what? Coercion? I'm
Yeah, he's
standing by
not
my
looking up
statement.
anything.
I'm not changing.
Go
He's
ahead.
not
I
looking up
stand by what I
anything.
said. I stand by what I said. I'm not
Okay, well, I
changing
put
it.
the definition in the comment for
And
you.
And
you
he
dress
stands
like
by
a
what he said.
scoreboard.
I just want to land my plane, please. So you thinking you can roast me, whatever, that's all you do. You never have anything smart to rebuttal. You come up on these panels to take your anger out on black women because you hate your black mother. You niggas on this app needs to go to therapy.
Bitch, I
You
don't
don't
even
get
know
to
you.
trauma
I
dump
don't
on
even know you.
us because you got mommy issues. You are a rapist. That is disgusting. How much
Okay, we got.
does it take to ban him?
Wait, it takes a money gun, not ban. You can drop
I'm
him in the
not
money
talking
gun.
to you. You
Yeah,
are not the
I'm a
host.
mod, so I'm letting you
You
know.
are not the host, Pat.
Ma'am,
Pat, hold on, because I already know you have a bias towards her, so I don't want her to feel unwelcome. So just stop. Harmony, go ahead and land your plane.
But yeah, you, sir, are a rapist. You admitted that shit in 4K. And you're probably illiterate because there's no way. there's no way you said the past tense of coercion in your fucking statement and proved everybody's point. And you still stand on what you said, that it's niggas talking women out of their panties and being quote unquote charismatic. That's not great.
thank you.
When a
Okay, so
woman doesn't say yes, it's a no. Period.
okay,
Pat,
we
hold
got
And
you.
now
on.
I land my
Everyone
pen.
wait.
Stop
Everyone wait
muting,
after she lands.
unmuting. Jeez. If she doesn't say yes, then it's a no.
Okay, cool.
Well,
All
hold
right.
on, Pat. So the thing is, I'm sure a lot of women don't realize that they've been raped before. Just like G didn't know that it was grape. A lot of women are probably like trigger warning in the chat, probably thinking back, well, like, damn, that mean I've been raped. Um, maybe more than once. But let's let Fifth Ward, because I know she was like fighting to get the mic earlier. So let's let her get in, and then it's back to open panel.
Okay, so I've been here, in here with G for a while, and G kind of exposed himself earlier when he refused to concede to a point that Chad made. So we already should have some type of like understanding of where his mentality is. He's the antithesis of the story. Like that's just who he is, and he's okay with that, right? When it comes to it. Now, when it comes to this particular topic, being a woman, and a lot of women are kind of like looking back on our past and saying maybe, yeah, this particular thing happened. Being coerced or being talked out of some smecks is not the way I want to give up smecks. And I don't know why you would want to receive it that way. Like, why would you want some sympathy sex? You know what I mean? Smecks from somebody. I don't want anybody to do anything for me in life that they don't want to do. So imagine how I would feel if you're doing something and then and when it happens, now I'm like, if I do something for you and now I get to look at you a certain kind of way because I did it because I felt pity for you. Like, where in your mind do you feel like a winner? That's the thing to me that is so confusing, is that you really feel like you've done something with someone who didn't want to. You took it. Because why would you not want to be with a woman who says, here, baby, this is yours? That, to me, the fact that you're so willing to argue that point, like, oh, it's okay for me to go talk some woman out of her body, like, that to me is weird. And you are a weird person for wanting to be like that.
I sold cars for a long time, and I'll tell you this is just dealing with Joe Public. If you are not forthright when you're, when you're making the deal, like, so essentially, if you were to tell a customer about a car, like let's say they want to buy a car, and I told them like, oh yes, it has this feature, and then I know it doesn't have a feature. You know what I'm saying? And I go, yeah, no, it has that feature. And they go, okay, I'm buying it because I really like this feature. And I go, yeah, no, it has that, right? And this has happened. I've seen this happen a 1,000 times in the business. And then, they buy the car and they get in the car and they go, okay, show me how to work that feature. And then you start to try to show them, and oh damn, it doesn't. And they come to find out they don't have it. Those people, they feel like they were taken advantage of because they were. Right? They feel like, and anybody up here would feel like that. We would all be able to relate to that if a salesperson told us that something had something that we wanted, and then come to find out after we purchased it, it didn't. And they knew the whole time it didn't. AKA what stupid ass Pat is saying, run game. Running game is coercive and abusive. Running game is just a gentle way of describing being coercive and fucking lying. What the fuck are you talking about? It is illegal. Running game is a fucking general. They don't mean nothing. I can say running game is coercing a woman. That is running game.
Scamming
what
is
the fuck
really
are you talking about? That is running. Like, y'all don't. The way y'all don't understand words, and then you have these arguments. You have these strong stances. Like, he don't understand what the fuck coercion is. He don't even know what it is, right? But he has this very strong stance about it. Pat don't know shit about coercion, yet y'all have these very strong stances.
Not changing on
How can that be possible? How can you reconcile that? How can you be a person that doesn't understand fucking shit about what we're talking about, but you got these strong ass stances? Like, I'm not asking you to answer that question because you can't, but I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, that shit is nuts. I could never have a strong stance about some shit I don't know about. That's weird as fuck. And you want to intentionally remain ignorant. Coercion is not simply just manipulation. It is the idea, it is the concept that if you are with a person and they feel like they are under threat, they are threatened. You don't even have, the threat is implied, right? It can be explicit or implied. You don't have to tell them I got a pew-pew on my backpack. They could just know you carry pew-pews in your backpack, and your backpack is in the room with them. And then you go, hey, can we bone? And then the girl goes, or the woman goes, yeah, let's bone. That could be coercive because she knows Pat G carries pew-pews in their backpack. And if I say no, there's a chance that they might use that pew-pew against me. That's coercion, you fucking dummies. Y'all don't know shit about the word. It ain't running game. Bitch ass niggas. Y'all niggas are some fucking rapists. Both of you. Y'all some fucking rapists. And any nigga in the comment that agree with him, Gemini, your weird ass too, nigga. You some fucking rapists. All of y'all.
Okay,
get
out
funny.
Y'all
be raping y'all wives and y'all girlfriends. Y'all are weird. And you get on panels and you try to rationalize and justify that shit. You a weird ass nigga, bro. I'm telling you, in 4K, y'all weird as fuck. That shit is very strange. Very strange.
Get all your emotions out. Go ahead, cry it out.
I'm emotional about niggas raping women. What the fuck? You not?
So again,
you think that nigga, you talk like a sociopath. Is that cool? You think that's cool? Like, oh yes, get all your emotions out.
Sir, you've landed. You're here calling
Shut your
people
goofy
don't
ass up and blow your
know any
nose,
laws
nigga.
on here. You're calling them bitch ass niggas and blah blah blah. All right, we're talking about this topic. So again, the definition of coercion is the practice of persuading someone by using force or threats. Okay,
I
and
know the
hold
definition.
on. I'll let you talk. You already
I
talked.
know the definition.
You already talked. You already talked. Okay. So again, the big thing that people keep on missing is by using force or threats. Okay. And don't tell me about implicit force or implicit threats, because I can be implicitly threatened by you because you're black, right?
Okay,
That
Pat,
hold on. Let me continue. Everybody's been yapping. Let me continue. So yeah, don't give me no I'm implicitly threatened by you because it's in my head. No. It has to be an explicit threat of force or violence, okay? And so we cannot just sit here and start making up definitions and saying because a man convinces a young lady to sleep with them, oh, she's being coerced. At some point, we have to treat adults like adults, right? I can understand if you're talking about we're talking about non-adults, but if we're talking about adults, then we have to at some point we have to say adults are able to make their own decisions, right? And you cannot tell me that because someone talked you into buying a car, you were coerced into it. You are an adult, right? You consent to it. You sign on the dotted line. You're not being coerced. You may feel like you got over, but at the end of the day, nothing illegal happened. You were not coerced. It's the same thing when a male talks you into sleeping with them. Again, if they did not use force, violence, or the threat of force or violence, then no, you cannot say you were coerced and you were great. This complete nonsense, and you're trying to blur the lines of what is legal and what's illegal. And no point is pitting game to a
yeah,
woman.
hold
At
on,
no
because let
point,
me respond to him.
hold on. At no point is pitting game to a woman coercion or illegal. So we just got to stop this.
Okay,
Can I?
so hold on, hold on, hold on,
Everyone
hold on.
wait. I
Let me.
already said I'm going after Pat. Pat, did you land your plane?
Yeah, I landed.
You can also
All right.
drop them. I dropped the money gun in there, by the way.
You got to drop a galaxy for mods.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Wait, see,
I'm
Pat is a
going to
mod.
need
That
to
scares me.
say this. So it's a galaxy to drop a mod. I keep putting it in the comments, you guys. Y'all know I don't do drops. If you want to drop someone, galaxy drop a mod. A money pew pew was sent already, so anyone at this point, it's a credit. So just add another money pew pew, and then Pat can be dropped. If you are just coming up to the panel, definitely share the live, repost the live. Wow. Yeah, so at this point, yeah, it looks like Pat, it looks like you've been dropped by a few, like four money pew pews. So bye, Pat.
Let
Pat,
me
you've been dropped by 4 money pew pews.
let
Drop
let me
G
say
too, they
this
said.
real quick.
Hold
Let
on,
me
G,
say this.
1 second. 1 second. The new guest, when you come up, please share the live out. We're gonna let you answer the prompt. Right now is Aaliyah, but let's let some people respond to what has been going on.
Let me
Hold on,
respond.
G.
And
1
I
Now
second.
use my
Hold
money
on.
gun to drop G,
hold
please.
on. I was already
Hold
speaking
on.
for
Hold
you.
on.
Disagree with it.
Hold on. Let's G wait. Let's let Gur get in and then Miss Dangerous. But you guys, remember, 4 money pew pews to drop Pat. Pat, if you want to get your spot back, it has to be a gift higher than the 4 money pew pews that dropped you. Go ahead, Gur, and then Miss Dangerous.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, first of all, Pub broke it down perfectly. The problem with your argument is like G kept using coercion in it, and that is persuasion by force or threats, right? And I spoke to y'all earlier before we even got into that word. I told you that there are plenty of women that have literally slept with guys because they knew that they weren't getting out of there without it. So they thought, let me get out of here with my life still intact. I will just give it to him. Now, for Pat saying that it's not illegal, that's false. Same thing with selling a car. Everything isn't actionable, because you have to have proof, right? Like if you accuse somebody of something and there's no proof, there's no receipts, you will struggle to convict them. That's why, so some things aren't actionable, but that does not mean that they're not illegal. But most importantly, they're unethical, right? And in a lot of these practices, you get in trouble. That's why people lose jobs, licenses, all of this stuff, where you may not go
Wait,
to
hold on,
jail.
G. 1 second. I mean, Ger. G, you've been dropped. G, you've been dropped within Money Pow Pow. Again, G, you've been dropped within Money Pow Pow. If you want, you can save your spot, send something higher. Go ahead, Ger.
Thank you. Yeah. So while everything isn't actionable, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not illegal or at least unethical, right? And then this whole game, like you said, Pub, I'm in full agreement, but you beat me to the punch. It's just lying. You're lying. You're not charismatic. You're a liar. And the worst part about it is you rob people of their choices. I didn't choose to sleep with this loser. I chose to sleep with the person that I was sold. That's you're wrong. Even if that one, even if the game one, because I don't call it game. You're a liar. You're a flat out liar. But even if the liar part isn't punishable by law, you know damn well it's unethical. You know damn well you told every lie and sold every dream to get in them draws. You were not honest. I slept with the person that I thought I met, not this other fuck boy underneath. Like y'all know that's wrong. That's a form of rape, especially the coercion part. That's without a doubt great. We gonna stand 10 toes on that. Like read a book and learn what's going on. That's without a doubt great. But like the lying shit, stop that. You're robbing women of their choices, and then you go up here trying to drag us, saying that we need to pick better. We tried vetting y'all. Y'all were showing up. Y'all were answering every text. You had a job. You didn't have a criminal record. You were calling. You were taking us on the dates. And then, soon as we got a little comfortable with your ass, 6-8 months later, here come the fuck boy. There's no such thing as vetting, y'all, because you guys live in manipulation. You live in the land of fucking lies. There's no such thing. Just grow up and be better people.
All right, Miss Dangerous, go ahead. Looks like G has sent a dinosaur to save his spot, so we'll bring G back up.
Yeah, I wanted
After
to.
Miss Dangerous, I'm introducing the new guest.
Yeah, so I wanted to say like what Pat said was one of the most dangerous things that I can hear a person say, because he's the way that he's equating it, that is only meaning that it can be threat. So like when a guy brings a girl to her home, and he's talking to her, then he say, well, if you don't have sex with me, I'm not gonna take you home. More than likely, if she has no ride or anybody to call, she's probably going to give into that. That is a threat right there. That's coercion. That's making her change her mind from what she was saying. I didn't come here for this. Like, this is not what I wanted to do. And that's why I say that a lot of men don't pay attention to detail, because we actually can see now what we have always been conditioned to accept from you guys, that you guys are so stuck on the conditioning and programming that you don't even realize the damage that you have caused from a lot of things that you made normal. Like when a woman if you have to convince somebody to do something and they tell you that they're not wanting to do it, that is not a form of consent. That's why I really encourage you guys to look up the consent will, all of the words in there, breakdown by breakdown, and it all makes sense. And a lot of you men do it because you can't get no coochie. And that's why you coerce women into doing it. And that's why most of y'all can't get a woman. Y'all use your dollars. That's why y'all talk about rich men, because y'all really the ones who care about money, because a lot of y'all attitudes and y'all personality and character is messed up. So that's why y'all do the things that y'all do. Most men are very manipulative. Men always have to manipulate women to get them.
Okay, Aaliyah, age, race, and pronouns, and then you can read out the first one and answer it. You also could respond to anyone on the panel.
My name is Aaliyah, age 48, race Caucasian, white, pronoun she, her.
Thank you. You can read it out and answer it. And also, if you want to respond to anything that was said, go ahead.
Women should say no to the and the world. I'm sorry, I need my glasses.
Okay, I can read it to you. Women should say no to eggplant, meaning the D,
Yep.
and the world would be a better place.
By and large, yes. You know, the message that I really have for young women right now, and I'm sorry, I know I'm going to get so much hate from the men, but you really can do it by yourself. If you really want to be a mother, you can buy the fertilizer. Honestly, 99% of the time, they are not contributing, they're competing. They don't want partnership, they want schmavery. And even when you are very careful to like date inside of your, race or social class or career path, economic class, it really doesn't matter. If you're anywhere close to them, they want to compete with you. And it's a sad, sad thing, but this is what is happening. This is the 50-50 culture. Men don't respect women for carrying or anything. And 99% of the time, as soon as you agree to it, a legal document like a marriage or a legal property right, unfortunately, let's just say what it is, like a baby, they are absolutely going to exploit you. They're going to make it as hard as possible so that you can't go anywhere. Don't sign up for that, sis. Keep it moving. You definitely have everything you need to succeed by yourself with a child. Just buy the sperm. Honestly, at this point, this is where we are, and I love y'all so much, and that's what I came here to say. I land my plane.
Wow, that was groundbreaking. So they make it harder for you if you have their children. It's better to just get something from the sperm bank. Oh, this is really sad, but we'll continue. King's Corner, go ahead and give me your age, race, and pronouns, and then you can read the first one and answer it.
Black 36. Himothy. You said read the first prompt.
You say you're how old?
I said Black 36. Himothy.
Okay, yeah, read out the first one and answer it.
Women should say no to me, and the world would be a better place. I absolutely agree, man. I think that's actually the game plan. It's just the lack of self-control that y'all struggle with. So when that loneliness hit and you can't say no to it, I think that's what keeps you going through the cycle of the same problems that we hear people talking about, complaining about, that y'all share with each other till y'all blue in the face.
Wait, wow. So are you a man? I'm sorry, I forgot. You got a
Yeah,
cash
Cash
app for
out for
questions.
questions, but let's let him land.
that's the truth of it, and because we see the truth. Honestly, we watch y'all misconstrue definitions and tangle words up. Y'all are trying to conflate coercion and what's that shit G said? Spitting game. Ever since a woman figured out that she can give consent and then withdraw it later on when the opportunity suits her, yeah, they've been hollering and grape and all that other nonsense. But if a man spit game and you say yes or you going without your mental state being altered by an actual substance, then all that is out the window. Unless it's a direct threat that you can quote and put that in a report. I'm
All
sorry.
right, Kings, you've been dropped by a money pow pow. Again, Kings, you have been dropped by a money pow pow. If you want to save your spot, send something higher. Anybody disagree with what he was saying?
And
Um,
Pat is in the
I'm
comments saying, I
no. Let me.
disagree.
No, you already
Be
spoke,
clear
honey.
that
He just asked a question.
oh my God, I just want to add this real quick. He is saying that we're conflating what G said. G is the one that conflated coercion with spitting game. Even though they're both bad, he was the one that I look at coercion and as spitting game. He has all this charisma. We did
I didn't
not
say spinning
conflate the two.
game. I didn't say spinning game. I said charisma. I'm mad public drop.
No,
But let me
you
just say
know
this, right?
what I
He
meant
did
though.
say
You're
I
the
know.
one
spinning
Let
that
me
game
just
too.
say this, right? Just because a man that you probably wanted to fuck anyway is
Ooh.
Wow.
charismatic, has a nice personality, right? Has a six pack,
G,
and
you've
you
been
have
dropped with a love drop. Again, G, you have been dropped with a love drop. If anybody wants to save G's spot, just send anything higher than a love drop. G, you can send any gift higher than a love drop. Yeah. You guys can. Well, we got a new guest. I'll be with you in a moment. Anybody wanted to finish their disagreement with G?
Yeah, I wanted.
Sorry,
Yes,
he
I would
tried
love
to
to
gaslight.
speak.
Hold on, Harmony, because he cut me off. I'm sorry. He tried to gaslight me, and like I'm not going to play the semantics game. Maybe Pat verbatim said spitting game. You said be charismatic and
Being
talk them
charismatic.
out
He
they
said it too,
draw.
though.
It's the same thing. Where I'm not going to play the semantics game, but G is who conflated coercion with the whole charismatic. They are not the same thing. Again, coercion is persuasion through force and threats. I mean,
This game, he's not.
Jay, you just came up here. Please stay on mute and wait your turn. Go ahead, Harmony.
Hold on 1 second.
All right, let's get the likes up. If you haven't seen the Daily Heart Me, please do. Let's support the live goal with a money pew pew. If you're a mod, you should already know you can just get in where you fit in. Go ahead, Harmony.
Yeah, I just find it like oddly satisfying yet disgusting how many of these men are exposing themselves to be rapists. And what's crazy is that y'all flooded in after G said that most men are not rapists, but y'all are proving the opposite, the absolute opposite. Any man that agrees with G and Pat, y'all are grape apologists and rapists. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
And this is what we talk about when we say it's all men until it's none. I land my plane.
Okay. Let's go to Love. Tiffy, you could go ahead and give me your age, race, and pronouns. Read out the first one and answer it, and then you can respond to anyone on the panel.
Yes, my age is 42. I'm black and I'm she, her. And I just want to say hello to everyone on the panel as well as the host. I've been listening to this live all day. Well, not all day, but in when you first started, and I wanted to chime in, but I couldn't because I was working. And so these men are going to give us all types of threats. I absolutely believe that the world will be a better place if women just shut their legs, lock them shut. First of all, on a political basis, we don't need more people in this planet to feed this system of oppression and communism. We don't need more slaves to fuel their ship. And they like to scare you into thinking, oh, well, y'all just going to get great. No. See, because every woman has a father that might love her, a brother, a cousin, a son. And most men are not going to agree to just graping women at will. You know, we have laws in place set by the powers that be, the people that's in control, the men at the top of the totem pole. And I think that all that would do would just put things back into natural order if we close our legs, and they would have to want to be better men because they're not going to be able to just grape unless they want to throw their entire lives away. Because if women started getting raped at alarming rates, only thing that would do was the powers that be would just double down on those people, and your sentences will be harsh. And so if you like living life in the free world, you would probably think twice about that. And for all of y'all that think that, oh, women are so weak, women are so this, look, my son, he just turned 18 years old. Like, I introduced him into sports and fitness at a young age, and martial arts and MMA, so mixed martial arts. He could probably take down most of you because you're probably 22. You probably look walking around looking 22 months pregnant. And my conclusion is this: men just hate. They really just hate the idea of survival of the fittest, even though they put it all around us because of patriarchy. But they just want things to be handed to them easy. But no, women should close our legs, because you see, when we close our legs or we threaten this, they go back to the Bible. 10 years ago when we had BLK, Lives Matter, all of that, they were like, oh, I'm not the slave. I'm an Egyptian. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a Cush, whatever, just to not rock with the they don't really rock with the Bible, and all of this closing your legs because of just being able to go to heaven is a lie. And that's just their last grasp of having some type of control to be able to manipulate you. Religion was created for men by men to control all, and y'all just need to get hip. Like, they'll do, really, if we close our legs, man, they'll do whatever the fuck we say. We control them, we own them, ladies, and never be afraid of them. I land.
If I can get
Wow,
in
very
real quick.
interesting point. I'm gonna go to the new guest in a moment after Mika. Go ahead.
If I can get in real quick, I want to answer the prompt. Women should say no to the stick, and the world will be a better place. I agree. I do agree. I think that their stick have caused them to lose their minds. A lot of them, because they think that they can just stick it in any and everything. So or every woman. So I think that it is very, very important that women, as Love said, we keep our legs closed. And I don't even like that phrase, because to me that phrase is so demeaning to women. But I think that it's important that we do, because they don't appreciate what we give them. They don't appreciate what we have. So yes, I think that it is very, very, very important that we do withhold ourselves from them, because they don't value us, and it's evident in their speech, in their behavior, and in who they are. So I think that if there's ever a time that we do need to stand our ground and say no, it's now, because they don't honor it, they don't respect it, and evidently they don't even know how to handle it, because when we do offer them that, it seems to take them to a place of I got to have it, or it's entitlement. A lot of them feel entitled. And I think that's where the essay come in. I think that's where the DV comes in. And I think that's where the great comes in. And I do agree. I do believe that if we did, the great would increase, because they have that sense of entitlement, because it's offered so freely amongst women. So yeah, I think we need to come to a place where we say no, and we say no in every single way. I land.
Wow, good points. We're gonna go to the next guest. Um, Jay, age, race, and pronouns, and then you can read out the proper answer. Just the first one.
It's Ja. I'm African American. 28. Him.
Okay, go ahead and read out the proper answer. Just the first one.
Women should say no to meat, and the world would be a better place. I agree.
Did you want to expound?
I kind of agree with Mika. She said that it would be more violent, but honestly, that's just not some. Can't really say much. I agree.
I'd like to interject if it's okay.
Go ahead.
What he's saying very clearly out loud to all of you women is that he's like, yeah, don't date men. It is bizarre and dystopian and wild, but the ones that we actually like are telling us, yeah, definitely don't date men, definitely don't get married, definitely don't have babies. The ones that we like are telling us, yeah, we all suck.
What I'm
do we
actually saying
do?
is that there's more incentive for women. If you say no, you lose out on all the incentives that you guys literally live off of. That's That's like
What do you mean? If we say no to what?
post-marriage incentives. That's
What are the marriage
sexual
incentives?
Aaliyah, hold on. You got to cash out for questions, but go ahead and expound on these incentives,
cash out
Josh.
for question.
Yes. Can you please continue?
Yes. Well, obviously there's countless incentives for women to deal with men. They're trying to paint this picture, spread this narrative that we're just these villains that they don't want anything to do with. But honestly, they can't say no to us. That's why, like I heard you guys arguing a second ago about consent or spitting game or like manipulation, and it's crazy because coercion is something that you use legally to inform the court or whoever's selling the matter that you've withdrawn consent. That means you've at one point given consent. So basically, you're trying to say yes and say no. It's asinine. It makes absolutely no sense, honestly.
Okay, whoever
It's a-
disagrees with him, well, go ahead and land. If you disagree with him, rebut him, and then we'll go to 30.
I mean, there's absolutely no rebuttal to it. It's literally a fact.
There is
You
a
give
Well,
somebody
hold on, let's
consent.
let
If
him
you
land.
want to get down with somebody, you're going to open the window. There isn't a place, there isn't an opportunity for a man to do any of these things you're crying about or saying without your okay. That's step one. And it just goes further. So you've allowed them into your space. You've allowed the interaction. You've entertained the interaction. Now it's getting down to the nitty gritty, the adult part, and you've given consent, even if you've implied consent by not denying or saying no. As a matter of fact, consent, now that I think about it, consent's literally written in your body because you cannot be entered without opening your legs. That is the most obvious way to settle this whole debate. You literally have to, and unless there's marks or unless you are literally forced
So
to
you
open
gonna
your
land?
leg,
No, please don't rush people, you guys.
I'm gonna ride around until I'm finished, ma'am. Okay, you're gonna be quiet.
Ooh.
You literally have to open your leg. You want to not be held responsible for your own decision to open your legs? It's crazy. I get the
Hey, is
coercion
this
part.
Pat's
I
brother?
respect that part.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll
Go ahead.
land there. I don't want to keep.
You about to land right in
Yes,
the.
I can.
Okay, wait,
Go
don't.
ahead. Go ahead, honey.
No, hold on.
Yeah, stop.
So
Okay.
what is this I'm reading in the comments? Does it say money? Do I don't understand.
So I don't drop
Yeah,
people.
you want to change your mind. You want to get the ding-a-ling and then change your mind. It's
All right, let me
pathetic.
finish what I'm saying. So I don't drop people. Anyone in the live can do drops, but anybody that wants to rebut him, you can still continue. But Ja, you've been
Cornball Reggie. Yeah, fuck Reggie.
all right, Ja. You've been dropped by Money Pew Pew. Again,
Yeah,
Ja,
folks.
you have been dropped by Money Pew Pew. Ja, you're welcome to save your spot. Just send anything higher than a Money Pew Pew, and we'll get you back up here. Again, Ja, you were dropped by Money Pew Pew. You're welcome to save your spot. Anybody want to rebut what he was saying, and then I'm gonna go to
Yes. Yes, I volunteered to rebut him because first of all, he's looking at it like men think like women. Women do not think like you, sir. Like men come out of a VJ and they spend the rest of their lives trying to get back into one. Women do not have that innate need like that, like to just look at you in the condition that you're in. When you get to know male nature, you will become so much less attracted to them. Like when you really truly accept their nature and for who they really are, there's no reason for you to just be desiring them like that. Not like they desire us. At least I know some women will, but I think that's the minority, to be honest. When you know their nature, you won't really want them like that. And for him to look at it like that, he's very well misinformed. And also he keeps going on and on about goodness gracious, I lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens. He's going on and on about just like you getting no, it's not an even exchange. First of all, when women have smacks, they automatically have risk, and I don't know. I think I'm trying to find my train of thought and
Okay,
talk.
love, Tiffy, I'm gonna come back to you. Just chime in a moment. I'm about to go to the new guest. 30, if I could get your age, race, and pronouns.
Yo, what up? What up? It's 30, 33, Black American, he, him. Now, never them. Women should say no to the peen and the world would be a better place. I think men should say. I think so. I agree with that. I think men should say no to some of these loose for JJs too, and the world to be a better place. Shit. Maybe if everybody say no. Maybe if women get off the corner, stop selling their box. Maybe if they stop going to strip clubs and shaking that ass. Man, shit, they need to shut down all that shit. I agree with that. They need to shut it all down so nobody can get none. Everybody can walk around disgruntled, angry, and pissed off at the world because they not getting laid. I also want to speak on I don't know, hold up. I also want to speak on how y'all put that jacket on G. That was disrespectful. And this is what happens when you get a room full of fem cells. They like to place jackets on people that they know that they can't even fit them motherfucking jackets. They trying to make the man seem like he was a rapist and all of that weird ass shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's their inner hate coming out. You know what I'm saying? That's their inner hate, that they hate men and they just want to tell you how much they hate men. So they've had some things, they're hurt. Like I said, it's actually a call out for help.
30, you've been dropped with a money pew pew. Again, 30, you were dropped with a money pew pew. If anybody wants to save his spot, including yourself, 30, just go ahead and send something higher than a money pew pew. Anybody want to rebut what he was saying?
Hell yeah. So y'all are some grape apologists. G is a grapist, and so is Pat, period. Y'all are sitting here talking about that we cannot change our mind during SMEX or even before SMEX. You think that you are entitled to our bodies, and that is where you are absolutely wrong. And this is why you have this sick grapist ideology, and y'all get away with it every single time. You get away with it most of the time, and most of the time it's not even reported. And y'all don't ever talk about how men are being raped as well by men. Like, be so for real. You don't care about the little boys and girls that are also being raped. You don't care about rape, period. This is why you have this mindset that you are entitled to our bodies as women. And on top of that, that you, yeah, I know you're very entitled with that weird ass name you got. Like, consent is consent. If we don't say yes, then that's it. It doesn't matter if be quiet, RC Rude. I don't know why you're interrupting me.
Is that
I
great?
don't understand why you're interrupting me, Timu Kanye, but be quiet. I don't know why you're interrupting me with your ashy ass head, but be quiet.
Ashy head.
Be quiet.
What is wrong with this woman?
I'm not done talking, so I don't know why you're talking. Why are
you open the door for roast session.
I don't care. Why are our words leading? Be quiet. I'm not done. That's King's Corner. He just came back and he didn't get.
All I'm saying is that she roasted me.
Yeah,
so
he's still on. He was dropped.
We have no
King's
rules
Corner
from
was
second
dropped. You
pages.
better understand about second.
RC Rude, shut up.
Go ahead, Harmony.
Timu Grapist, Kanye head ass. What's wrong with you guys? Like, what in the world? You wouldn't want a man to coerce your sister, or maybe you wouldn't care because your sister shouldn't be out here you have all these expectations for women that you don't have for yourselves. That's why you're the lowest in everything. Out here excusing grape. That is absolutely disgusting.
Bro, sound
He
like
is a grapist. Shut your bitch ass up. Shut up. G is a rapist. Pat is a rapist. RC Rude, aka King Horner, is a fucking rapist. And all you niggas in these comments agreeing with them are rapists as well.
Juneteenth? Who is this?
Shut up. Bitch, I ain't Juneteenth. I'm Harmony, nigga. Can you read? Illiterate ass incel. Can you read? You fucking rapist. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, RC, you need to wait, seriously, because I want her to land so we can continue the conversation. She's already roasted you, just wait.
Like, just shut up, and I would have been done. But yeah, I land my plane. Y'all some grapists, and everyone's seeing it in 4K.
All right, Ola, if I could get your age, race, and pronouns, you could read out the first one and answer it, and then you can respond to anything on the panel.
Oh. Okay, so the women should say no to
age, race, and pronouns, and then you can read it out and answer it, then you can respond to the panel.
Okay. and the world will be a better place.
Age, race, and pronouns, Ola. Everyone has to give their age, race, and pronoun.
I don't know what to pronounce that one. No.
Say queen, baby.
I'm just a baby. I don't know how to. What did I know? I don't know nothing.
Age,
I don't know.
race. Age, race, Ola.
Okay.
Age
Let's
and
pronounce this.
race. Everyone is answering it, Ola. Age and race. It's a new thing that I started today. It's nothing personal.
28 African and a queen. Or
Okay, go
empress.
ahead, Ola. Answer it so you can answer the prompt. I don't know why you're struggling with that. Oh, shoot.
No. Yes, just leave it. So my thing is this. I think. I mean, it's not. It's the other way around.
Oh, my God.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Age, race, and pronouns, Ola. Everyone is answering it. I know you feel like you've been here before, but I'm asking everyone. It wouldn't be fair for me not to ask you, even if you've been here before.
Why are you asking me? Why?
Empress Queen. Ola, can you cooperate with the host, please? Your Grace.
Poetry, please. Why are you even asking me this kind of question? Please stop.
All right, Ola, just go ahead, because at this point.
So my thing is this. I don't understand. So from all the women that are here, they've raped all of them. Yeah, God. You want to paint this BOK men bad. Yeah, you want to paint them bad so much. And tomorrow you're like, Black Lives Matter. You're a joke. Nobody's going to take you guys serious. I swear to God, no one is taking you serious. I'm serious. I mean, not all women, the one that are deceiving themselves. Because think about it. When I said, "Oh, ladies, close up," you're like, "Why do you say we should close up? If we close up, they're gonna take it anyway, as if it is, as if it's a supermarket. They're gonna take it anyway. They're gonna take it anyway. They're gonna take it anyway. Your body, your choice. It's very it sounds so ridiculous to me when I see women speaking like this and said men are rapists. They're telling you. In fact, men, stay away. You stay away from some. I mean, you look for a nice thing. Women that can carry themselves well. Women that will tell you that if I don't give it, they're gonna take it anyway. As if what you are saying makes sense. I've asked this question for many people. Do you take it anyhow? They're like, no, they're crazy. I'm like, yes, they're crazy. Because if they're taking it anyhow, that's a problem. That is like it's like a public toilet then, if they are taking it anyhow. It's like anybody can just come in and drop something. I don't know who you are dealing with, how you are dealing with all these people, and then you're saying they're taking it anyway. Tell us what is the problem, because some people also have nymphal that they cannot. You want it, they take it the first time. You have a child for one person, another person is taking it, having 6 children for 6 men, and they are all taking it. I think it's a psychiatric problem. It's a mental issue right there. But from what I'm looking now, the men are good. They are waking up. No, they are waking up. They are not dealing with all this madness. They are leaving you in your Lulu world. Enjoy yourself. They are taking
Okay,
it and
Ola, wait 1 second. Aaliyah, you sent that to Tiffy. That's why Tiffy's at 51.5K now. But let's get the taps up, you guys. Let's send it to 220K. Aaliyah, are you there? Are you here? You here? Oh. It looks like Ola. It looks like you've been dropped by a diamond. Hold on. It looks like you've been dropped with a
Ain't nobody
diamond.
ask you shit, girl. What the fuck?
I know.
Y'all need to get on mute. Maz, please mute them. Ola, you've been dropped by a diamond pew pew and a money pew pew combined. Somebody sent a money pew pew to drop you, and then someone sent a diamond pew pew. Thanks, Aaliyah, for the diamond pew pew.
You'll just tell this pasty
Hold on,
translucent
RC.
bad pH.
Okay. Okay. RC, you actually were dropped by a money pew pew also. So again, RC, you've been dropped by a money pew pew. If anybody wants to save his spot, send something higher. Ola, you said that the women in my life is broke, so let's see you get your spot back. Ask to be higher than a diamond pew pew. 30, go ahead and he's running now. Okay. What's y'all thoughts on what Ola said? Panel's open.
She is just gross. Like she gonna really laugh at the grape thing. She said, "Y'all talking about grape?" Ooh, what the fuck? Like that shit had my stomach so turned. That was crazy to even make that a laughing matter. Like, wow.
Yeah, she's not even worth responding to.
Yeah, thank you. May I speak or I don't have a
Go ahead. It's
question?
open panel.
Yeah, so that was kind of my point. Like, if you're willing to sell your daughters, but definitely not your sons, I mean, we have to talk about why you feel that way. I don't like it any more than anybody else kicking a lady off the panel, but it definitely offended me. I know that I come from a place of privilege. YT lady from New York, you know, the birthplace of women's rights. So say whatever you want. You can say I'm bitter, angry, old, nobody kicking me out of bed. And, you know, I think Ola is more harmful than helpful up here. I land my plane there.
And I just want to say this. Ola, it seems as though Ola has a personality where she may blame the woman for the grape. Unfortunately, Ola, that's what you're giving off. That you may blame the woman or the girl that's being essayed. So I don't know. We were all earlier. Everyone was saying to this first question, first chat. Myself and Chad was saying, yeah, that the AB would go up, and that was from the beginning of the live. The AB would go up, the grape would go up, all that, if women decided to turn down the ping. But nobody mentioned how the women, like Ola, would help them get access to these women. That she will help those type of women. Unfortunately, Ola, again, women of that type. I'm not saying you've done it or you'll do it for sure, but what you're giving off is that you would help women get coerced and help those men because you feel like these women are too entitled to turn these men down.
10,000% she would sell your daughters.
The fuck, yo.
Yeah, she would definitely set you up. She would put you out there. She would
And then
lead
blame
to
you.
you. She would do all of that. Ola is the type of woman that I said it before cannot be trusted. You know, I am sure she does not have any female friends, and if she does, they are just like her, sadly. And you know, when I listen to women like Ola speak, it saddens me because this deep hatred that she has for women is so profound, and I've said it before, and I just don't understand where it came from. I don't know, maybe I'm oblivious to such hate, maybe I just, I'm big on women sticking together for the most part. I mean, I know you can't connect with everybody, but my gosh, there should be somebody that you like. And I don't think Ola likes any women. White, black, polka dot, whatever the case may be. If you're a woman, she just doesn't like you. So yes, she would definitely set you up and put you out there, ladies. So please, if you come in contact with a woman like Ola, run fast, because she is very dangerous to women. I land.
Thank you, Mika. Jeez, are you there?
What up?
Age, race, and pronouns.
39.
Race and pronouns.
Indian.
Indian.
Nigga.
And pronouns.
Pronouns.
You can't make this up.
Indian
pronouns.
And pronouns.
Why y'all laughing, man? For real.
Okay, go ahead and read out the prompt and answer it. Just the first one.
Women should say no to in the world.
Can you read it or do you want me to read it?
Women should say no to dingling, and the world would be a better place. Nah, they too freaked out to say no. They selling it.
They're too freaked out, they're selling it. Could you expound? Can y'all stay on mute, you guys? Wait, hold on, everybody. Let's still have some type of balance in the conversation. Let's try. I know it's ridiculous. You'll have your time to rebut him. G's, could you expound?
OnlyFans went up millions, and marriage rates went down. It's easy to tell. It's obvious.
All right. Anybody want to respond to him? Go ahead.
Yes, it's easy to tell and it's obvious that women like sex and are fine with doing something by themselves on camera, but we don't like y'all. Do you understand? That's the problem.
I don't think you know the percentage of prostitution. How much
You gotta say
prostitution?
prostitution.
No, he's citing a thing about Schmeck's work where it's talking about GDP and income, which is really all these men really think about is their money. So you can go ahead and try to argue, but I think the thing that you're citing says that 1 out of 10 women has like an OnlyFans.
Nah,
That's not.
It's half of it's not just a percentage. It's more
Yeah,
than you think.
it's getting worse and worse. What are you doing? Can you help us?
Yeah, tread lightly, because if he was about to say half of the women, like he about to
Well,
real
don't
life
tread
crazy.
lightly. Don't tread lightly. Stand on business. Let people have freedom of speech. Let them say whatever you're gonna say. Go ahead, G.
Yeah, go ahead, G.
But yeah, it's obvious. It's like it's we know this though. It's not nothing to be.
We know what. Go ahead and expound. I know you love to be in the comments. You act like you could barely talk. Go ahead and talk. You've been trolling in the comments since I first started going live. You've been trolling in the comments. Go ahead, expound. Stand on business.
Women are freaked out. It would never. It's too many women even pop up pregnant to even. It's so obvious. Like, but like I said, the OnlyFans went up millions, and the marriage rates went down the same.
Why do you think that is? Because of the weaknesses
Wait.
of
We gotta
men or
cash out for
women?
questions. We gotta cash out for questions.
You know, I'm quite sure you
G,
freaked
hold
out.
on. We gotta cash out for questions. It looks like you're just gonna answer, and I'm sure you don't have $5 to answer, G. So let's hold on. I knew he was gonna run. He's usually in the comments.
I love how they come up here, right? And they got all this stuff to say in the comments, but then when they come up here, they sound slow as hell, like yesterday's trash on these panels. They can't even formulate a sentence or read the prompt out loud, right? Then he's talking about OnlyFans. When you got dumb bozos that is literally getting played out of their money from a white woman who just, want them to talk dirty to them and stuff like that. And then the whole thing is, it's not a lot of black women that's on OnlyFans. So let's just start there, right? They just love to like try to put things on there. But guess what? If y'all didn't demand it, it wouldn't be there. So like if all the women just stop doing it, that just comes into it. They stop having the D. Like, I don't get how y'all don't understand that. And then they talk about marriage. Marriage just statistically, it shows that marriage does not benefit women. It's not benefit for their mental health. It's not benefiting them financially. It's not benefiting them in any aspect of life. That's why the marriages rates going on down. These men really think because women filed the divorce that means that they're the problem. I mean, come on. The women, if the women was the problem, it would be the men that's filing the divorce. That's why I know that a lot of these men don't take the time out to really deep dive and look into things, because they just always want to make it seem like the women are the problem.
And he the only one. He keep trying to say somebody freaked out. He the only one freaked out. All you talking about is flat out smacks. Like the OnlyFans, the this, like that's signs of a straight up horn dog. Like that's all you think about. That's it. And you're absolutely right, Miss Dangerous. And that's supply and demand. Somebody earlier was talking about, well, if they shut down these script clubs and all of that, they would shut down if y'all stop going. Don't go. I promise you. That if they don't have an audience, they're gonna close down. Nobody's going in there to work for the free. Not at
Yes.
all, by any means. They actually going in there because it's a very lucrative business. Like, stop with the cap. Like, if y'all wasn't so thirsty, and I mean dehydrated, if these ninjas wasn't so thirsty, like they wouldn't have a chance. You know what I mean? It sells themselves. Like, and you just all into this OF research. Like, how often is you on there? Like, stop playing with your meat and go get something accomplished. Like, that's why people be broke. Like, there's actual links and studies of people that like score a lot and how most of them are in poverty because they can't focus because they just chase box. You can look this shit up.
Child, these men can't even form complete sentences. Ladies, please, please close your legs. Please, you don't want to create another dummy in the world. You just don't. You just don't. And I hate to say that about a child, but my God, if the daddy's dumb, 9 times out of 10, the child is not. I'm not even going to get into that. Please, guys, please close your legs. These men can't even form complete sentences. They education level ain't even on the 5th grade. Some of them, they are still in kindergarten level education mindsets.
Bro, why is there no men up here?
It's just, and look at Dumbo of them all.
Mika,
Had
hold
to
on.
come
Just
up
land.
the dumbest of them all.
Bro, go take a smoke break.
Just land before this. I want some type of level of conversation going on. Let's get the likes up, you guys. Don't be scared to come stand on business. You know it's a freedom of speech live. If you want to answer the prompt, definitely request up. Question mark.
Yeah.
What's your age, race, and pronouns?
My name, age, race, and pronoun.
I didn't say name. I just said age, race, and pronouns.
My name is question mark. My race is a Jamaican dark skinned man. You can say black. That's my name, race. Pronouns. I go by they, them.
They, them?
Yeah, they, them, or he, she.
He, she?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry for laughing.
Good night.
Go ahead and read out the first one and answer it.
Women should say no to would, and the world would be a better place. How would the world be a better place when there would be no more babies? Like, what? This is anti-life right here, literally. Just think about it. If all women say, I don't want no more of that meat, it wouldn't be no more kids. So
Can I please interrupt?
Aaliyah, no.
Wait,
Let them
why can't I
finish so we can
finish?
get a full dose of what they're saying. Catch Mark, can you please go ahead and expound and finish your point?
Great. Yeah, like I was saying before, I was really interrupted. Yeah, women can't say no to. I mean, come on, we all have needs, bro. Like, we can like leave it there. But like,
What you mean, women? I thought you were done.
Wait, no. You guys, when he's done, I'm gonna go. Go
yeah,
ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say land when I'm done, ladies. Just take it easy. I know you guys want to get at me. It's only one of you. It's only one. Um.
Ew, I'm disgusted.
All right. So yeah, but that's really But I see what you're saying though. Like the majority, like women should say no because like I guess the narrative she's trying to push is that men ain't ish, which is wrong. But for if it's like women doing like what, it would have to be a
Can you
reason
talk
that
more about this whole the babies? It wouldn't be no babies.
yeah, it wouldn't be no more babies. Like where would the babies come from? Like
Well, actually, just like there's a sperm bank, we can milk you guys.
that's what you want. That's what you want.
We can milk you guys, right? And women can stop. Well, actually, earlier a lady said we can milk you guys, and there's actually a scientific breakthrough that you can make sure you don't have boy childs anymore. So we
Oh
can
wow.
still, yeah, we can still use
You
you
think
guys
that'll be a
for sperm. Hold on, we can use you guys for sperm, and then they can genetically modify to make sure it's no more boy children. That's a thing.
I mean, I just got done getting milk
That
from my
sounds
girl, so
wonderful.
I mean, I just got done getting milk, so I'm pretty laid back right now. I'm happy.
That's
Do you not
disgusting.
care?
The world feel like a better place
You're
right now.
That is disgusting. You
That
don't
disgust,
know.
bro. How do you think you think you're a virgin, bro? You're not a virgin, bro. So
How do you know what I am? First of all, you don't
I
know
mean,
me. I know that you're disgusting from your words.
I'm
How are you gonna
disgusting
sit
because
here? We don't care about
wait,
that.
bro.
Answer the prompts.
I'm
Let us
literally
It's
answering
open
go.
myself.
panel. It's
We
open
didn't
panel.
consent.
It makes me
Okay.
feel. It makes
Well,
me
we
feel
didn't
warm.
consent
Like it
to
makes me
hear
feel
that nasty
happy
shit.
inside. Like
We
my
don't care if you just got milked, weirdo.
bro.
First of all, she did not just get milked. She is lying to y'all.
Let's get some full
Out
rebuttal.
at night.
Girl, you ain't
Clowns
getting
hang
milked
out
in
at
a
night.
long time, boy. I know
You
that
have
thing got
nothing
cobwebs
intelligent to
all on it,
say.
boy.
You have nothing intelligent to say.
I mean, I just laid out a perfect, intelligent.
No.
I hear
It would be
you.
nice if somebody responds that, he feels like there will not be any more babies. It would be nice if somebody could respond to that. And let's keep
Yeah, I
it.
was about to get into
Yeah,
that.
can I
First of
please?
all,
And
hold
also,
on.
P.S.
Hold
I
on.
got like
Aaliyah, like
diamonds
I'm
on.
literally talking. Are you okay?
Sorry, I just want to kick him. I think I got money up here.
But I'll be quick.
Ladies, one at a time, one at a time.
He's so gross. Fuck the baby thing. So that what you said doesn't make sense because there will always be women who are going to unfortunately procreate with y'all because there's pick-me's in this world. So what you said makes no sense.
Bro, if y'all
In
so
humanity, like we don't need to continue. Do you see what is happening with the earth? Like we don't need humanity to continue. Like we don't. It's not a need.
and that's a step forward,
Absolutely
huh?
not a need.
Sad.
Anybody else have thoughts concerning there wouldn't be any babies? Anybody else want to chime in before I go to
It's
the
literally
next?
Yes,
anti-life.
please.
Well,
Can I?
And on top
go
of
ahead,
that,
Aaliyah. Harmony,
and,
you kept pausing.
I wish to
and on
apologize. I
top,
don't mean to
hold on.
interrupt, but I worked in
Wait,
women's health.
Aaliyah, 1 second. Harmony, if you could say you land your plane, because when you pause, it confuses people. Because you did pause.
Okay,
I thought you were
sorry.
done.
No, I'm gonna say the last thing. On top of like that scientific study, there's different ways women are getting pregnant now, and plenty of women are choosing to go to the sperm bank. And y'all can judge that if you want to, but y'all are the ones that are going and depositing your children into a cup while looking at some smut because you're like so. At the end of the
For
day,
$50 an hour.
at the end of the day,
$50 an hour. Yeah.
at the end of the day, children, babies are always going to be born because again, people are always going to procreate with you. There's other ways to have babies without men, and even there's a study where they're taking the bone marrow okay? And they're creating a sperm, okay? And it will only be girls. And you can laugh because you don't take this conversation seriously anyways. You're just up here to troll.
How am I up here to troll?
Yo,
Hold on,
Yo, this
Aaliyah.
What is the prompt
Aaliyah,
about?
Aaliyah, go ahead. Please hold on, new
up here is a
guest.
virgin. I'm gonna just throw
New
that out
guest, I'm
there.
gonna be with you in a moment. Aaliyah, go ahead.
oh my God, I feel like I have so much to say right now because the woman who I interrupted, and I'm so fucking sorry for interrupting you, but you are correct. There are some countries who are better at like IVF and procreation. There are plenty of countries right now today who welcome people who want to bear children in their country. And there are countries who do not want to do that. So anyway, I just think it's a wise thing to understand where you're welcome, and I appreciate my voice being heard here. So anyway, first and foremost, women only need about 10, maybe 100 of you to repopulate. Y'all have given up so much spunk. Young men, not old men, young men sell sperm. Don't be dumb. You know we don't need you. You hope we do. You pray we do. And you come up here and shuck and jive and put on a whole fucking show like you're sure we do. But we know we don't. We don't need you. I'm gonna land my plane right there, and I'm so fucking sorry. I don't mean to be rude, disrespectful. I know a lot of people are gonna find that jarring. I'll say sorry when I'm dead. All right.
Can I respond to her,
Okay,
please?
wait, hold on. I want to say this. As far as the 10 people thing, that's very interesting because you know what? If women were to stop having relationships and stop having ping, we could literally just procreate with the 10%, the upper 10%. The men who
Yeah.
are the most,
Yeah.
hold on one second. The men who are the most intelligent, who have the greatest genes. You know, you guys already accuse women of that already. You say that, oh, you guys all just want the 10%. You just want the rich guys. You just want the men who are tall and have abs. You guys already say that. So, how about women actually start doing that? And they just say, hey, from now on, they're closing their legs, and once it's time to replenish the earth, it will be only with the top 10% of men. So you guys get what you've been asking for, or what you've been speaking. Let me see. Let's go to the new guest.
Host, do you see this picture?
Can I respond to the sister? There's nothing wrong with this
You
cartoon.
cannot
Turn
have
this
that in the
stupid
screen.
picture
You can,
off.
but I had this picture on the
I don't
screen
even
every
know what
fucking
that is
time.
because I have to look at mine. I really don't even know what
That
it
was
is.
Patrick
Bro,
holding a
that's Patrick,
DIL.
bro.
That was Patrick holding a fake D.
An eggplant?
No,
No, it's not.
a real
Okay,
jackrabbit.
A
Bro,
question
I
is,
post
you're so
that every.
immature. Wait your turn. I have to guess. Let's see. Ting, age, race, and pronouns. You can read out the first one and answer it.
Hey, how's everyone
You're
doing?
gonna
What's
get
up,
her
Poetic?
live
Long
black
time,
tea.
long time.
T, wait 1 second.
Every live.
Well, me
Hey, what's going
personally,
on,
if
Poetic?
if
Long
we
T, you're
close
time.
next.
our
You're next.
I
I
know
know
they're
T and
talking.
Ting sound alike. The girl first.
well, if
All
we
right.
close our legs, who they gonna do it with? They already doing it with each other. So I don't know. That sounds a little crazy.
Damn.
You got nothing. You got nothing to add to the convo, man.
They already like each other anyway. That's why they trying to X us out of the equation, you know? Men should not date women if
Okay,
they
I
don't
didn't want
believe.
to say that. I'm glad you brought it up. So you don't need to read the prompt. Oh shit. You don't need to read the prompt. You pretty much just answered it. So I would just say this because I didn't want to bring it up earlier. I was waiting for a panelist to say it because I was, I mean, would men start to just smex each other if women turned it down?
They already are.
Big Gal, go ahead. You can expound on your point.
Yeah, no, I just think it makes more sense to them. Like maybe they would love that. That probably wouldn't even affect them for real. But they'll just be having the okay to do it instead of doing it behind our backs with their friends.
Oh, this is sad. Question mark. What's your thoughts on that? And then we're gonna go to T.
That's total malarkey, man. Like, that's so like that's not normal. I mean, I don't know, man, especially BLK man that do that type of stuff. And yeah, I would disagree with that point. Men would not sleep with men unless they're YT. But yeah.
Let's go to the other panelists. What do y'all think about that? Y'all agree with Big or question mark?
I agree with
I
Big.
think
They would be slobbing each other off. I mean, I think they can't go without it. So if we start giving it to them, hey, they have no choice but to get it from each other. And I think that it is. Yeah, she hit it on the head. They already doing it, so I mean, I think it would be more predominant if we stop. I mean, So I say to them, go ahead and continue to slob each other off. I mean, because we're closing our legs on you guys. Continue to go ahead and sip and slurp.
Anybody else want to add?
Yeah, that was just so dumb. Like there isn't a huge demographic of GAY men and women. Like that was just so dumb. I don't know if I fully agree with Big. I don't think she's entirely wrong because some of them are out here really getting down like that. And more of it, they'll do it more once we lock it down. But they sleep with everything. Like some of these STDs came from them smexing animals.
Everybody but you.
Some of these STDs came from them smexing actual animals. Okay, clock that. Let that sink in.
Correct me if I'm
I
wrong,
think
but
that
yo, hold on. Let me say it real quick. Let me say this real
no,
quick.
how you
No, pass out your
no.
question.
You
Let
just
Harmony
interrupt me.
go.
Not even a question. Like,
Well, you can't just interrupt me.
I mean, I was speaking before you, but
You
go
were
ahead.
not.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead. I respect my elders.
I am not your sis, and I'm not your elder. Stop talking to me.
Then what are
Anyway,
you? Are you my brother?
You're a
anyways,
bad troll question mark.
like very bad. It's just annoying. Damn,
She
what did she say? Because
like,
now, shut
I'm pro-life.
up.
I'm pro-life, and you hate me.
I don't care. Be quiet. Big gal, can
Come
you
help me.
repeat?
Come help me.
Oh, they would sleep with each other. One, I think they're already, well, nothing. We already know that there's a lot of DL men who are already doing that. So, like, it would just continue. But also, like, there's G men and B. Well, the G men wouldn't count, but the B men exists as well. I'm just trying to keep it TikTok friendly. But yeah, I think they would eventually. They do. They be doing animals too, just like Gur said.
Bro, you just saying the same thing what the other
I'm
girl.
not.
Bro, just hush
Shut
up, bro.
up.
Okay,
But let a man
question mark.
talk,
Let
bro.
her land because I'm going to T after.
Bro, she's saying the same thing girl's saying. Like, come
No,
on.
I didn't say the same thing she said. Shut the fuck up.
Come milk me, bro.
Yeah,
Oh
see, you want to
no.
be
You're so
Oh
milked.
no.
disrespectful.
Don't say that. You're doing too much.
Oh, did y'all say that's what y'all gonna do to the men anyway? Like
We
what?
don't want you, the top 10%.
Bro, I'm the top
No, we said
1%.
that you idiots go
I'm
to the sperm
godson. I'm
bank and milk
godson.
yourself for $50 while looking at smut.
Yeah,
Please shut up. Yeah, like you're so ignorant.
but I don't do. Who does that? Nobody does that no more. What?
Anyways, I land my plane. T, it's your turn.
T, age, race, and pronouns.
Age is 42. Race is BLK. Pronoun is him.
Okay, if you could start the first one and answer it.
Okay, well, I'm going to take that literally for the way you printed it. Women, emphasis on women, should say no to smecks and the world will be a better place. Women already do that. See, it's the 304s that you should have said. Women, I don't know no women that's concerned with what 304s is doing. Real women not concerned with them 304s. So the women that I know, they're not out here throwing it every which way, only to the man they love or the man they with. And if they don't have a man, they not throwing it. Now the 304s, yeah, they out here throwing it, for the cash, for whatever, for enjoyment, for excitement, for whatever. They do it because they love it. So, I mean, who's gonna stop? Every woman, like every physical woman, or is this just a hypothetical thing?
Cash out for questions, but I don't know. Like you guys have been saying that same answer, like the 304s, the 304s. That's interesting to me.
It's a difference.
Nah, a woman is a woman, and women are allowed to have smacks, enjoy smacks, and
They
have
do.
safe, consensual, protected sex with
Wow.
without being judged for it.
Wow.
Like y'all are so ridiculous. The
That
double
shows you where her
standard,
mindset is at.
the
She has
double
no morals.
standard is
She
so
has no morals.
high and ignorant. That's why y'all feel it's so
That's what you
ignorant.
want from your
That's why
daughter,
you
right?
feel
That's
entitled
what you want from your
to.
daughter, right?
I don't
Advice.
have children.
Asking
Try
questions
again.
without paying Poetic.
Bro, that's a
You
obviously
done asked
what you
100
call that question.
questions. Send some money.
Little ball headed
Oh
ass.
man, I ain't asking no more questions.
Cash out for questions.
She
That's
mad
part
because
of
she
the
got caught with a
platform.
pen
T,
vagina.
Cash
you
out
haven't
for
even
Wow.
questions.
asked the question,
What?
but even if hold on, wait 1 second. That was weird. T, you haven't even asked a
Yes.
question, but for you to say, "Oh, I'm not going to ask question," that's weird. Just Cash App support the platform. You just said, "Oh, I haven't been here in a long time." Like you support my platform. And he's like, "I'm not going to ask no questions." That was weird. But yeah, panel's open.
Sexually liberated and have safe, consensual smacks with whoever they want to, just like men do. Like,
Okay. Can I
can you stop interrupting?
I apologize for that, man.
Stop calling me your sis.
Bro,
Anyways, like y'all, the double standard needs that's old. Like it needs to change. Just because she has smacks, just like you have smacks, does not mean that she is a 304.
Um,
is
all
she,
right,
304.
yo,
all
can I
right.
respond to her, please? Please let me respond to
No,
her.
no,
Oh
no.
my god. Alright, bro.
No, I'm actually ending the live. Thanks everyone for coming. I'm getting tired. Been streaming for a long time. It's been a very interesting conversation. You guys, I'll be live tomorrow. Definitely come back. And can I get 10 people to go over to my YouTube and go subscribe and watch this live and other lives later on? Again, go to my YouTube, Poetic Lady, and go subscribe. Those requesting up, you're going to have to come another time. You waited too late. 7 hours and 35 minutes live. And it's been popping all day. But yeah, definitely come through another day. I probably would have kept the live going, but nobody dropped question mark, and he's holding up the live. My rules are money pow pow to drop. He's messing up the flow, but nobody wanted to drop him, so it's messing up the conversation, so I'm just gonna take a break. Thanks everyone who supported the live goal, who supported the platform in any way, and shout out to all my mods. Thanks all my mods for all your help. I feel like we need to bring this topic back. Women should say no to the eggplant and the world would be a better place. We didn't even get to the last two. Y'all have a great night.